A silver lighter catches amber light, resting silent on the coffee glass. My shadow stretches as the day recedes, watching every quiet minute pass. The city hums beyond the window pane, a heavy pulse beneath the indigo. I count the thoughts I kept tucked in my chest, the secret things I never let them know. 6 o'clock was noise and compromise. 8 o'clock is honest, stripped and bare. I loosen up my collar, take my time, and trace the static hanging in the air. This evening tension pulls me under slow, between the person that I have to be and who I am when all the lights go low. Just me alone inside this rhythm now. No promises left for the world to claim, just low frequency and empty space. Whisper in my own forgotten name. The metallic surface holds a tiny spark, reflecting blue light from my muted phone. So many messages I won't reply. Tonight I choose to sit inside the gnome. My breathing syncs up with the bassline kick that plays softly from the corner speaker set. The evening tide is washing off the grime, the small mistakes I promise to forget. 6 o'clock was noise and compromise. 8 o'clock is honest, stripped and bare. I loosen up my collar, take my time, and trace the static hanging in the air. This evening tension pulls me under slow, between the person that I have to be and who I am when all the lights go low. Just me alone inside this rhythm now. No promises left for the world to claim, just low frequency and empty space. Whispering my own forgotten name. It is a delicate and heavy weight, holding my balance on this narrow edge. The darkness settles like a velvet coat, a silent comfort and a quiet pledge. I do not need to figure out the rest, not while the night is keeping me alive. The silver lighter sits here unchanged. The room turns darker, soft and deep. Just evening tension, keeping watch before I finally let myself sleep. A bass and rattles through the asphalt grate. I hear the subway shaking up the pavement below. Yeah. You spend another 12 hours staring at a screen, counting down minutes while the blue light burns your eyes. Toss down your keys and pull your coat on tight. The city just unlocked its evening post. Storefront signs are posting red and gold. I know your shoulders carry weight you never show. Leave all the unanswered emails resting on the desk. We have a corner table waiting down the block. Catch this evening tension riding through the avenue. Put your doubts away, I am walking next to you. From the heavy dusk until the midnight streetlights gleam, we are breathing room into a tired dream. Feel the bass bump softly through the concrete floor. We do not need much, just a step beyond your door. Tires just against the rain-slick boulevard. A street musician tunes a wood frame snare. You used to talk about the places you would go before the daily grind got comfortable and slow. Look at the steam rising off the corner grill. Notice how the air turns sweet when the wind holds still. Storefront signs are posting red and gold. I know your shoulders carry weight you never show. Leave all the unanswered emails resting on the desk. We have a corner table waiting down the block. Catch this evening tension riding through the avenue. Put your doubts away, I am walking next to you. From the heavy dusk until the midnight streetlights gleam, we are breathing room into a tired dream. Feel the bass bump softly through the concrete floor. We do not need much, just a step beyond your door. Forget the deadlines lingering behind your back. The rhythm in my chest stays right on track. Two shadows stretching out under the warm glow. We take our sweet time with nowhere fast to go. Listen to the hum of the city breathing slow. Just grab your jacket, let the rest just go. Street lights line the walk for miles ahead. Living for the night instead. Burnt cinnamon and wet concrete drift off the pavement. Devon adjusts his heavy wool jacket, checking his wrist. 7 p.m. brings a quiet pulse to the city grid. He leans his shoulder against the iron fence. The bass from a passing coupe hums in his ribs. He pulls a worn notebook from his left coat pocket. Every line he wrote today carries a heavy price. The sky turns a deep indigo, bleeding into slate. He watches the shopkeeper roll down the iron gate. A text lights up his phone screen with a single name. He knows the evening tension never stays the same. He steps into the dusk where the streetlights glow, walking through the evening with the rhythm slow. The city shifts its weight as the daylight dies. He finds his own answers in the shadowed skies. No looking back at what broke yesterday. He lets the night air carry him away. Her shadow meets us near the corner market light. She rolls her shoulders back, shaking off the long drive. They don't say much at first, just matching their stride. The neon sign blinks blue against the damp brick wall. A low sax line plays from the basement bar hall. He hands her a paper cup, steam rising soft and slow. They share the quiet tension that the nighttime knows. The sky turns a deep indigo, bleeding into slate. He watches the shopkeeper roll down the iron gate. A text lights up his phone screen with a single name. He knows the evening tension never stays the same. He steps into the dusk where the streetlights glow, walking through the evening with the rhythm slow. The city shifts its weight as the daylight dies. He finds his own answers in the shadowed skies. No looking back at what broke yesterday. He lets the night air carry him away. Between the 8 o'clock rush and the 9 o'clock calm, he holds the city's pulse right inside his palm. No raised voices, just the steady hum of wheels. They walk until they figure out how the evening feels. The streetlights line the avenue in gold. Devon walks on as the story unfolds. Cinnamon scent fading into night. Two silhouettes underneath the orange light. A sudden realization shatters quiet air. The clock ticks slow on the kitchen counter. Shadows stretch across the hardwood floor. Steam rises from a mug left cold. Your ghost sits in the leather armchair. Traffic hums 5 stories down below. Plum light bleeds through half-drawn blinds. The bass from next door pulses soft. We said too much or not enough. Now night pulls up its heavy shade when the streetlights flicker one by one. We calculate the damage we have done. Low hum, a city grid and dust light, tension thick enough to hold us tight. No words left, just neon glowing red, living in the space of what we said. Ice melts down the highball glass. Your jacket hangs against the front door hinge. The hallway mirror catches my reflection. Static whispers from the old receiver. Smoky amber tint on window panes. A distant siren fades into the dark. Plum light bleeds through half-drawn blinds. The bass from next door pulses soft. We said too much or not enough. Now night pulls up its heavy shade when the streetlights flicker one by one. We calculate the damage we have done. Low hum, a city grid and dust light, tension thick enough to hold us tight. No words left, just neon glowing red, living in the space of what we said. Frame by frame, the skyline changes hue. A velvet dark settles over me and you. You shift your posture near the glass, waiting for this heavy hour to pass. Streetlights glowing red and deep blue. The apartment sits in heavy silence again. Night settles over the city block. We just watch the numbers change. Who decided that silence should weigh this much? The ice melts slow, the small apartment feels tight. My phone screen glows with a name I ignored. Or maybe I just imagined the chime in the corner. Traffic comes outside like a low-frequency scent. My thought skips instantly to leftover takeout, then shifts to the way you turned your shoulder last Tuesday. 7 p.m. is a strange kind of threshold. Everything is waiting, nobody is moving. The ceiling fan spins a dull steady beat. I am thinking of nothing and everything at once. Is the city holding this breath or just tired? My pulse slowly catches up with the bass downstairs. There is a static tension floating in the hallway, stuck between the shoes I threw off and the door. I loop the same 8 chords on my keyboard, chasing the feeling that slips through my fingers. Evening pulls the room into a deep blue shade, and my head keeps running while the room stays still. Did I leave the stove on? No, it is cold. Suddenly remembering the smell of wet pavement in Chicago. Funny how an old memory drops in without asking. I tap my knuckles on the counter 3 beats for a text pops up and disappears. Did they delete it? Doesn't matter now, my black tea is lukewarm. I should work out or write down a verse. Instead I watch the neon sign across the avenue pulse red, red, like a quiet warning I keep ignoring. The ceiling fan spins a dull steady beat. I am thinking of nothing and everything at once. Is the city hoping this breath or just tired? My pulse slowly catches up with the bass downstairs. There is a static tension floating in the hallway, stuck between the shoes I threw off and the door. I loop the same 8 chords on my keyboard, chasing the feeling that slips through my fingers. Evening pulls the room into a deep blue shade, and my head keeps running while the room stays still. Keys on the glass table, jacket on the floor. Seconds ticking down while the hours stretch out. Why do I always feel like I am late for something that hasn't even been scheduled yet? Breathe in, drift off, trace the wood grain. The low bass from next door vibrates right through my ankles. Who decided silence should weigh this much? Still no answer, just the neon red through the blinds. Just a loop playing on repeat. This old leather seat holds every single pound of my fatigue tonight. 7 p.m. settles in, casting purple shadows across the hardwood floor. I pull out a warrant-lined notebook, fountain pen resting in my right hand. The 18-year-old me, breathing heavy in that cold basement room. Stop staring at the empty fridge, counting nickels just to buy bread. The heavy cushion beneath me now used to be an impossible dream. Yeah. You held your breath through every winter, terrified the heat would die. The city outside hums low and deep like a bass drum. Neon signs start glowing red, burning through the twilight sky. I wish I could send this paper back in time to your trembling hands, to tell you that the pressure in your chest is just temporary. No, put down the weight you carry on your narrow shoulders tonight. The dark hours are shifting, turning into something warm and bright. You won't make it through the midnight hunger, you will find your grace. I am sitting in the future, writing love back to your desperate face. Remember how you stayed up until 4, convinced you had no target or goal. Writing sloppy rhymes on receipts, trying to construct a living soul. You thought 25 was an ocean, you would surely drown inside. Look at us now, drinking Earl Grey, watching the river turn with the tide. The rent is cleared, the cupboard is full, the stereo plays slow soul. Every single scar you collected back then made the story whole. The city outside hums low and deep like a bass drum. Neon signs start glowing red, burning through the twilight sky. I wish I could send this paper back in time to your trembling hands, to tell you that the pressure in your chest is just temporary. No, put down the weight you carry on your narrow shoulders tonight. The dark hours are shifting, turning into something warm and bright. You won't make it through the midnight hunger, you will find your grace. I am sitting in the future, writing love back to your desperate face. If you could see the gravity of where I sit right now, you would stop apologizing to the room for taking up space. The wood frame under me supports every success we earned in sweat. Blow out the candle, kid, there is nothing left to regret. Fold the page, slide it in the envelope, seal it with dusk. Rest your head against the wall, you are going to survive it all. Good night, my younger ghost. Magenta halogen bleeds down the diner counter, catching the ice inside your glass of dark rum. You slide your lighter down the laminate table, ask if I always drink my black coffee cold. I tell you morning comes too fast for lukewarm feelings. You laugh real quiet and tilt your stool my way. The clock on the wall reads 8:45. Neither one of us wants to go home tonight. Street noise hums through the cracked glass door. We build a sanctuary on this tile floor. Tell me your real name, will give me a ghost. We are just two shadows holding what matters most. The city pulls its breath while the street lamps burn. This evening tension is a page we cannot turn. You ask me what I run from when the sky goes dim. I tell you I am standing right at the brim. You pull a worn notebook out of your leather coat, show me 3 lines you wrote on an evening train. You say the hours between dusk and midnight feel different, like everybody is dropping the mask they keep all day. I lean my shoulder against the chrome edge. We trade secrets like we have nothing left to lose. No history chemistry between us to make things heavy. Just two strangers feeling the current hold steady. You spin your car keys around your pinky finger, asking if the spark in this room is meant to linger. Tell me your real name or give me a ghost. We are just two shadows holding what matters most. The city pulls its breath while the street lamps burn. This evening tension is a page we cannot turn. You ask me what I run from when the sky goes dim. I tell you I am standing right at the brim. Magenta halogen softly fades to blue. You pay the check and leave one stool for two. No phone numbers written on the greasy napkin, just the quiet electricity of what could happen. Yeah. You said yesterday my apartment felt like waiting. Now the clock hits 7 and the radiator hums. A blue LED blinks on the portable speaker, and grease paper falls over leftover crumbs. Yeah, the hallway carpet has a stain shaped like Georgia. My neighbor down the hall slams a heavy wooden door. Ice drops in a plastic cup melting down to water. As steam from the shower leaks beneath the bathroom floor. Yeah, every little detail gets loud when it gets dark. Streetlights catch the dust floating in the room. I watch a delivery rider park his scooter, leaving faint yellow headlights cut through the gloom. This evening tension got a hold on my chest, counting small things while the city lies down. A red brake light glowing on a stranger's crest, and your voice from yesterday still spinning around. The quiet ain't quiet when I notice it all. The bass from next door vibrating through the wall. A cheap plastic lighter sits right beside my keys. A half-empty water bottle sweating on the glass. The window frame rattles in a sudden city breeze, and smoke rings fade real slow while the sedans pass. A shoe print and dry mud rest right on the mat. Your forgotten earring sitting near the television set. The refrigerator motor kicks in low and flat, a lingering shadow that I haven't answered yet. Yeah, you told me yesterday I noticed too much. Maybe you were right, maybe I just can't disconnect. The neon from the bodega turns the ceiling red. Every single movement gives a lingering effect. The shadows stretch out long across the parquet floor. I hold my breath and listen to the latch upon the door. This evening tension got a hold on my chest, counting small things while the city lies down. A red brake light glowing on a stranger's crest, and your voice from yesterday still spinning around. The quiet ain't quiet when I notice it all. The bass from next door vibrating through the wall. Dusk specks dancing in a single line of red. Your voice from yesterday lingering in my head. The radiator clicks, the kitchen faucet drips. 7:15 p.m. Just me and these small notices again. Heavy waffle cotton drags across my knuckles. I pull the collar tight against the dusk. The weave is rough, worn down by 20 months of washing, leaving behind a faint trace of cedar dust. My thumb traces the frayed hem at the wrist, and suddenly the evening shifts backwards in time. I am back inside your cold hatchback, parked off the avenue, watching smoke curl slowly up against the window line. Yeah. The bass in the dash was buzzing through the floor. You reached for my hand right by the glove box door. We did not say a word, just let the tension swell. 2 years later, I still know that silence far too well. Now the night falls heavy on these threadbare sleeves. Every loose stitch brings back what the shadow leaves. You used to pull this hem when you were standing close. Left me sitting here with the feeling I cannot diagnose. Low frequencies hum beneath the floorboard wood. I am holding on a memory where you once stood. The fabric holds the imprint of that rainy March. You rested your forehead against my shoulder seam. I remember how the street lamps made your eyelashes dark, blurring the line between real life and the dream. Now the clock strikes 8 and the city lights turn blue. I'm sitting on the sofa wearing pieces of you. The wool scrapes softly, reminding me of heat before we became strangers. Passing on the street falls heavy on these threadbare sleeves. Every loose stitch brings back what the shadow leaves. You used to pull this hem when you were standing close. Left me sitting here with the feeling I cannot diagnose. Low frequencies hum beneath the floorboard wood. I am holding on a memory where you once stood. Tension builds inside the quiet of this empty room. The same slow tempo blooming in the dark. If I unspool this thread, will I rewind the time or just unravel everything that left a mark? Coarse thread against my skin, 8 p.m. creeping in. The evening holds its breath again, still wearing what was left back then. $8:45 shines green against the shadow on the plaster wall. I lean my head back on the mattress and let the present drop away. I picture us in 5 more winters, standing by a floor-to-ceiling glass. The city sparkles like crushed diamonds down below our quiet floor. You hand me a crystal tumbler with 2 square cubes of ice. We do not talk about the arguments we had back in 32. We just let the low bass from the speaker hit the hardwood floor. The tension in your shoulders is completely gone by then. I pull your wrist close and feel the pulse beneath your skin. Everything we sacrificed finally paid its debt in full. We made it through the cold years to this private late night view. In that future evening when the clock strikes 9, we will sip slow drinks and leave the world outside. No more late ships calling, no more empty rooms, just the bass synth humming underneath the moon. I can see us laughing at the scars we used to hide. In that future evening when you are by my side. The digital clock in that kitchen will read 9:15 in cool blue ink. Your leather coat hanging in the hallway smells like expensive cedar wood. We will have the keys to every door we used to stare at from the street. I put my arms around your waist while the rain taps on the glass pane. You lean your temple against my collarbone and exhale slow. The heavy beat of a slow, limitless song echoes off the tile. No rushing to answer emails, no panic in our lungs. The tension in your shoulders is completely gone by then. I pull your wrist close and feel the pulse beneath your skin. Everything we sacrificed finally paid its debt in full. We made it through the cold years to this private late night view. In that future evening when the clock strikes 9, we will sip slow drinks and leave the world outside. No more late shifts calling, no more empty room, just the bass and humming underneath the moon. I can see us laughing at the scars we used to hide. In that future evening when you are by my side. Right now I'm sitting in this cramped apartment alone. My bank account is low and the radiator clicks in the dark. but closing my eyes and stepping into that distant room is the only reason I keep grinding through the midnight spark. I swear I can feel your breath on my neck already. The number 8 on my bedside clock flickers back to life. I open my eyes to the small dark room of tonight. I keep my eyes on that future line. 9 o'clock on a higher floor. We are almost there. Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Car alarm chirping down on 5th. Signal that the evening shift is done. You've been staring at that laptop screen, trying to make a deadline run. Drop the phone, pull your hoodie tight. There is a buzz along the boulevard. I know your shoulders feel like lead. Working overtime was way too hard. Listen to the city shift its gear. Low bass rumbling through the floor. You don't need to overthink tonight. Just step outside your heavy door. The sun is gone, the air is alive. We got 6 full hours till 5. Put the work day back in the drawer. Man, we are heading out to survive. Feel that spark jumping off the street. Every heartbeat catching a brand new beat. You and me turning up the night. Everything's gonna feel right. Delivery bikes hum past the curb, whistling through the cooling gray. You said you were too tired to move, but I can see your hesitation fade away. Grab your sneakers from the rack. No room for turning back tonight. The corner store is lit up gold, neon humming in the fading light. Hey. Listen to the city shift its gear. Low bass rumbling through the floor. You don't need to overthink tonight. Just step outside your heavy door. The sun is gone, the air is alive. We got 6 full hours till 5. Put the work day back in the drawer. Man, we are heading out to survive. Feel that spark jumping off the street. Every heartbeat catching a brand new beat. You and me turning up the night. Everything's gonna feel right. Remember when we walked these blocks at 21, chasing any reason just to feel the rush. We still got that fire in our chest, breaking through the heavy evening hush. Look at me, man, smile a bit. This city is ours, every single bit. Footsteps ringing on the concrete. That street noise sounds like music. Now we're out here in the evening air. We made it through somehow. Just keep walking by side. We own the evening tide. Toasted sesame oil drifts across 4th, while Marcus pulls his collar to his throat. He watches Maya standing near the curb, smoothing out the velvet of her coat. 3 weeks of silence, sitting on the hood of a beat-up sedan painted matte dark blue. Neither one has said the word they should, though the evening air is burning brand new. The city flips its switches one by one, neon orange catching on the window pane. They are standing inches from the setting sun, waiting for the heat to spark again. Evening tension pulling at the seam. 2 people caught inside a slow motion dream. They do not touch, but the electric charge stays hanging in the golden hour haze. Bass starts thumping from a basement bar, distance melting right where they are. She checks her watch, then glances at his shoes. Slightest smile breaking on the lower lip. He takes a breath and takes a step or two. Hands tucked deep inside his jacket grip. The smell of roasted nuts and diesel exhaust fills up the alley where the shadows bend, calculating everything they almost lost, wondering if this is where the rules all end. The city flips its switches one by one, neon orange catching on the window pane. They are standing inches from the setting sun, waiting for the heat to spark again. Evening tension, pulling at the seam. Two people caught inside a slow motion dream. They do not touch, but the electric charge stays hanging in the golden hour haze. Bass starts thumping from a basement bar, distance melting right where they are. No words exchanged at every story told. Dust turns the concrete into polished gold. Marcus leans in close enough to hear her sigh as the heavy summer evening rolls on by. She turns her shoulder just an inch his way, and in all the silence from yesterday, Dorset sesame still lingering sweet. Two figures walking down a quiet street. The night is warm and ready to ignite, stepping together through the ember light. Yeah. One sharp memory punctures this stillness, while the low hum of the fridge fades out. Dust spreads across the hardwood floor, indigo shadows blurring every doubt. A half-empty glass sits on the coffee table, ice melted down into a lukewarm ring. The city outside starts to shift this way, waiting for whatever night might bring. Street lamps flicker on the avenue below, bass from a passing coupe rattles the glass. The air inside grows heavy and slow, watching the evening tension slowly pass. Neon pulses through the half-closed blinds, painting crimson streaks across my chest. Two shadows dancing in separate minds, neither one willing to give it a rest. The city breeze in a low, muted key, underneath the twilight where we used to be. Ice cubes clink in the tall crystal tumbler, condensation drips down to the wood. Red tail lights line up along the bridge, moving slower than a memory should. A smoke ring curls toward the high ceiling beam, trapping the glow of the television set. Sitting 3 inches apart on the sofa, drowning in things we haven't said yet. Lamps flicker on the avenue below, bass from a passing coupe battles the glass. The air inside grows heavy and slow, watching the evening tension slowly pass. Neon pulses through the half-closed blinds, painting crimson streaks across my chest. Two shadows dancing in separate minds, neither one willing to give it a rest. The city breeze in a low, muted key, underneath the twilight where we used to be. It is 7:45 and the room turns blue. A siren wails 4 blocks to the west. The tension holds like a physical truth. The quiet storm trapped inside the chest. No one speaks, but the atmosphere hums, waiting for the moment the nighttime comes. Crimson streaks fading out into black. Low bass reverberates along the track. The thoughts stay still while the city moves on, just before the last twilight line is gone. Why do I Why do I check the lock 3 times when nobody knows my address? Ice melts in a glass of bourbon, sitting on the laminate floor. Shoulders tight, stomach collar, watching the blue light flicker on my phone screen. Did you mean what you said on Tuesday, or were you just tired? So bass humming from a passing Dodge Charger, vibrating my ribs. I still haven't unpacked the cardboard boxes in the hallway corner. Dust motes floating through the television glow. The evening stretches out like a pulled thread. My pulse is racing for no good reason at all. Footsteps on the concrete stairs, stop at apartment 4. Never 4B, never my door. Low-key paranoia sitting thick on my chest. I count the seconds between the siren screams out on the avenue. Swallowing air like I am running out of daylight. Nobody's calling, nobody is pulling up. Just the quiet house tension keeping me awake tonight. Maybe I should drink some water. Maybe I should leave the lights off. Left my keys on the counter right next to yesterday's takeout box. Was that your laugh coming through the thin wall, or just my memory acting up? The room feels too big every time the sun goes down. Scrolling through old videos from 2 summers ago in Brooklyn. We were laughing in that photo, but I can't remember what was funny. My thumb hangs frozen over the send button and delete, rewrite, clear the draft, throw the phone on the couch. Low-key paranoia sitting thick on my chest. I count the seconds between the siren screams out on the avenue. Swallowing air like I am running out of daylight. Nobody is calling, nobody is pulling up. Just a quiet house tension keeping me awake tonight. The shadow on the wall shifts when the traffic light turns green outside. Red to yellow, yellow to green, continuous loop. I am stuck in the middle of my own head again. Is it pride that keeps me from dialing your number? Or am I just terrified of hearing your voice on speaker? The refrigerator hums a pitch-perfect minor chord. Screen dims to black, 7:42 p.m. Holding my breath until the floorboards settle. Silence gets loud when the city slows down. Still standing by the window, unanswered question hanging in the dark. For iron layer, support the gravity of another long day settling in this quiet room. The cushion gives way beneath my spine, holding every pound of stress I carried home. It is 8 o'clock and the city skyline turns to blue. I pull up a blank note on my screen, thinking about the kid who used to panic in the dark, counting pennies for a subway card in 2018. You thought the panic in your chest would never break. You stayed awake until the dawn appeared, counting every mistake. If I could reach through 7 years of shadows right now, I would pull you out the doorway and slow you down. Stop fighting with the clock on your wall. You are gonna make it through the midnight fall. Every late night shift and every unpaid bill is just the gravel on the path up the hill. I know your shoulders ache from holding up the sky, but trust me when I tell you that we turn out alright. Yeah, you were sitting on a squeaky folding seat, writing verses on the back of receipts in the cold, praying that somebody somewhere listen to your voice, afraid that 25 meant getting bitter and old. Look at me sitting in the swivel leather now. The bass is warm, the studio light is dim low. We paid off the debts that used to keep you up at night, and we learned how to let the anger go. You thought the panic in your chest would never break. You stayed awake until the dawn appeared, counting every mistake. If I could reach through 7 years of shadows right now, I will pull you out the doorway and slow you down. Stop fighting with the clock on your wall. You are gonna make it through the midnight fall. Every late night shift and every unpaid bill is just the gravel on the path up the hill. I know your shoulders ache from holding up the sky, but trust me me when I tell you that we turn out alright. That girl who broke your heart in the winter of 19. She was just a temporary stop along the scene. Don't sell your drums, don't throw the notebook in the trash. Every single tear you drop was building up the cash. The evening tension used to make you want to scream. Now it is just a backdrop to a living dream. So breathe in deep, young man. Relax your jaw, unclench your hands. The chair is heavy, but the burden is light. I am riding from the future, and we won tonight. Good night, kid. We won tonight. Towball halogen floods the corner booth, washing off the grime of 8 o'clock. You sit down 2 stools away, slide your jacket off. Ask me if the tap beer here is watered down or tough. I tell you that the dark stout keeps its promise, at least enough to numb a heavy week. You laugh into your palm, leaning closer, and ask me why I'm sitting here alone to speak. The evening's heavy, electric in the glass. We don't know names, but the hours slowly pass. You talk about a city that you used to love. I tell you about the things I can't let go of. Is it easier to spill it to somebody new? In the twilight, filter where the shades turn blue. You got your secrets, I got my own way. Talking like we met 10 years too late. Just 2 shadows leaning on a sticky bar, wondering how we both ended up this far. You tap your knuckles on the dark stained oak, saying staying sober in this town's a joke. I tell you my brother moved out to the coast, and half the people that I miss are just a ghost. Yeah. You say you recognize the look inside my eyes, the quiet burning when the bullshit dies. You offer me a cigarette, we head outside with the violent neon lights up the whole block wide. Is it easier to spill it to somebody new? In the twilight, filter where the shades turn blue. Your secrets, I got my own way. Talking like we met 10 years too late. Just 2 shadows leaning on a sticky bar, wondering how we both ended up this far. We stand beside the curb while the taxi slide. No promises, no place we have to hide. You ask me what I'm doing when the clock strikes 12. I say I usually spend the night inside myself. You nod like you get it, no judgment in the air. Just a stranger who happens to be standing there. Keep the match, you say, turning down the street. The cobalt light dims where our shadows meet. Just a conversation in the late July heat. A stranger in the dark making my heart beat. Yeah. Yesterday you mentioned that my jacket smelled like cloven diesel fuel. I watched the condensation trickle down the side of your iced Americano. The bass in the subwoofer across the courtyard vibrates the metal radiator cover. Your phone screen flickers 3 times with notifications you refuse to swipe away. The yellow grease stain on the takeout box is dried into a dull crescent moon. You trim a loose thread on your thumb with your front teeth. and swallow it down. The evening thickens like honey left out on the kitchen counter. Every tiny detail gets louder as the sun disappears behind the water tower. We sit 4 inches apart on this velvet sofa that smells like old tobacco. Nobody's speaking, but the room is full of heavy movement. This late hour brings out all the small things we never say out loud. The subtle tilt of your collarbone, the static hum in the hallway light. We ride this quiet friction until the street sweepers pass below. Slow pulses in the dark, measuring every breath we borrow now. A blue receipt from the corner bodega lies folded into a paper crane. Your left shoe sits off its heel while your right ankle twitches to a 90 BPM beat. The steam rising from the shower door down the heart leaves streaks on the mirror glass. A half-eaten plum sits on the quartz countertop, skin turning dark and sweet. You roll the silver ring around your index finger until the jade stone faces inward. I count the 6 amber freckles lined up like stars beside your temple. A car horn echoes off the brick facade outside the open window frame. You reach across the armrest just to shift a heavy wool blanket. Our eyes meet in the reflection of the muted television screen. Nothing is urgent, yet every second carries a quiet weight. This late hour brings out all the small things we never say out loud. The subtle tilt of your collarbone, the static hum in the hallway light. We ride this quiet friction until the street sweepers pass below. Slow pulses in the dark, measuring every breath we borrow now. The radiator clicks twice and settles down. A red light blinks on the stereo receiver across the floor. You pull your knees up to your chest. We sit right here in the late glow. Yeah. Coarse woven wool pulls against my palm as I sink into the corner of the frame. 9:30 settles like a sudden weight, and the room begins to whisper out your name. I run my thumb along the raised seams, remembering when you leaned in real close. You pulled your collar tight against the draft back when we are the things that matter most. Low frequency hums through the floorboards now. 7 months gone, but the room stays thick. I remember the exact way the air was still. Right before the spark caught the candle wick, you looked at me with that guarded stare, holding your coat like a shield in the hall. Now the night hangs heavy on the edge of the couch. Every small detail comes running right back. We were standing in the quiet of a midnight house, walking on the line where the asphalt cracked. That evening tension never really burned out. It just waits in the weave till the lights go black. Frayed denim edges brush my knees tonight. I can still hear the quiet shift in your tone. You said we were running out of easy roads, like living in the dark was better off alone. You tossed your scarf onto the wooden chair, soft brush knit dropping without a sound. The silence between us felt heavy as stone, with both of our shadows pinned to the ground. I can still feel the weight of your hand on my shoulder through 2 thin layers of cotton and doubt. We thought time would make the atmosphere cooler. Instead it kept the pressure from getting out. I pressed my fingertips deep in the grain and drag that memory straight to the present. Just coarse woven wool in a silent room. 10 p.m. slipping into midnight blue. The tension remains right where we left it, drawn in the fabric between me and you. Unfinished stitches in the quiet dark. 718 flickers crimson on the dashboard panel, while I picture how this city looks when we get old. Used to shotgun in a silk coat, calm and candid, trading stories that our younger selves had left untold. The bassline vibrates through an upgraded speaker system. We cruise past a high-rise that hasn't even built its frame. Nothing left to prove, no desperation in our rhythm. Just a heavy quiet of two people who survived the game. I can feel that future gravity pull tight. Two crystal glasses sweating under low violet light. No rush to apologies, no rushing through the night. Just smooth air rolling in, everything feeling right. That's the evening tension I keep inside my head. A quiet luxury we haven't tasted yet. When the clock hits 7 and the sky turns deep maroon, I'll step off the elevator right into your room. No ghost between us, just a heavy beat and wine. Living out the scene I painted in my mind. I see the penthouse balcony with floor-to-ceiling glass. We pour an aged whiskey that costs more than my current rent. You laugh about the broke days when we made the winter last, and how every single dollar saved felt like a fortune spent. The ice clinks slow against the rim inside your hand. Outside, the future skyline glows across the dark bay. We finally got the peace we couldn't understand. Back when we were chasing every dollar every day. I can feel that future gravity pull tight. Two crystal glasses sweating under low violet light. No rushed apologies, no rushing through the night. Just smooth air rolling in, everything feeling right. That's the evening tension I keep inside my head. A quiet luxury we haven't tasted yet. When the clock hits 7 and the sky turns deep maroon, I'll step off the elevator right into your room. No ghost between us, just a heavy beat and wine. Living out the scene I painted in my mind. Right now I'm sitting in traffic with an empty passenger seat, staring at red tail lights stretching 10 blocks down the street. But I can taste the velvet when our future is complete. The exact time and waiting where the dusk and bass lines meet. 7, 7, 7, 8 flickers to 19 on the dash. Still driving toward that quiet golden crash. Just a thought for now, just a promise down the road, waiting for the evening to unfold. A chip red dye sits on the glass top. I watch the black dots balance against the shadows. 6 o'clock comes knocking with the muted rumble. The hallway hums, but my chest stays low and steady. I counted 3 calls I did not care to take. My thumb hovers over the screen while the room dims down. There's a pull in the air when the light quits fighting. I feel the pulse in my throat getting loud and heavy. The skyline catches that dark blue tone. I press my back deep into the cushion. Nobody knows what I plan to move next. The city wakes up just to watch me quiet. This evening tension holds me by the collar. I sip the cold water and let the bass beat. Every choice I delayed is standing in the doorway. I am not running, I am just waiting for the green light. The bassline settles right behind my ribs. This evening tension is where I found my focus. I slide the die across the cool surface. It stops on the 4, but numbers never save me. I spend my 20s running after open doors. Now I prefer the room when the lights stay lowered. Someone downstairs slams a heavy iron gate. I hear the muffler fade into the avenue. My ambition used to sound like a panic attack. Tonight it sounds like a slow breath in the dark. I'm looking at my own reflection in the window pane. The glass turns dark enough to act like a mirror. I am not the same kid who needed everyone to validate the noise. I like the space between the sunset and the real night. I like the edge where the hunger gets sharp. This evening tension holds me by the collar. I sip the cold water and let the bass beat. Every choice I delayed is standing in the doorway. I am not running, I am just waiting for the green light. The bassline settles right behind my ribs. This evening tension is where I found my focus. The red dice is still on the glass. Street lights flicker on down the block. I am ready now. Let the dusk settle in. Hydraulic brakes is down the avenue. You lean against the railing, eyes fixed low. The evening rush is clearing out the strip. You have got that look, you get it 7. You haven't said a word since we sat down, just tapping knuckles on a cold tin can. I know that heavy breathing in your chest, the way you hold your shoulders tight and high. The city noise is swallowing your voice before you even let the story out. Tell me what you're holding back tonight. We got 6 hours till the morning comes. The street below is screaming out for peace, and you were standing right here on the edge. Put the phone down, talk to me real slow. We do not need to fight this world alone. So, subway grates are blowing up warm steam. Your leather jacket turned against the breeze. You said your brother called with heavy news. Now, every passing headlight makes you flinch. I brought the drinks out to the patio. Sit down before your knees give out on you. Tell me what you're holding back tonight. We got 6 hours till the morning comes. The street below is screaming out for peace, and you were standing right here on the edge. Put the phone down, talk to me real slow. We do not need to fight this world alone. The daylight faded 30 minutes back. We used to kick the curb and talk for hours. Now everybody wants a piece of you, and you just bottle up until you break. Look at me, I am standing on your side. Brakes still echoing around the turn. Let the tension drop onto the tile. I got you, man, just breathe into the dark. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We stay right here until the city sleeps. Roasted espresso and damp asphalt smoke hang heavy over the alleyway. Marcus checks his wrist, watch him in hand shadows creep across the face. His thumb traces the edge of an unopened envelope tucked inside his coat. Across the avenue, neon signs flicker green, reflecting on wet pavement. He counts every car that slows near the corner, waiting for a silver sedan. The chill of 7 o'clock sinks into his shoulders, but he stays still. He knows the conversation coming won't be easy to handle. Every breath burns cold in his lungs, keeping time with the city beat. He holds his phone in his palm, screen face down against his thigh. The streetlights hum a low frequency, charging the dark between them. There is an electric quiet pulling the late hours tonight. He stands right on the boundary between speaking up and walking away. Marcus keeps his jaw tight while the bass hums through the floorboards. Every second stretches thin, loaded with everything he left unsaid. A delivery driver pedals past, kicking up a spray of pooled rainwater. Marcus glances toward the third floor window where a warm yellow light stays on. She is upstairs, probably pacing the hardwood, checking her own watch. Neither one wants to be the first to break the fragile ceasefire. His phone vibrates twice against his denim. A quick pulse in the silence. He looks down at the contact name, lighting up the dark screen. He knows the conversation coming won't be easy to handle. Every breath burns cold in his lungs, keeping time with the city beat. He holds his phone in his palm, screen face down against his thigh. The streetlights hum a low frequency, charging the dark between them. There is an electric quiet pulling at the late hours tonight. He stands right on the boundary between speaking up and walking away. Marcus keeps his jaw tight while the bass hums through the floorboards. Every second stretches thin, loaded with everything he left unsaid. 5 years of shared history condensed into a single midnight phone call. He steps toward the iron stairwell, boots heavy against the damp stone. No turning back now, the air thick with unspoken promises and cold tobacco. He presses the green icon, bringing the speaker up to his ear. The line connects and the background noise melts away into the dark. He takes one final breath of the chilly evening smoke. Marcus opens his mouth to speak as the door unlocks upstairs. The low bass keeps playing somewhere down the block. An unsaid fear slices through silence as the ice melts down in the tumbler glass. The projector casts a pale violet glow across the exposed brick wall where your shadow sits 3 inches away from mine. You lean against the velvet cushion, watching the smoke drift toward the air vent. Neither of us moves to change the record, even though the needle has been clicking in the groove for 5 minutes straight. The bass heavy sub in the apartment below us vibrates through the hardwood floorboards. Tension thick enough to taste on the back of my tongue. You check your phone screen, face illuminated in blue. Then flip it face down on the glass coffee table. The traffic 6 floors down sounds like a distant storm. Late hour friction in a low lit room. Words hanging suspended between the couch and the door. We both know what happens if somebody speaks first, so we let the neon shadow stretch across the floor. It's 8:42 and the air feels dense, trapped in the quiet of this evening tension. Your gold ring taps twice against the armrest, the sharp metallic rhythm breaking the ambient hum. I pull my hood up, leaning back into the corner shadow, tracing the outline of your profile against the window frame. Raindrops begin to streak horizontally across the glass pane, reflecting the red brake lights from the intersection down below. You clear your throat, but the sound dies halfway, leaving us back in the velvet dark where the unsaid stays heavy. Tension thick enough to taste on the back of my tongue. You check your phone screen, face illuminated in blue. Then flip it face down on the glass coffee table. The traffic 6 floors down sounds like a distant storm. Late hour friction in a loaded room. Words hanging suspended between the couch and the door. We both know what happens if somebody speaks first, so we let the neon shadow stretch across the floor. It's 8:42 and the air feels dense, trapped in the quiet of this evening tension. One move could shatter this fragile glass house. You reach for your jacket draped over the chair back. The zipper clicks once sharp in the dead space. My heart hits my ribs like an 808 kick. Wishing you say it out loud or just sit back down. Needles still skipping on the end of the final track. Blue light from the Silence takes the room back. Why does the room feel smaller whenever 7 o'clock rolls around? Ice cubes sweating through paper towels on the glass table. You left your silver chain sitting on top of the radiator. It rests there like a silent witness to a conversation we never got to finish. My thumb keeps hovering over the screen. 3 missed calls from a number I cleared back in April. The city smells like burnt sugar and damp brake dust tonight. Low sub bass vibrating through the floorboards from the 3rd floor unit. I wonder if they are fighting or dancing up there. Maybe both at the exact same time. My knuckles stay tight around a glass of lukewarm tap water. Thoughts drifting sideways directly into the traffic noise. Every red tail light on the expressway looks like a steady pulse. We built these little fortresses out of unspoken rules. Then we wonder why the oxygen gets so thin. This evening tension sitting heavy right at the back of my throat. Holding my breath while the shadows stretch long across the hallway wall. I wanna call you, I wanna pack my bags and disappear down I-95. Ticking clock on the microwave, humming fridge static on the wire. Nobody in this apartment moves, but everything is slowly catching fire. Did I leave the back door unlocked, or is it just my ribs aching again? Remembering the exact way your voice sounded when you said my middle name in the dark. Street lamps humming at a frequency only dogs and tired lovers can hear. I used to think patience was a virtue. Now I think it is just slow motion panic. A moth keeps hitting the window pane over and over on the balcony. It does not realize there is thick glass standing in the way. Neither do I if I am being completely honest with myself. I check my wrist but time is not moving in a straight line anymore. This evening tension sitting heavy right at the back of my throat. Holding my breath while the shadows stretch long across the hallway wall. I wanna call you, I wanna pack my bags and disappear down I-95. Ticking clock on the microwave, humming fridge static on the wire. Nobody in this apartment moves, but everything is slowly catching fire. Stream of blue smoke rising off the wet asphalt down on the street. Is it pride that keeps my phone turned face down on the couch cushions? Or am I just terrified of what happens if you actually pick up? The bass drops again downstairs. The ceiling shakes just enough to rattle the keys hanging by the door. My mind jumps from 5 years ago in Atlanta straight to yesterday's cold takeout box. Just the dark sitting in the corners now. Just a quiet that is not really quiet at all. Why does the room feel smaller? Still no answer floating in the air. Damp evening wind hitting my wrist through the screen. The tension stays right where we left it. Heavy black vinyl presses into floorboards as dust settles over the desk. I sit in the same density you used to dread when you were 21. You used to think every evening was an exam you hadn't prepared for, counting remaining coins on the nightstand while biting your lower lip. If I could slide an envelope under the door 5 years ago, I would tell you the air softens once the sun finally leaves the room. Yeah. You don't need to hold your breath until midnight every single night. The city lowers its volume while amber street lamps glow outside. You were always running out of time inside your anxious head. Every shadow on the plaster wall looked like an incoming death. Listen to me now and lean back into the frame. Dear 19-year-old dreamer in the cramped dark space, stop checking the deadbolt like trouble is coming to call. We made it to the other side of that quiet panic. The evening isn't an enemy waiting for you to fall. Put down the pen you were gripping far too tight. We remember how you refused to eat until the draft was finished. Skim milk and instant noodles while staring at a muted television screen. You thought if you relaxed for 20 minutes, the whole world would collapse. Look at me now in the same seat, breathing slow and clean. The rent gets paid and the studio monitor sound clear and warm. All those nights you wept without sound did not break our frame. I'll wear the scars you thought would ruin us like a comfortable coat. The city lowers its volume while amber street lamps glow outside. You were always running out of time inside your anxious head. Every shadow on the plaster wall looked like an incoming dead. Listen to me now and lean back into the frame. Dear 19-year-old dreamer in the cramped dark space, stop checking the deadbolt like trouble is coming a call. We made it to the other side of that quiet panic. The evening isn't an enemy waiting for you to fall. Put down the pen you were gripping far too tight. We survived the heavy tension of that night. It is 7 p.m. and the room is that old familiar shade of blue. Back then, this exact hour made your heart race through your chest. You thought maturity meant never taking a second to rest. I am writing this note on the back of a bill we finally settled, just to prove to you that time was never something to battle. Dear 19-year-old dreamer in the cramped dark space, stop checking the deadbolt like trouble is coming a call. We made it to the other side of that quiet panic. The evening isn't an enemy waiting for you to fall. Put down the pen you were gripping far too tight. We survived the heavy tension of that night. The chair holds us both now, solid and grounded. You can rest your shoulders, kid. You can close your eyes. We made it. Tangerine sodium light spills across the concrete step. 7 o'clock pulls the noise right off the block. You sit down 3 feet away with an open can of cider, asking if the laundry hump ever turns into music. I tell you it sounds like a bass line. If you stay long enough, you laugh low, looking out at the passing sedans. Neither of us knows where the other sleeps tonight, but the sky is bruised purple and the air feels charred. The city holds its breath before the dark comes down. We are just two shadows trading words on borrowed ground. You lean your shoulder against the painted brick rail. I watch the glow catch the edge of your thumbnail. Late evening tension pulling tight between us now. We don't need names to make the quiet disappear somehow. Just a stranger's voice cutting through the falling dust, building the temporary palace out of smoke and rust. Every word you drop hits heavy like a kick drum. Waiting on the night to see what we become. Yeah. You say you were supposed to take the 645 uptown, but the heat on the pavement kept holding you down. I tell you I was heading home to eat alone again. Now we're counting red tail lights like they're old friends. You ask me why people in this town guard their eyes. I tell you everybody's running from their own goodbyes. You tap your shoes against the curb, matching my tempo. Electric current buzzing under what we both know. The city holds its breath before the dark comes down. We are just two shadows trading words on borrowed ground. You lean your shoulder against the painted brick rail. I watch the glow catch the edge of your thumbnail. Late evening tension pulling tight between us now. We don't need names to make the quiet disappear somehow. Just a stranger's voice cutting through the falling dust, building a temporary palace out of smoke and rust. Every word you drop hits heavy like a kick drum. Waiting on the night to see what we become. The street lamp hums its flickered orange song. 10 minutes here feels like we've been here all along. No promises made, no numbers written on paper. just two heartbeats lingering in the cool evening vapor. You asked me if I think luck is real or just a guess. I look at the light on your face and say I guess. Tangerine light fades into navy blue. You stand up, dust your jeans, say it was good meeting you. The tension stays behind on the concrete step. A quiet conversation that the evening kept, walking opposite ways under the first stars gleam. Just a stranger's voice in an 8 p.m. dream. Yeah, yesterday you told me I overthink every silence. Now the ice melts down the curved glass wall. The radiator clicks 3 beats at a time. A silver foil wrapper lays flat near the hallway stool. Your jacket button hangs by one dark thread, and being bass from downstairs vibrates the shelf. You kick off your left shoe against the baseboard, the television muted on a gray screen. Tiny observations stack up in the gloom. Streetlights catch the dust floating across the room. I count every slow pulse before you move a hand. We build a whole mood that neither of us planned. Evening tension thick as heavy winter air. A yellow streak of hallway light cuts across your chair. You lean against the plaster, watching how I breathe. List the small notices keeping us away. A half-smoked clove rests beside the brass keys. Nobody says a word, but the rhythm starts to shake. Yesterday you said my quiet meant something wrong. Look at the blue LED on the soundbar blinking twice. A single drop hangs off the kitchen faucet pipe. The soles of your sneakers leave faint marks on the floor. Your wristwatch ticks louder than the cooling stove. 3 unread texts glow on the charging phone. A chip blue mug leaves a damp ring on the wood. You adjust your collar just like I knew you would. Yesterday's words still hang beneath the ceiling fan, spinning in slow arcs right above where we stand. The microwave clock jumps from 8 to 9. 2 mismatched glasses sitting on a crooked line. Every little detail keeps an accurate score. Your shadow stretches out across the bedroom door. One forgotten coat check stub on the desk. The bass on the corner fades into the wall. Yesterday you said I noticed far too much. Maybe I just listen when the room begins to fall. The shadows hold their breath. We sit with what you said. Rough brush corduroy scratches my palm, sitting on the edge where the cushion dips low. 6 p.m. settles in a suffocating calm, and the electric heater gives an amber orange glow. My fingernail catches on a loose twisted thread, and suddenly I'm back in your own Nissan coupe. Rain beating rhythmic on the tin overhead. We were speaking in silences, stuck in a loop. The air gets heavy when the shadows start to grow. I pull the collar up, a cold memory bleeds. Every small friction makes the old feeling show. Replaying every word that a quiet room breathes. Late evening tension winding tight in my chest. Snagged on the fabric of a winter gone by. We said we sleep it off, give the arguments rest. But we just watch the street lights paint in the sky. Now the thread is unraveling, pulling me back to the hour we broke without making a sound. Living in the spaces that we couldn't pack, with evening falling hard on this empty ground. Smoke Smooth polyester of your thrifted black coat. I remember how we brushed my forearm on the stairs. You held a paper cup, swallowed hard in your throat, pretending we were fine, just trading quiet stares. Now the couch cushion remembers how we used to lean away, tension thick enough to measure with the rule. Neither one willing to beg the other one to stay. Two stubborn kids playing it bitter and cool. I run my fingers down the seam once more, tracing the outline where your shoulder used to lean. The bass from the downstairs neighbor hums through the floor, a low constant drumming in the spaces in between. I can still feel the texture of the coat you wore, and the sharp quiet bite of what you really mean. Late evening tension winding tight in my chest, snagged on the fabric of a winter gone by. We said we sleep it off, give the arguments rest, but we just watch the street lights painting the sky. Now the thread is unraveling, pulling me back to the hour we broke without making a sound. Ooh. Living in the spaces that we couldn't pack, with evening falling hard on this empty ground. Rough corduroy under my quiet hand, darkness taking over the apartment now. Just a loose thread I can't untangle, tension holding the dust together. Yeah. 922 beams, silent across the kitchen, glowing electro blue against the polished stainless steel. I project us forward into a decade from right now, sitting in a penthouse balcony high above the smog. You will be pouring 2 glasses of heavy Cabernet, bass vibrating low through floorboards under bare feet. We will not need a single word to set this room alight, just the city stretched below us like a neon grid. The future version of you is leaning against the frame, eyes locked on mine while the late hours hum. No deadlines left to run from, no empty promises, just the slow pull of an evening taking its time. I can see that distant night so clear right now, heavy air thick with a rhythm we have yet to write. When 35 arrives and the streetlights dim down, we will still be holding the static in our palms. Future tension, heavy heat, every second locked in sync with your heartbeat. Picture us in the highway, silk jacket sliding off, gold chain glinting under the warm recess lights. You keep that same slow grin, older now and full of nerve tap, and the gentle counter rhythm on the leather couch outside. 6 lanes of traffic turn to blurry red streaks inside. The temperature climbs without a flame. We spent all these young years fighting for a room like that, and every single hour leading there was worth the burn. Time is just a distance we measure with our skin, from this small studio now to that skyline terrace that I do not care how many calendars we tear away, as long as the dusk feels as dangerous as tonight. 922 going on that future wall, still us in the dimly lit corner, still us under the weight of the evening, waiting for the night to take complete control. The scratch brass light rests beside my glass. I flick the wheel, watching the ember pass. 7 p.m. pulls the shadow down the wall. I hold my breath, waiting for your call. The bass in my chest hums a quiet code, carrying the weight of an unpaved road. My phone sits face down, dark as the night. I trace the metal in the low lamplight. The clock ticks slow, the air gets thick. I count the beats of a nervous tick. Pride in my throat, fire in my vein, trying to decide if I welcome the pain. Late evening tension rising in the room, spinning my thoughts in the purple gloom. Do I reach out or let the silence stay? I am fighting the things I want to say. Heavy rhythm pulsing under my skin, wondering where I end and you begin. Late evening tension pulling me down while the quiet city sleeps in this town. Yeah, the flame catches once, then fades to gray. I wash my hands of what I couldn't say. 28 years of holding my tongue, learning how to breathe with heavy lungs. I pace the floor, my socks in sweat, calculating moments I might regret. The baseline vibrates through the floorboards now. I wanna let go, but I don't know how. Late evening tension rising in the room, spinning my thoughts in the purple gloom. Do I reach out or let the silence stay? I am fighting the things I want to say. Heavy rhythm pulsing under my skin, wondering where I end and you begin. Late evening tension pulling me down while the quiet city sleeps in this town. Maybe I'm scared of the answer you give, or maybe I'm scared of the life I live. The light, it turns cold beneath my thumb. My heart beats fast while my hands go numb. I hear the street rumble 2 floors below. It's time to speak up or let it all go. Brass against glass, a solitary sound. My feet stay rooted to the quiet ground. Evening tension slowly settling in. I close my eyes and let the night begin. Bass rattles through a passing trunk, vibrating up the brick wall outside your 3rd floor window. You sit on the edge of the mattress with your boots half unlaced, staring at the muted TV screen. The clock hits 6:40 and the sky shifts from pale gray to deep indigo above the fire escape. I can see the knot in your shoulders from the week you spent chasing deadlines that never end. You keep checking your pocket like somebody is about to demand another answer from you. Drop the phone on the coffee table and let the silence sit for just 1 minute. The city changes gear when the sun goes under the pavement. People on the sidewalk stop walking fast and start looking for something real. You spend 5 straight days playing quiet for people who do not know your name. Now the night is leaning in, asking what you wanna do with the dark. Turn your phone screen face down on the glass. We do not need permission to let the tension pass. Feel the low end rumbling through the floorboards now. If you were looking for an exit, I can show you how. Unwind the tide while you're winding up your chest. Tonight we take the night back from the rest. Listen to the chatter from the corner lounge where the door stays propped open with a chair. Ice clinking against thick glass, laughter spilling out into the cool evening air. You always hold your breath until the room gets completely still, waiting for permission to feel alive. I brought 2 jackets from the closet because the wind drops fast once the neon cuts through the shadows. Put your shoes back on properly, leave the dishes in the sink for tomorrow morning. You spend too many hours playing careful while the rest of the avenue burn bright. Turn your phone screen face down on the glass. We do not need permission to let the tension pass. Feel the low end rumbling through the floorboards now. If you are looking for an exit, I can show you how. Unwind the tide while you're winding up your chest. Tonight we take the night back from the There is a spark that hits the pavement right around 7 o'clock, when everybody stops pretending they care about tomorrow's schedule. You do not have to explain why you are tired or why you stay quiet so long. Just step past the threshold with me and let the bass line carry the weight. The street is calling through the open frame. Leave your worries sitting by your name. Turn the lock twice and step into the street. Let the evening pulse beneath your feet. Burnt close and hangs off the concrete ledge. Terrence leans against the rusty wire fence, watching red tail lights blur along the edge, feeling every minute get far too dense. He spins a brass ladder between his thumbs, waiting for the message that hasn't arrived. The city baseline hums and thumps while the neighborhood learns how to stay alive. Her shadow crosses the fourth floor window pane. He takes a slow drag, pulling the night air deep. The thick damp atmosphere carries coming rain, and promises no one is going to sleep. That 6 o'clock static turns into gold when the twilight pulls two hearts too tight. Unspoken stories waiting to be told. Terrence steps into the heavy night. The tension rises with every street lamp glare, two shadows colliding in the indigo air. Maya fixes her hair in the hallway mirror, smelling sweet exhaust from the boulevard below. Every ticking second makes the pressure clearer, a quiet storm ready to explode and grow. She grabs a leather jacket off the folding chair, heading for the stairwell with a heavy stride. Neither one is interested in playing fair, with so much unspoken feeling kept inside. Her shadow crosses the fourth floor window pane. He takes a slow drag, pulling the night air deep. The thick damp atmosphere carries coming rain, and promises no one is going to sleep. At 6 o'clock static turns into gold when the twilight pulls two hearts too tight. Unspoken stories waiting to be told. Terrence steps into the heavy night. The tension rises with every street lamp glare, two shadows colliding in the indigo air. At the bottom of the land in the iron door creaks, eyes lock in the dim amber street lamp sheen. No need for the speeches that anybody speaks, just the electric space holding fast between. The metropolis recedes to let the rhythm breathe as the evening heat simmers underneath. Terrence drops his keys into his coat pocket. Maya takes a step across the damp concrete. The night snaps shut like a heavy locket. Two figures motionless on a crowded street. A straight regret interrupts the quiet hallway. The city hums low beneath the dark floorboards. You lean against the kitchen counter with an unlit cigarette. Ice melts slow inside a crystal glass. Liquid amber catching the glow of the television screen. Turn to static outside. Headlights trace across the ceiling beams like a tracking shot in a late night drama. Neither of us speaks, but the room is dense with everything left unsaid. The digital clock hits 8:15, digits glow in pale blue. The bass from the lower floor vibrates up through our boots. Every shift in posture carries a silent warning. We are standing in the frame right before the spark catches fire. This evening tension pulls the room tight. Shadows stretch across the drywall as the sun sinks out of sight. We breathe in the heavy air, counting down the space between us. Two figures on the balcony, watching the skyline burn down to black. This evening tension keeps us right on the edge. The ice drops against the bottom of your tumbler with a sharp clink. You pull your heavy jacket over one shoulder. Eye locked on the front door handle. Subway trains rumble 3 floors down. A rhythm pulse through the plaster. Your phone vibrates against the marble tabletop, lighting up the dust mote suspended in midair. A flicker of doubt passes across your eyes, captured in the tall mirror by the hallway arch. This evening tension pulls the room tight. Shadows stretch across the drywall as the sun sinks out of sight. We breathe in the heavy air, counting down the space between us. Two figures on the balcony, watching the skyline burn down to black. This evening tension keeps us right on the edge. Cut to the street below, where wet asphalt reflects red tail lights and long streaks. The elevator bell chimes down the hall, a single ring cutting through the pause. We freeze in place like a pause tape, holding breath in the dim glow light. No words required when the room vibrates with low frequency. The static screen fades to dark gray. A cold breeze pushes the linen curtain inward. One step closer across the rug. The night holds its breath right here. Where does the heat go after 7? The hallway smells like scorched oregano and lavender spray. My thumb drags across a cracked black screen. Notifications stack like unsorted mail on a radiator cover. Somebody in 4B is slamming cabinet doors. Rhythm like a slow kick drum through thin plaster. I count 3 seconds between the ice tray popping in my breath catching, wondering if the guy in the elevator remember my name, or if he just stared at his own scuffed leather boots. The bass line from downstairs hums through the floorboard, sticking syrupy, settling behind my knee joints. Thoughts bending sideways into the shade. Nobody asked for this heavy silence. We just sit in the buzz of the amber bowl, waiting for a text that won't change a thing. That dark blue friction under the skin. We hold our breath till the daylight fades out completely. Static on the couch, shadows leaning in, asking questions that just hang around the room. Late evening tension drifting slow and deep. Too restless to talk, too tired to sleep. My left shoulder aches from holding the receiver too tight earlier. Did I sound offensive when I mentioned the rent? A shadow stretches across the hardwood like spilled tea. I watch the condensation run down a glass of tap water. A clear trail cutting through dust on a varnish. The city outside is just a low hum of tires on wet asphalt. And my thoughts shift to that burnt orange jacket left in your hallway 3 weeks back. Is it still hanging on the knob, or did you throw it in the closet with the rest? Every ticking second feels like a pulled thread. Thoughts bending sideways into the shade. Nobody asked for this heavy silence. We just sit in the buzz of the amber bowl, waiting for a text that won't change a thing. That dark blue friction under the skin. We hold our breath till the daylight fades out completely. Static on the couch, shadows leaning in, asking questions that just hang around the room. Late late evening tension drifting slow and deep. Too restless to talk, too tired to sleep. Unfiltered thoughts floating straight to the ceiling like smoke from a match blown out too soon. Why do we stay in the corners of this room? Tracing the lines where the plaster cracks. No resolution, just the evening taking over. Heavy air holding everything we didn't say. Ice melting slow in the dark. Street lamp flickering twice across the carpet. Where does the heat go? Still no answer in the dark. Just the sub-bass rolling away. Solid steel legs press heavy on the floorboards, anchoring my frame in the 7 o'clock calm. The room holds its breath while the streetlights ignite, casting a dust that feels thick and warm. I look at my hands resting quiet on the desk, thinking of you back in 2015. You were pacing the hall with a panic in your chest, searching for a life you had never seen. The city hums low beneath my window pane, electric and still in the evening air. I'm sending a line through the passing years to the boy who was choking on his own despair. Take a deep breath, you don't have to win tonight. Stop counting the debts you think you owe. The darkness you fear isn't coming to pull you down. It's just where the seeds begin to grow. You make it across every bridge you burn. So drop all that stress off your narrow shoulders. I'm sitting right here in the future you prayed for, smarter and calmer as the evening turns older. Remember that winter when the rent was late? You slept in your coat on a hand-me-down couch. You thought every error was a permanent stain, carrying a grudge that you couldn't put down. Now I pour 2 fingers in a heavy glass, watching the ice slowly melt in the brown. The quiet don't scare me the way that it used to. I wear this silence like a heavy velvet crown. The city hums low beneath my window pane, electric and still in the evening air. I'm sending a line through the passing years to the boy who was choking on his own despair. Take a deep breath, you don't have to win tonight. Stop counting the debts you think you owe. The darkness you fear isn't coming to pull you down. It's just where the seeds begin to grow. You make it across every bridge you burn. So drop all that stress off your narrow shoulders. I'm sitting right here in the future you prayed for, smarter and calmer as the evening turns older. You thought success was a sudden flash of light, a loud ovation in a crowded hall, but it's actually this heavy chair at 8 p.m. knowing you survived when you gave it your all. You don't need to fight every ghost in the room. Just let the night fall, let the bass be slow. The boy that you were paid the price for the man, and I'm holding the piece that you couldn't know. Rest your head now, young blood, the shift is over. The chair holds firm, we made it through. Deep violet neon bleeds across the counter, setting the tone while the ice melts down. You sit 2 stools over with a folded paper jacket, watching the raindrops streak the downtown window. You turn your glass around twice, then catch my eye, asking if the stool beside me belongs to anyone tonight. I shake my head and pull the chair back an inch. You say this city gets too heavy when the dusk hits. We talk about the hours we trade for a paycheck, and how the evening there a strange kind of way. There is a pull in the quiet between two strangers. When the sun drops out and the real work ends, we do not need to drop our actual names yet. Just sitting in the low light, watching where the tension bends. Late evening static hovering on our shoulders, sipping something dark while the clock moves slow. You tell me you almost took the highway out of town. I tell you I almost turned my phone off for good. We laugh short laughs that hit the ceiling tiles. Two tired minds understanding what the other meant. You slide your lighter over, though neither of us smokes. Just something to hold while the silence turns warm. I tilt my head and match the rhythm of your voice. You say this city gets too heavy when the dusk hits. We talk about the hours we trade for a paycheck, and how the evening there holds a strange kind of way. There is a pull in the quiet between two strangers. When the sun drops out and the real work ends, we do not need to drop our actual names yet. Just sitting in the low light, watching where the tension bends. Late evening static hovering on our shoulder, sipping something dark while the clock moves slow. The bartender wipes the wood 3 feet away. Neither one of us makes a move to leave the space. You ask me where I go when the night gets older. I say right here, right where the shadows rest. Violet light dimming on the glass window. You nod slow and pay your own tab. No numbers exchanged, just a heavy calm left behind. Two strangers in the evening glow. Yeah, yesterday you claimed I tap my ring against the glass whenever I get anxious. Now 7:30 hits, the room goes indigo, and you sit across the velvet sofa. A silver lighter rolls off the glass table and rests near your left heel. The bass heavy track from downstairs vibrates through the floorboards twice every second. Your phone vibrates face up, displaying 3 missed calls from a local number. I count 4 ice cubes melting down the water in a half-filled tumbler. You bite your lower lip and pull your sleeves up over your knuckles. The shadow from the balcony rail stretches long across the hardwood. Nobody's talking yet, but every tiny sound carries weight. The radiator clicks once, then twice, into the stillness. This evening tension lives inside the space between us. The hum of the refrigerator, the glowing orange LED on the amplifier. I watch your thumbnail trace the seam of your denim jacket. We keep collecting little details while the dark settles in. Nothing is said out loud, but everything feels loaded. Yeah, a faint line of dust flows through the amber lamplight. You take off your hoop earrings and drop them into your palm with the sharp metallic clink. Yeah, your glass leaves a wet circle on the polished dark oak. A car horn echoes 3 floors below on the avenue. You adjust the gold chain at your collar twice before leaning back. The quiet thickens like humidity right before a sudden storm. You bite your lower lip and pull your sleeves up over your knuckles. The shadow from the balcony rail stretches long across the hardwood. Nobody's talking yet, but every tiny sound carries weight. The radiator clicks once, then twice, into the stillness. This evening tension lives inside the space between us. The hum of the refrigerator, the glowing orange LED on the amplifier. I watch your thumbnail trace the seam of your denim jacket. We keep collecting little details while the dark settles in. Nothing is said out loud, but everything feels loaded. You check your watch, then look up toward the ceiling fan spinning slow. My thumb brushes the edge of the leather cushion, feeling the cool scene. Two streetlights click on outside, casting grid lines through the blinds. Your breath hitches right when the record switches tracks. We both know what comes next, but neither wants to break the cadence. The wet ring on the wood shrinks, the amplifier light glows steady red. Another missed call lights up the screen. You finally look directly at me. Phrase satin lining rubs my knuckles dry. Inside this oversized vintage bomber coat, the evening thickens like warm exhaust outside as sunset bleeds across the brick and smoke. I pulled the metal zip halfway down, feeling each teeth catch against my skin. And suddenly I am back in your hallway now, standing right where the long silence begins. October twilight, our tempers cooling down. Your thumb caught in this exact left sleeve. You were speaking soft about distance and time, while the streetlights hummed into orange glow. I held my breath watching the fabric bunch up, stirring the heat of your hand in the weave below. Now 7 o'clock brings that heavy air back, where every memory spins like a slow track. I trace the scene and I swear you stand near, breathing low against the quiet in my ear. This evening tension pulls me under the tide, keeping every shadow we made alive inside. Smooth rib collar presses tight to my neck, same soft trim you grab when you ask for space. A passing car shakes bass through the window pane, casting sudden red light across my face. I remember how you leaned on the wooden trim, refusing to strip your coat, ready to walk. We traded heavy pauses that weighed a ton, listening to the radiator hiss and knock. You said we were running out of simple days while the sun sank behind the water tower height. I just pulled my hem straight and checked my watch, pretending I was ready for the coming night. Now 7 o'clock brings that heavy air back, where every memory spins like a slow track. I trace the scene and I swear you stand near, breathing low against the quiet in my ear. This evening tension pulls me under the tide, keeping every shadow we made alive inside. It is just polyester and H cotton thread, but it keeps the temperature of the night you fled. Years buried deep, still trapped in the grain, feeling the coarse edge of what could not remain. The sky turns navy, the city street lamps hum. I touched the spot where the stitching came undone. Frayed satin lining on my knuckles tonight. The room cools down, the neon turns bright. I keep the jacket zipped tight. I let the memory stay until the dark swallows what is left of the day. Mm-mm. 8:45 glows digital on the dark marble counter, yeah, in the penthouse apartment that we haven't leased yet. I picture us poured into custom-tailored velvet, watching streetlights ignite like a quiet threat. You will be sipping cold liquor with a subtle grin, counting up the long miles we survived back when. Deep bass from the soundbar vibrating the floor. No more bill collectors knocking at the front door. The city below looks like a circuit board humming. We always knew this exact hour was coming. Dusk pulls the curtains down heavy and steep, holding on to promises we swore we would keep. That evening tension in the high-rise air. We made it out of crowded rooms to somewhere soft, leather jacket hanging by the polished door. We do not have to check the balance on the card no more. A future static crackle in the room, so still, looking at the skyline from our windowsill. I see you adjusting your watch in the dim light. 2032 on a warm November night. No more double shifts of cheap takeout on the floor. Just high ceilings and the view we worked hard for. Yet the same old hunger lingers deep inside your eyes. Even with the luxury under evening skies, we built this heavy calm out of pure ambition, sitting right here in our full fruition. The city below looks like a circuit board humming. We always knew this exact hour was coming. Dust pulls the curtains down heavy and steep, holding on our promises we swore we would keep. That evening tension in the high-rise air. We made it out of crowded rooms to somewhere. Soft leather jacket hanging by the polished door. We do not have to check the balance on the card no more. Future static crackling in the room, so still, looking at the skyline from our windowsill. We will look back on a night like a distant spark, when we sat in small rooms dreaming through the dark. Now the ice clings soft in the heavy crystal glass, watching every broke season finally pass. Tension is not fear now, it is just our pride, knowing everything we wanted is parked right outside. Turns to 8:46 on the wall, far above the noise in the midnight traffic crawl. We hold the keys now, we hold the quiet now, just you and me in the projected glow. A bent silver paper clip rests on the mahogany table. I trace this curved edge with my thumb, trying to keep steady. 7 o'clock pulls the shadows long against the plaster, and every quiet second feels like a heavy weight in my chest. You said you'll be stepping through that front door soon, so I count the rhythm of my heart against the silence. I spin the tiny wire in slow circles on the grain, wondering if I'm ready for the words we left unsaid. The street lamp hums outside the window frame, drying sweat on my palms while I hold my ground. It's not about who wins or takes the blame, it's just this static waiting to break around. Evening tension thick enough to cut with a glass, standing right on the edge of what we used to mask. I hear your footsteps coming up the carpeted flight, holding my breath inside the low amber light. We're gonna talk about the distance we built, we're gonna strip away the pride and the guilt. It's late enough to tell the absolute truth, right here in the shadows of our youth. I slide the paperclip to the edge of the glass coaster, remembering how we spent weeks pretending to grow closer. Now the city hums low beneath our third floor floorboards, and my ego is dropping all its defensive swords. My stomach nods up every time a car door slams below, deciding how much of this heavy heart I ought to show. I don't need a shouting match or a drama scene, just need to figure out what your silence used to mean. The street lamp hums outside the window frame, drying sweat on my palms while I hold my ground. It's not about who wins or takes the blame, it's just this static waiting to break around. Evening tension thick enough to cut with a glass, standing right on the edge of what we used to mask. I hear your footsteps coming up the carpeted flight, holding my breath inside the low amber light. We're gonna gonna talk about the distance we built. We're gonna strip away the pride and the guilt. It's late enough to tell the absolute truth, right here in the shadows of our youth. Maybe I kept my guard up way too high last summer. Maybe I acted like every quiet pause was a bummer. Now the key turns slow in the deadbolt lock, and time stops ticking on the kitchen clock. No place left to run, no clever lines to speak. Just me and the honesty I spent all winter trying to seek. The door clicks open. I let go of the paper clip. The evening air rushes in cold. Here we go. Polyurethane wheels slap the cracked pavement. Right outside your third floor window frame. You haven't moved your shoulders in an hour. Watching Twilight turn the brickwork gray. I brought 2 sodas from the corner store. The silver cans are sweating on your desk. You keep your answers down to single words, hiding whatever is swelling in your chest. The daylight fades but heat clings to the wall. You sit there waiting for the heavy rain to fall. I know that look you give when things get tight. We do not have to fix it all tonight. So loosen your grip on the railing. Let the bass from downstairs shake the room. We spent the whole week running on empty. Now the city is settling into bloom. I'm sitting right here on your floorboards. You don't have to explain a single thing. Just pull the breeze through your lungs and hear what the evening can bring. A garbage truck hydraulic groans below, while you adjust the lamp against the shade. Your phone screen blinks with messages you ignore, counting the small mistakes you think you made. Look at me, man, you're working yourself raw, chasing the standard that nobody set. Put down the calendar, turn off the clock. We aren't finished with our story yet. The street lights flicker one by one in blue. I came across the bridge just to check on you. I know that look you get when things get tight. We do not have to fix it all tonight. So loosen your grip on the railing. Let the bass from downstairs shake the room. We spent the whole week running on empty. Now the city is settling into bloom. I'm sitting right here on your floorboards. You don't have to explain a single thing. Just pull the breeze through your lungs and hear what the evening can bring. We used to talk until the sky turned white, dreaming up lies we thought we had to build. Now we just carry the weight of 30 years, wondering if any glass gets filled. But I still recognize the brother in your eyes underneath all that quiet, stubborn pride. The street below is turning slow and deep. Kick off your shoes before you try to sleep. I am right here until the tension breaks. Take all the time it takes. Sweet menthol and heartbreak dust coat the breeze as Elijah leans against the rusted iron fence. Renee adjusts a jacket, checking for her keys. The 7 p.m. silence feels unusually dense. Neither one has spoken since they crossed the avenue. A heavy bassline echoes from her passing tinted sedan. She drags a fingernail along her phone screen blue. He shifts his weight and wonders where the fire began. The street lamp flickers on above their heads. The air grows cold, the sidewalk turns to glass. They hang on words that both of them left unsaid, just waiting for the evening strain to pass. When Elijah leaves the engine running slow and Renee holds her chin up to the dark, there is a pull they cannot quite let go. A sudden static burning from a spark between the quiet curb and 8:15. They trade the heavy glances through the steam, too proud to pull away, too tired to wait, caught in the shadow of a changing dream. Her cocoa butter lotion mixes with the rain that starts to drizzle softly on the hood. He pulls a worn-out silver lighter from his chain and stands right where his father always stood. She turns her shoulder sideways, looking down the street, her dark curls catching halogen and gold. They know every mistake before the two repeat, a story older than the neighborhood is told. The street lamp flickers on above their heads. The air grows cold, the sidewalk turns to glass. They hang on words that both of them left unsaid, just waiting for the evening strain to pass. When Elijah leaves the engine running slow and Renee holds her chin up to the dark, there is a pull they cannot quite let go. A sudden static burning from a spark between the quiet curb and 8:15. They trade their heavy glances through the steam, too proud to pull away, too tired to wait, caught in the shadow of a changing dream. He opens up the driver door and hesitates inside. She takes 3 steps toward the brick facade. The distance between broken hearts is 40 inches wide. A quiet standoff underneath the eyes of God. No raised voices, no dramatic scene, just 2 young shadows frozen in between. The exhaust pipe hums a low harmonicking. Renee pulls her collar tight against her throat. Elijah taps the wheel while sitting all alone, watching her reflection on the wet asphalt coat. One short realization punctures the static gloom as you lean against the kitchen counter looking away. The refrigerator hums low beneath our breathing. Amber streetlight cuts through the blinds and thin ribbons. I remember the exact phrase you dropped last winter, and the quiet suddenly feels heavy with unspoken weight. Your glass tilts slightly, ice tapping against the crystal. Neither of us willing to make the next move. Steam rises off the high asphalt outside. Shadows stretch across the hardwood floor. We are holding back every word that matters, waiting for someone to break the score. Parallel lines on the leather couch, 2 inches apart but a mile away tonight. The evening tension pulls us closer to the edge, drowning in the cool indigo light. We do not speak, but the room is getting loud, caught in the pool of a heavy evening crowd. Yeah, you unthread a loose seam on your dark jacket cuff, eyes fixed on the flickering blue light on the speaker. A bass line from the street below vibrates the window pane. Every second stretched thin like pulling fine wire. The sudden thought still echoes in my mind. We were never good at walking away in time. Parallel lines on the leather couch, 2 inches apart but a mile away tonight. The evening tension pulls us closer to the edge, drowning in the cool indigo light. We do not speak, but the room is getting loud, caught in the pool of a heavy evening crowd. The clock ticks past 8:45. Condensation drips down the tall glass. If I cross this room, if I touch your arm, do we rewrite the ending like smoke in air. Indigo shadows slowly fill the hallway. 2 glasses left unfinished on the table. We stay frozen in this heavy pulse, waiting until the night makes us sable. What keeps the ceiling from falling down? When the sub shakes the floorboards, I ask myself while watching ice melt down the side of a plastic cup. Is it love or just convenience holding these 4 walls together? My phone buzzes twice against the glass table, but I let it vibrate out. The bass bump through the drywall feels like an irregular heartbeat. 7:35 and the sky outside looks like a bruised plum. I count 3 missed calls from a number I deleted back in April. My thumb moves on instinct, scrolling through photos I should have erased. The air gets heavy when the sun dips behind the highway overpass. Every small sound amplified, every thought wearing a thicker coat. I hear the elevator groan 3 floors down, coming up slow. Are you coming over, or am I just talking to the shadow on the rug? Even tension thick enough to cut with the dull button knife. We bounce between the silence and the beat dropping low. Thoughts racing past the speed limit, nowhere left to turn off. Is this what we wanted, or just the only room open tonight? Holding our breath till the street light flickers on the wall, soul on the wire, floating through the dusk without a safety net. Did anybody ever figure out where all the spent energy goes? I trace a circular stain on the kitchen counter with my index finger. Ice cubes clinking, scent lines melting into the humidity. Your jacket hangs on the back of the dining chair like a spectator. I wonder if you are thinking about the argument in the parking lot last Tuesday, or if you are just listening to the snare drum snap beat against the kick. My mind jumps to rent payments, then to your mouth, then to the rain outside. No transition, just raw tape cuts and unpolished takes. The air gets heavy when the sun dips behind the highway overpass. Every small sound amplified, every thought wearing a thicker coat. I hear the elevator groan 3 floors down, coming up slow. Are you coming over, or am I just talking to the shadow on the rug? Evening tension thick enough to cut with the dull button knife. We bounce between the silence and the beat dropping low. Thoughts racing past the speed limit, nowhere left to turn off. Is this what we wanted, or just the only room open tonight? Holding our breath till the street light flickers on the wall, soul on the wire, floating through the dusk without a safety net. Maybe the answer does not exist. Maybe it is just the hum of the fridge. Maybe we are both terrified of what happens when the beat stops entirely. I shift my weight on the couch cushion, spring squeaking soft. A sudden urge to walk to the corner store and buy nothing at all, just to feel the cool air hit my face before I break down. Stream running clear, stream running muddy, all in the same breath. What keeps the ceiling up, really? Just tension and timber holding on. 7:48 now. The beat fades out, but the room stays vibrating. Still waiting for something to snap. Still sitting in the dark. The heavy leather armchair anchors the floor. Holding down every mistake I couldn't ignore. 8 p.m. shadows creeping over the frame. While I write down your name, kid, I write down your name. You were 19, bro, sweating in the summer heat, bouncing fake checks just to get something to eat, thinking every closed door was a personal spite. Staying away, praying for a stroke of luck at night. The city thumps outside with the low baseline groove. Evening tension rising, got nothing left to prove. If this ink could travel backward through the dark, I tell you where to throw the flame and where to save the spark. Stop holding your breath like the sky gonna drop. The world doesn't end when the bass drum stops. You made it through the fever, you survived the day. I'm the future you were scared you'd never get. So put down the pride and let the evening settle in. We're sitting on the throne where the struggles used to spin. I know you hated every silence in that studio room, watching notices slip inside the hall in the gloom. You thought toughness meant never letting anyone close, so you ended up hurting the ones who loved you the most. Look at me now, I got a place on the hill, but I still drink cheap coffee when the late hours get still. You didn't have to carry every burden by yourself. That pride you kept guarded was just dust on a shelf. Hold your breath like the sky gonna drop. The world doesn't end when the bass drum stops. You made it through the fever, you survived the day. I'm the future you were scared you never get. So put down the pride and let the evening settle in. We're sitting on the throne where the struggles used to spin. Hear the streetlights hum as the twilight turns deep. The tension in your shoulders is a secret you can keep. I forgive you for the nights that you thought you were weak. Ooh, forgive you for the words that you were too proud to speak. The chair holds my weight and the floor holds the chair, and I swear to you, little brother, we made it right there. 8:35, the city glows blue. Sending this note down the line back to you. Relax your jaw, kid, unclench your fists. We survived everything you thought we missed. Smoky indigo, halogen washes the stoop where you stay, counting coins for the late night loop. I sit 3 steps down with my collar pulled high, watching streetlights flicker as the buses roll by. You ask if the 24 line still runs. I point toward the sign where the grease stain lies. You laugh soft and low like you expected the worst. Saying nighttime city schedules are quiet. Curse between your damn coat and my heavy boots. The quiet hums like electric roots. We do not know names, we do not ask why. Just 2 tired minds under twilight sky. This evening tension holds us right in place. A 30-second refuge in a crowded space. You pull out a smoke, offer one to me. We speak in short phrases set at 23. Nothing to hide and nothing to prove. Just waiting for the city gears to move. You say you just walked from a shift on Main, wiping off grease stains from a window pane. I tell you my apartment has a leaking radiator, and my boss wants a project done 3 days later. You nod like you lived every word I said, exhaling white smoke right above your head. It is strange how a stranger gets the sharpest part of the heavy little thoughts inside a weary heart. Between your damn coat and my heavy boots, the quiet hums like electric roots. We do not know names, we do not ask why. Just 2 tired minds under twilight sky. This evening tension holds us right in place. A 30-second refuge in a crowded space. You pull out a smoke, offer one to me. We speak in short phrases set at 23. Nothing to hide and nothing to prove. Just waiting for the city gears to move. Headlights cut through the indigo mist. Yellow bus, brake lights, top the destination list. You stand up slow, brushing dust off your knee. Look back once like you are checking on me. No numbers exchanged, no lingering hands. Just 2 passing shadows making quiet plans. The doors hiss open and you step inside, leaving me behind in the cool late tide. Smoky indigo halogen stays on the stoop. Another quiet night on the urban loop. Yeah. Yesterday you said my voice drops every time the shadows stretch past 5. The radiator clicks 3 quick times. A lukewarm seltzer sits on the tile floor. You chew the plastic tip or your stylus pen. The yellow bus rattles down 44th Street. A faint seam rips along my denim cuff. The room cools down while we avoid the main point. Electric currents hum in the wall sockets. You shift your ankles and cross them twice. A heavy bass line vibrates through the floor below. We sit right where the light turns amber. This evening tension hangs between our shoulders. I count the tiny scratches on the glass table. Your phone screen flickers with a delayed text. Every small detail feels twice as loud tonight. We hold our breath until the streetlights kick on. This evening tension keeps us in our seats. The lemon peel curls in your empty mug. A red tail light flashes across your cheekbone. I notice how you double check the door latch. The fan overhead swings in slow circles. 2 ice cubes melt into a pale amber puddle. Your ring catches the reflection of the fridge bowl. Neither of us moves to turn the key. We let the quiet grow its own weight. This evening tension hangs between our shoulders. I count the tiny scratches on the glass table. Your phone screen flickers with a delayed text. Every small detail feels twice as loud tonight. We hold our breath until the streetlights kick on. This evening tension keeps us in our seats. A paper receipt fluttered down to the rug. The digital clock jumps to 6:48. You swallow hard and clear your throat once. I trace the frayed seam on my left sleeve. Nobody is ready to speak the truth yet. So we catalog every single thing in this room. 6:54 and the shade stays down. Your fingernail taps the wooden armrest. Just small details staying right here. Just small details before 7 p.m. Woven, waffling it tugs against my wrist as I pull the sleeves down. 7 o'clock, shadow creeping in, streetlights buzzing in this late spring town. The same thermal shirt you left hanging on my closet door 2 years back. I catch myself rubbing the seams, watching the dashboard screen flicker black. The air inside the sedan gets heavy before the rain even starts to fall. One glance at your name in my recents brings back every loud midnight call. We used to sit right here with the heater blowing hot on our boots, tearing down everything we built just to find where we planted the roots. Now the evening holds its breath like it knows what I'm about to say. And every thread on this cuff keeps pulling me right back to that day. It's the same thick air, same silence on the radio dial. You pulled in my sweater back then just to stretch out a fake little smile. Now the sun drops low and the city turns a faded shade of red. I'm replaying every single quiet threat we left unsaid. Tension in the atmosphere, static on the waffle weave. Why does every quiet dusk ask me why I let you leave? I remember how your acrylics picked at the loose threads right by my thumb. We spent 3 hours sitting in the driveway, letting our fingers go numb. You said my pride was thicker than the cotton wrapped around my spine. I said you were looking for an exit and just waiting on a sign. Now I'm parked outside the corner store, watching the halogen blink. The fabric still smells like your sandalwood, sharper than I like to think. It's the same thick air, same silence on the radio dial. You pulled in my sweater back then just to stretch out a fake little smile. Now the sun drops low and the city turns a faded shade of red. I'm replaying every single quiet threat we left unsaid. Tension in the atmosphere, static on the waffle weave. Why does every quiet dusk ask me why I let you leave? Friction builds up slow when either side is willing to fold. I rolled the window down an inch just to catch catch something cold. The memory hits like heavy wool, soaking up a sudden shower. We fought about nothing at all, but we fought for an hour. Now I roll the cuff up tight, try to shake the ghost away, but the evening holds the charge of everything we couldn't pay. Coarse cotton under my palms, streetlights flickering on. The dusk settles thick tonight. You're still gone, just a static on the weave, just the way we couldn't breathe. 718 burns red against the plaster in the bedroom that we haven't rented yet. I picture us counting down the hours faster, pouring cheap wine while the city settles in wet. You will wear that oversized gray sweater, leaning back against the velvet headboard frame. We won't even care if things get better, just breathing in the quiet of your name. I can see the steam rising off the tea, low bass humming through the floorboards down below. Everything we fought for finally let us be, even if the air outside is heavy with the snow. That future evening tension holds the room. Two glasses sitting right beside the sink. No need to chase away the heavy bloom, or say out loud the things we used to think. Just skin on skin under the dimmed out lights, a silent truce we finally got right. I imagine how your laugh will sound back then. Keep it calmer like you let the armor fall. We won't linger on the places where we've been, or the shadows hanging tall against the hall. You will check your phone once and lay it flat, slide off your ring and leave it on the glass. No long explanations about where we're at, just watching evening traffic slowly pass. It hasn't happened, but I feel the weight of how we will sit together in that space. No urgent words, no arguing with fate, just leaning in to touch your sleeping face. The electric hum of lights across the bay, washing all our old regrets away. That future evening tension holds the room. Two glasses sitting right beside the sink. No need to chase away the heavy bloom, or say out loud the things we used to think. Just skin on skin under the dimmed out lights, a silent truce we finally got right. Seven 18 burns red into the dark, a promised moment waiting in the cold. We leave our heavy coats beside the mark and step into the story yet untold. A chipped enamel coaster holds the condensed drops from my drink. The bass knocks low from the speaker in the corner, slow and thick. I watch you lean back, pulling soft silk across your shoulder. Every minute in this apartment gets 5 degrees warmer. I keep my hands flat on the veneer to steady my pulse. We haven't said a word in 20 minutes, but it's not false. It's just that heavy kind of quiet where the rhythm fills the blanks. I count the ice cubes shifting as the glass slowly sinks. My phone screen flashes once, then dies out, face down. The city lights outside are blurred into a golden brown. I can feel your eyes tracing the shadow on my collar. We both know where this heads if we wait another hour. There is a low frequency humming right beneath this floor. It pulls you in tension that we cannot just ignore. I don't need to speak a sentence when the room is this tight. Just let the beat take over the rest of the night. Heavy atmosphere settling down into our skin. This is where the real conversation begins. You pour another inch of dark right into your tumbler. The ice hits the glass and the sound makes me stumble. In my mind I am already 3 steps ahead of where we sit. Your breathing matches the tempo. Every single hit, no need for loud talk, no need for polite small talk either. We are suspended right here in the thick evening fever. I bite my lower lip and watch your fingers tap the wood. If I move any closer, I am done for good. My phone screen flashes once, then dies out, face down. The city lights outside are blurred into a golden brown. I can feel your eyes tracing the shadow on my collar. We both know where this heads if we wait another hour. There is a low frequency humming right beneath this floor. It pulls you in tension that we cannot just ignore. I don't need to speak a sentence when the room is this tight. Just let the beat take over the rest of the night. Heavy atmosphere settling down into our skin. This is where the real conversation begins. It's late enough for honesty, too early to call asleep. The baseline drags its feet through promises we ought to keep. I shift my chair 2 inches closer across the rug. The room collapses inward like a quiet, heavy hug. Nothing left to analyze, nothing left to hide. Just this evening tension pulling us inside. There's a low frequency humming beneath this floor. It pulls you in tension that we cannot just ignore. I don't need to speak a sentence when the room is this tight. Just let the beat take over the rest of the night. Heavy atmosphere settling down into our skin. This is where the real conversation begins. Chip coaster under the glass, ice melting slow. The bass drops low. We let the evening take its time. A hydraulic screech echoing off brick walls signals the last crosstown bus. You lean your shoulders back against the porch railing and unbutton your cuffs. 9 hours of answering to someone else finally fades out into the dark. I watch you spin that empty aluminum can, waiting for the evening to start. Your phone screen lights up 3 times in a row, but you leave it flipped down. The heavy static in your head is slowly settling over the neighborhood sounds. You do not have to fix every broken thing before the sun goes down tonight. Just pull your coat a little tighter and watch the traffic lights cycle green to red. The shift is over now. We got nowhere else we need to run. Pull up a seat beside me on these steps and let the bass line roll. You spent the whole day giving away pieces of a tired soul. Now the air is cooling down and the street noise belongs to us. Drop your worries right where you stand, brother. We do not need to rush. This evening tension is just space waiting for us to breathe. Yeah. Remember back when we thought 25 meant having everything figured out. Now you just laugh into your drink, shaking off another layer of doubt. The bass from the corner bodega rattles the window pane 2 doors down. You're not along to the offbeat rhythm, taking back your own crown. No pitch decks, no overdue notices, no polite smiles left to fade. Just 2 old friends on a Tuesday night, counting the steps we did not take. You do not have to fix every broken thing before the sun goes down tonight. Just pull your coat a little tighter and watch the traffic lights cycle green to red. The shift is over now. We got nowhere else we need to roll up a seat beside me on these steps and let the bass line roll. You spent the whole day giving away pieces of your tired soul. Now the air is cooling down and the street noise belongs to us. Drop your worries right where you stand, brother, we do not need to rush. This evening tension is just space waiting for us to breathe. Let the street lamps wash over the pavement like a slow warm flood. You carried the weight of the whole week like it was in your blood. Look at me, man, you made it through the fire once again. The night is young enough to shelter whatever strength you have left to lend. The bus air brakes hiss one last time down at the avenue. Your hands stop shaking, the street goes soft. Pull up a seat beside me. We are good right here. Warmer, Megan damp leather drift down the narrow hall as Damon steps past the radiator, shedding the daytime weight. The bass from a passing coupe rattles his window glass, a low heavy groove that aligns with the pulse in his chest. He turns the faucet knob, letting cold water hit his wrist, watching the city outside trade gray haze for velvet purple shadows. His phone buzzes twice on the kitchen counter, a text from Maya asking if he wants to catch the late set downtown. Yeah. He checks the shadow stretched long across the hardwood floor. The evening hum begins to loosen every tightly wound thread. He shakes out his shoulders, feeling the momentum shift from 6 p.m. patience to 8 p.m. electric speed. The neighborhood wakes up right when the neon clicks on. Damon steps out onto the fire escape to breathe the cooling air. Street lights flicker, catching the amber in his eyes. He feels the night pulse rising through the pavement tiles. It is a subtle charge, a quiet fire taking hold, turning mundane hours into something refined and bold. He selects a dark wool jacket from the closet rack, sprays a touch of sandalwood along his collar line. Downstairs on the corner, the food truck fills the block with roasted garlic, smoke and chatter under plastic awnings. He nods to the elder sitting on the brownstone steps, exchanging unspoken quiet respect as the rhythm takes over. No need to rush the pace when the night belongs to him. Every street corner holds a spark waiting to ignite. Wakes up right when the neon clicks on. Damon steps out onto the fire escape to breathe the cooling air. Street lights flicker, catching the amber in his eyes. He feels the night pulse rising through the pavement tiles. It is a subtle charge, a quiet fire taking hold, turning mundane hours into something refined and bold. Shadows stretch long against the brick facade. Damon pulls his keys from his pocket, counting every stride. The tempo of the block speeds up while everything else slows down. He lives inside this golden hour where the city wears its crown. From orange to steady white, Damon blends into the tide of people moving downtown. The evening tension balances right on the edge of the groove. He walks forward, letting the bass line dictate the move. A rogue impulse breaks the heavy hush. Inside the dashboard's low amber glow. You rest your cheek against the icy tint, watching street lamps bleed out far below. The engine idles at a low 60 hertz hum, a half-smoked cigarette dying in the tray. Neither of us speaks on where we went wrong or what we lost along the highway today. Baselines tremble through the velvet seats. Tail lights paint your silhouette in red. We are holding back 100 words that neither one of us else has ever said. Shadows stretch across the leather dash, evening tension floating in the dark. We sit in silence while the city burns, waiting for a flame to find a spark. Two hearts stalled out in a parked car, watching streetlights flicker one by one. Evening tension in the atmosphere, knowing what is finished and undone. Your thumb traces the seam on your jeans, a golden wristwatch ticking near your wrist. Outside, the rain starts misting on the hood, blurring every exit that we missed. You shift your posture, glance toward the glass, breath leaving fog on the cold partition. We built a fortress out of quiet rooms, stuck between a promise and decision. Shadows stretch across the leather dash, evening tension floating in the dark. We sit in silence while the city burns, waiting for a flame to find a spark. Two hearts stalled up in a parked car, watching streetlights flicker one by one. Evening tension in the atmosphere, knowing what is finished and undone. Red brake lights from the overhead bridge cast long ribbons on the dashboard screen. I reach to adjust the heater dial, passing through the space that lies between. No elevated voices, no sudden turns, just the heavy air we share tonight. We know the truth without a single sound, caught inside the amber dashboard light. Engine hums low, street lamps bleed red, words left in the dark unsaid. Why does the room get smaller every time dusk hits? My shadow stretches across the hardwood floor like an overdue debt. Ice melts in the glass on the nightstand, rhythmic dripping. I should call back, I should turn the kitchen faucet off. The city outside is changing its tone, switching gears from hustle to whisper. My collarbone feels tight, air heavy like wet denim. Thinking about what you said at 4 p.m. about momentum, or was it about distance? I keep rolling this copper coin over my knuckles, heads up, tails down. Nobody answers when the light dips below, the tires shout down the block. Tension thick in the hallway, subwoofer hum from 3 floors down, shaking my ankles. I don't know if I'm waiting for a text or an apology, or just the sky to settle completely into dark. This evening energy got a grip on my chest, holding my breath while the shadows beware. Stream of thoughts running fast, feet running slow, wondering where all the unsaid words go. Clock hits 7, the pressure starts to rise. I can see the evening static right behind your eyes. We don't talk about it, we just feel the pull. Empty apartment, but the air is full. Keyboards clack across the courtyard, someone closing the laptop. I forgot to wash the glass pot, cold dark roast at the bottom. Remember when we used to drive till the gas light blinked? Now I sit here counting ceiling cracks, searching for missing links. My pulse is bumping 90 beats a minute for no real reason, just a sudden shift in the season, just the air getting cold. Shoulder blades locked up, mind spinning gold out of gravel, watching the loose threads on this throw pillow unravel. Did you mean it when you said I overthink the silence? Or is silence just noise with the volume turned down? Footsteps on the stairs, stopping at my door, then moving past. Nothing in this twilight feels like it was built to last. I take a breath, the cold air through the window screen, stuck right in the middle of what was and what could have been. The tension hums like a live wire underneath the floor. This evening energy got a grip on my chest, holding my breath while the the shadows bleed west. Stream of thoughts running fast, feet running slow, wondering where all the unsaid words go. Clock hits 7, the pressure starts to rise. I can see the evening static right behind your eyes. We don't talk about it, we just feel the pull. Empty apartment, but the air is full. Dusk settling down completely now. Baseline from downstairs finally fading. Still no answer to the question, just the streetlights turning orange outside. Just a heavy room. Yeah. Dense walnut legs dig into hardwood. Holding all 82 kilos I bring home tonight. I pull a yellow pad across my knee, staring at the shadow of the street lamp outside. Yeah, 19-year-old Marcus, you were so damn frantic, running through the rain just to prove your shoes were wet. You thought every late bill was the end of the world, and every cold look was a promise you regret. Take a breath right there on that linoleum floor. You don't need to yell to make them hear you at the door. The city turns blue around 9 o'clock. Bass bumps slow from a park sedan on the block. I know your knuckles hurt from clenching both your fists, so I'm writing down the things you missed. Stop counting miles you haven't walked yet, and stop buying pride you can't afford to keep. The world won't collapse if you put down a pencil. The world won't forget you if you turn off and sleep. Yeah, we made it to 30 with a few soft scars, watching evening street lights turn to distant stars. You were always so afraid of standing still, but trust me, the motion never leaves your will. That girl in the denim jacket with the silver ring, let her walk away. Man, she isn't what you need. You wasted 3 summers trying to bend your frame to fit into a picture where you couldn't even breathe. And that demo tape you burnt on your cousin's tower, nobody played it, but it built your spine. Every late hour spent in that damp basement room was just paying rent on this peace of mind. Look at me sitting in this heavy armchair, breathing clean air, no ghosts in my hair. The city turns blue around 9 o'clock. Bass bumps slow from a park sedan on the block. I know your knuckles hurt from clenching both your fists, so I'm writing down the things you missed. Stop counting miles you haven't walked yet, and stop buying pride you can't afford to keep. The world won't collapse if you put down the pencil. The world won't forget you if you turn off and sleep. We made it to 30 with a few soft scars, watching evening street lights turn to distant stars. You were always so afraid of standing still, but trust me, the motion never leaves your will. You thought success was a loud applause, a sudden eruption without any cause. It's actually this quiet after 8 p.m., knowing who you are when you look at them. I'm sending this note through the dust back to you. Drop your shoulders, kid, you'll make it through. Stop counting miles you haven't walked yet, and stop buying pride you can't afford to keep. The world won't collapse if you put down the pencil. The world won't forget you if you turn off and sleep. We made it to 30 with a few soft scars, watching evening street lights turn to distant stars. You were always so afraid of standing still, but trust me, the motion never leaves your will. The chair holds steady under all this weight. Nothing was wasted even when we were late. Fold the paper down, put the pen away. You did alright, kid, you did alright today. Yeah. Bruised plum fluorescent beam spills past the metal awning, casting long narrow trails along the cold damp concrete. You lean back on the railing, watching the street lamps flicker, asking if I got a flame to spare for your last smoke. I pull the silver ladder from my right pocket, strike the flint twice before the small flare catches. You cup your hands around mine to guard against the wind. Your knuckles brush with dust, your eyes quiet and watchful. 8 p.m. atmosphere humming through the brick walls. We don't know each other's names, but the air is heavy. You ask me why I'm standing out here by myself tonight. I tell you that the noise inside was getting far too loud. Late hour static, pulling two orbits close together. Words falling slow between the exhale smoke rings. You say everybody in this city is running from something. I just nod my head because you put it into words. No history between us, just this slow evening tension, holding down the space before we vanish in the dark. You tap the glowing ember against the iron post, mentioning who missed the last train, heading down south. I tell you there's a diner 3 blocks west that stays open, where the coffee is dark and nobody asks your business. You laugh a soft low rasp that settles in the air, saying you might walk that way if I'm headed there. To a stranger I was strange and knows the exact tone to use when the rest of the world has been shouting all day. 8 p.m. atmosphere humming through the brick walls. We don't know each other's names, but the air is heavy. You ask me why I'm standing out here by myself tonight. I tell you that the noise inside was getting far too loud. Late hour static, pulling two orbits close together. Words falling slow between the exhaled smoke rings. You say everybody in this city is running from something. I just nod my head because you put it into words. No history between us, just this slow evening tension, holding down the space before we vanish in the dark. 5 minutes ago, you were just a silhouette in the doorway. Now your shadow matches mine on the wet asphalt. You don't ask my backstory, I don't ask for yours. We just share the quiet strain of surviving the week. The city keeps breathing, iron wheels grinding far off, while we stand right here balancing on the edge of the night. The plum light fades out as the shop sign switches off. You drop the cigarette, but crushing it with your boot. Which way are you walking? You ask me real low. I turn toward the corner and you fall into step. Yeah. Yesterday you told me my silence was like a warning before the storm. I count 3 blue drops on the kitchen towel, water dripping slow from the filter spout. Your phone screen blinks with the group chat name, face up beside a half-drained pint. The radiator hums its low C minor tune, trapping humid dust inside the curtain folds. I watch you twist a silver ring around your thumb, metal against skin, a quiet rhythmic drag. It is 6:45 and the room stays dim. Nobody reaches out to flip the switch. Every little detail takes up too much room, stretching out the space between our knees. Evening tension heavy on the sofa arm, ice cubes shrinking down in a glass of rye. A burnt match sitting on a coaster edge, a shadow growing longer as the hours die. We talk around the edges of the real thing, noticing the dust specks floating through the air. Evening tension hanging like a static charge, waiting for the first spark anywhere. The ice bucket sweats on the side table. Oh, you pick at the fray on your denim cuff. A food delivery truck idling in the alleyway. cast the orange light across the whitewashed ceiling. You shift your ankles, crossing left over right. I spot a missing button on your jacket hem. We keep taking inventory of the furniture just to avoid looking each other in the eye. It is 7:15 and the shadow moves. Nobody speaks up to break the spell. Every small sound amplified tonight. A clock tick louder than a chapel bell. Evening tension heavy on the sofa arm. Ice cubes shrinking down in a glass of rye. A burnt match sitting on a coaster edge. A shadow growing longer as the hours die. We talk around the edges of the real thing, noticing the dust specks floating through the air. Evening tension hanging like a static charge, waiting for the first spark anywhere. A dog barks twice down on 4th Street. A refrigerator compressor kicks into gear. Your breath catches right on the second beat. The distance between us is less than a foot, yet it feels like a highway stretching out for miles. The Bluetooth speaker power light fades out. Your keys clink soft against the glass bowl. Yesterday's words still linger in the dark. 6 words left hanging before you leave. Brush cashmere collar catches my jawline as the orange sky fades out to charcoal gray. Sitting on the stoop while the bass vibrates from a trunk riding low 3 blocks away. This coat still smells like your apartment air. Close cigarettes and cheap vanilla tea. I pull the fabric tight around my throat, rewinding back to winter 23. The city slow cooks in the twilight warm. Shadows stretch across the concrete floor. Every beat drop pulls me back in time to the night you locked the bedroom door. We had energy we couldn't name, spilling over like an unmade bed. Now I'm caught inside the quiet space, replaying every word you never said. Evening tension heavy in the air. Flashbacks rising from the threads I wear. We build a fire out of temporary sparks. Now I am standing alone in the dark. Got the low end thumping through my chest, trying hard to get the past to rest. Evening tension taking over me, trapped inside a fading memory. Course ribbon on my cuffs holds the moisture of a rainy Tuesday when you called it quits. We were driving slow past the late night spot, watching streetlights turn to neon bits. You kept pulling at your sweater hem, nervous habit when you had to lie. I can still feel how the atmosphere turned cold underneath that fading August sky. Evening tension heavy in the air. Flashbacks rising from the threads I wear. We build a fire out of temporary sparks. Now I am standing alone in the dark. Got the low end thumping through my chest, trying hard to get the past to rest. Evening tension taking over me, trapped inside a fading memory. I turn the collar up against the breeze, feeling every weave against my skin. Dusk is settling down upon the neighborhood and I do not know where to begin. Was it real or just a late night high? When the kick drum washed our troubles out, now the silence hits like sub-bass hums, filling up this empty street with doubt. Brush cashmere collar against my chin. Nighttime creeping softly in. Birds remember what we used to be. Evening tension setting me free. Just a ghost in the street lamplight fading into the night. 936 gleams, soft on the dashboard. Low bass vibrating through the floorboards. You haven't said a word in 20 miles. Just leaning back, watching city lights and files. I picture us in 2035, sitting on a porch where the hydrangeas thrive. Older hands holding 2 warm mugs of tea, wondering if you still look at me this way silently. The air between us holds a heavy weight. Not anger, just the shadow of our fate. We drive through yellow lights that turn to red, replaying every word we never said. Fast forward to a quiet room, where time doesn't feel like a heavy broom, sweeping away every midnight hour we spent trying to translate what the silence meant. If we survive the tension in this car, will we still know who the hell we are? I see us pouring wine at 43. No traffic noise, no city anxiety. Your hair pulled back, a line around your eyes. No need for mid-20s foolish alibis. We talk about tonight like an old movie scene. The quiet at the radio playing in between. How close we came to pulling off the road and dropping every heavy thing we told. Fast forward to a quiet room, where time doesn't feel like a heavy broom, sweeping away every midnight hour we spent trying to translate what the silence meant. If we survive the tension in this car, will we still know who the hell we are? Right now the engine hums a muted key. You were just a vent and look away from me. I project the future where the friction thins, and we remember where the peace begins. I hold that picture tight behind my brow to get us through the static in the night. 9:30s east turns into 9:45. We're still moving, still keeping it alive. Fast forward to a quiet room, just you and me past the evening gloom. Just you and me when the tension clears. A tarnished brass light is right by my glass. The flame wheel is stiff, but the spark always catches fast. Outside, 7:30 paints the alley in rust. I watch my own knuckles turn white from the pressure and dust. There is a draft sitting saved in my phone. 4 lines of cold honesty I haven't shown. My pulse hits my throat like a heavy bass drop. I keep holding my breath, waiting for something to stop. The city is dimming, the streetlights click on. I measure the distance between here and gone. One quick decision could ruin the quiet we built. Is it pride keeping me grounded, or just early guilt? Somebody has to break first, somebody has to speak up. The ice is melting down the water in my tumbler and cup. This evening tension is thick enough to slice with a card. Staying silent used to be easy, now it's getting so hard. I watch the shadows stretch across the mahogany grain. We built a palace out of quiet, now it's dripping with strain. I thumb the flint wheel until my skin turns red, replaying every single word that you never said. You left your house keys right beside the lamp. The autumn air leaking through the frame feels damp. I could call your phone, let it ring twice, then hang up. I could drown the whole situation in the paper cup, but I am 30 years deep in this habit of pride, packing every rough feeling where the darkness can hide. City is dimming, the streetlights click on. I measure the distance between here and gone. One quick decision could ruin the quiet we built. Is it pride keeping me grounded, or just early guilt? Somebody has to break first, somebody has to speak up. The ice is melting down the water in my tumbler and cup. This evening tension is thick enough to slice with a card. Staying silent used to be easy, now it's getting so hard. I watch the shadows stretch across the mahogany grain. We built a palace out of quiet, now it's dripping with strain. 8 o'clock clock hits like a hammer on wood. I would rewrite the narrative if I only could. My reflection in the window looks tense and tired. Every nerve under my skin feels short-circuited and wired. Do I hit send or delete the whole page? Is this maturity or just refined inner rage? The brass lighter flickers once, then dies out, leaving me sitting in the shadow of doubt. Just me in the quiet, just me on the edge. The phone stays dark on the table edge. Yeah. Distant air breaks hiss through open blinds, shaking the glass while the sky turns slate. You drop your lanyard by the kitchen sink, carrying the weight of a 10-hour day with a computer screen that drained your soul. Sit on the couch, let your heels kick free. The city outside starts to change its code, and you do not have to explain yourself to me. Listen to the bass from the avenue, rolling through the floorboards thick and slow. You have been holding your breath all day, now it is time to let the tension go. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. We are not running for nobody's cloud. When the sun dips down past the corner store, we take back the hours on our own block. Pour something cold, turn the dimmers low. You made it through the fire, man, you made it home. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. You do not have to carry this room alone. A delivery bike clicks its kickstand down, echoing clear off the asphalt below. You check your notifications one last time, then flip the screen over, letting it go. I see the dent with the collar pinch, the quiet exhaustion behind your eyes. We spent our 20s chasing distant checks, now we just appreciate the quiet skies. Listen to the bass from the avenue, rolling through the floorboards thick and slow. You have been holding your breath all day, now it is time to let the tension go. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. We are not running for nobody's clock. When the sun dips down past the corner store, we take back the hours on our own block. Pour something cold, turn the dimmers low. You made it through the fire, man, you made it home. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. Yeah. You do not have to carry this room alone. The city gets loud when the workday dies, sirens and speakers and laughter streetwide. You were always the one holding everyone up, so put down the armor you keep inside. Right here, right now, we just breathe the beat. Let the dust wash over these tired feet. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. We are not running for nobody's clock. When the sun dips down past the corner store, we take back the hours on our own block. Pour something cold, turn the dimmers low. You made it through the fire, man, you made it home. Shake the shift off your sleeves tonight. You do not have to carry this room alone. Outside the streetlights flicker alive, the rhythm kicks in real smooth and slow. Unclench your jaw, man, rest your shoulders back. We got nowhere else we need to go. Roasted chicory and fresh rain linger along the narrow stretch of 7th Avenue. Marcus stands beneath the diner awning, counting the red tail lights cutting through the blue. The humidity settles thick over his jersey, unseen frequency vibrating through his chest as the evening rush spills off the subway steps. And nobody on this block is looking for rest. He checks his watch, adjusting his collar, watching the neon signs flicker awake. charge buzzing inside the shadows, a slow burning ripple before the heavy beat breaks. The city stirs before 8, pulling everyone in. Electric static humming right beneath the skin. He feels the evening tension rising up the street, where every shadow moves to an unspoken beat. The dust turns purple, the night takes hold, the story waiting in the dark to be told. The dark sedan pulls up along the curb, baseline rattling the chrome on the door. Maya steps out with her heels on the asphalt, leaving her workday behind on the floor. She locks eyes with Marcus across the avenue, an unspoken flicker passing through the crowd, where the air feels charged with an unseen heat, and the silence between them grows suddenly loud. He checks his watch, adjusting his collar, watching the neon signs flicker awake. There is a charge buzzing inside the shadows, a slow burning ripple before the heavy beat breaks. The city stirs before 8, pulling everyone in. Electric static coming right beneath the skin. He feels the evening tension rising up the street, where every shadow moves to an unspoken beat. The dust turns purple, the night takes hold, the story waiting in the dark to be told. Crosswalk signals count down in red, neither one moving, standing right on the edge. The low sub-bass rolls through the concrete block, turning every small glance into a quiet pledge. The day is slipping out of sight, yielding its power to the coming night. Roasted chicory fading into cool night air, two figures merging into the evening glow. The street lamp clicks on right above their heads as the city rhythm takes them down below. A sudden doubt shatters the stillness, hanging in the air like heavy velvet haze. Shadows stretch across the polished floor as dust dissolves inside a quiet daze. The low end hums through the floorboards now. Amber streetlights streak the tinted pane. You lean against the kitchen marble counter, tracing faint circles in a condensation stain. The camera pulls back to the doorway edge, slow pan across the unlit hall. I smell slow inside a heavy glass. Your silhouette is cast against the wall, caught right in the center of a freeze frame night, waiting for the friction to catch the light. Low neon bleeding through the blinds tonight. Two shadows standing in the shifting light. Every unsaid sentence is a heavy sound, while the city keeps spinning silently around. We don't pull close and we don't walk away, stuck in the quiet where the dusk won't stay. While lens catches your reflected eyes, glancing at the dark television screen. You adjust the silk collar on your neck, staying right on the fringe of the scene. The climate control hums cold and slow, stirring up the fringe of the linen drape. I count the glowing numbers on the stove, searching for a cinematic way to escape. Depth of field blurs out the skyline view, focusing tight on your resting hand. You drop a brass key onto the stone, a sound too sharp for either us to stand. The quiet breaks, but neither moves an inch, just a slow tension pulling at the cinch. The frame fades down to a deeper blue, just a dark room and the thought of you. City grid flickering far below, nothing left to speak, nowhere left to go. The shutter drops quiet, the scene shuts down. What do we call it? Settling down when nobody stays still. Ice cubes sweating in a low bar glass on the kitchen sill. Baseline creeping through the floorboards from the unit down the hall. I'm staring at a thumbprint smudge left on the drywall. Yeah, your jacket is still hanging by the brass coat rack hook, smelling like clove tobacco and that cold brew you took. I traced the seam of my jeans, thinking about the text I typed, deleted 3 times over in the amber halogen light. The sun slid down behind the elevated train line. Now everybody's looking for a reason or a sign. We flex our shoulders just to drop the heavy daytime load, watching red brake lights bleed across the evening road. This evening tension got a quiet hold on my wrist, moving through the silence that we used to resist. Between the bass thump and the slow ticking clock, we found 100 different ways to keep from having to talk. Pour a little amber, let the tempo slow down. Just 2 young adults navigating this town. Yeah. Did I leave the stove burner on, or is that just my mind burning out? You asked if I was happy and I gave a clever phrase to hedge the doubt. Neon sign outside the corner market blinks green and blue. I am replaying 3 years ago like it was yesterday's news. Sipping cold water that tastes like vintage zinc pipes, trying to remember if we ever had clean, clear nights. Got my thumbs hovering over a blank screen, living in the spaces right between what I mean. Clock hits 8, the shadow on the rug turns deep. Too early for the dreams, too late for real sleep. You pull your hair back, sitting on the edge of the frame. We trade a long look that does not need a name. Is it love or just the dust making everything cool? My glass is half empty, but the room feels full. Tension in the air, low frequency, humming in the walls, still waiting on an answer that will never really call. Just the baseline moving through, just the dark blue settling in. Where do we end? Where do we begin? The solid weight of this swivel chair anchors every breath as the sun drops low. I'm sitting right where you thought we would never reach, watching street lamps glow. If this letter could travel back 10 cold Novembers to that cramped little room, I would tell you to loosen your shoulders and stop waiting for doom. You were counting every penny on the kitchen table, afraid of the dawn. You were convinced every chance you missed was forever gone. The dust fills the corners with the slow purple haze. I can feel all the tension from your restless young days. You thought the struggle was a permanent mark. Let me whisper some peace right across the dark. You made it through the long night, kid. You made it to the floor. You do not have to pace around behind that locked front door. The weight you held in your chest back then was never yours to keep. Put down the heavy worries now and finally get some sleep. The future isn't broken, it was building in the quiet all along. I remember how you sat on the edge of that squeaky mattress, hands in your lap, checking your phone for a call that never came, caught in a mental trap. Yeah, you thought failing meant ending, but it was just a slow turn in the road. Now I sit in this padded seat, carrying a much kinder load. The bassline bumps low through the evening floorboards tonight. I wish I could send you a fraction of this calm, steady light. The dust fills the corners with the slow purple haze. I can feel all the tension from your restless young days. You thought the struggle was a permanent mark. Let me whisper some peace right across the dark. You made it through the long night, kid. You made it to the floor. You do not have to pace around behind that locked front door. The weight you held in your chest back then was never yours to keep. Put down the heavy worries now and finally get some sleep. The future isn't broken, it was building in the quiet all along. 8 p.m. lights up the boulevard in orange and blue. Every sleepless hour you gave away was paying my dues. I forgive you for the doubts that kept you up until 4. I forgive you for believing you were bound to be poor. Look at us now, breathing easy in the evening air, safe comfort of this padded chair. Fold this letter up and keep it in your coat. Read every line of every word I wrote. You made it. We made it. Rest your mind tonight. Burnt orange sodium beams flood the vinyl corner booth where you sit down without asking. You spin a silver ring around your knuckle, and that's what brought me out this late. I tell you I was running from an apartment that felt too quiet for 8 o'clock. You laugh for quiet raps, that sounds like you know exactly what that means. The bass from the jukebox downstairs vibrates through our boots while the streetlights hum. Neither of us gives a full name, just first impressions over cracked ice. You say everybody in this town is chasing somebody who left 3 months ago. I look at the way the streetlight cuts across your cheekbone and admit you might be right. There is a charge in the room between strangers who have nothing left to hide. We sit on the edge of the evening waiting to see who breaks first. We speak in low frequencies while the city goes dark outside. No history between us, just the glow of neon turning blue to green. You ask me if I am staying, I ask you if you are running. Two shadows in the corner booth trading secrets we will forget by midnight. This evening tension holds us right where we need to be. You order another ride, double fingers, no water, and push the second glass across. You tell me I look like somebody who thinks too much before speaking. I tell you that silence is cheaper than saying things you have to take back tomorrow. You tilt your head, eye contact steady enough to make the air feel thick. Street lamps flicker past the glass while the neon sign hums red above our heads. You tell me about a town 3 hours south that you swore you would never go back to. We do not ask for phone numbers or last names or where we will be tomorrow. The air between us is heavy with everything we chose not to bring inside. Just two people passing through the dark, letting the rest of the world fade out. You trace a wet circle on the format counter and look me in the eye. We speak in low frequencies while the city goes dark outside. No history between us, just the glow of neon turning blue to green. You ask me if I am staying, I ask you if you are running. Two shadows in a corner booth trading secrets we will forget by midnight. This evening tension holds us right where we need to be. The bartender clears the glasses while the amber lights dim to black. You stand up, adjust your jacket, and say it was good talking to a ghost. I'll watch you walk into the damp night air without looking back once. Just low frequencies fading out into the street. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yesterday you mentioned my apartment lights look a little dim when 6 o'clock arrives. I watch the shade swing on the broken wire, the faint buzz humming in the ceiling line. A half-empty bottle on the windowsill, a green tea bag drying on a silver tray. The radiator clicks like it's keeping time while the sky outside turns a dusty gray. Notice how the shadows stretch across the floor, reaching for the jacket hanging by the door. Your text is sitting on 20% battery, streetlights flickering, caught in the quiet symmetry. It's that evening tension in the living room. Small things piling up under a purple moon. An ice cube melting in an amber glass, watching every single slow minute pass. You said I hold my breath when the sun goes down. Now I hear the smallest noises in this town. Yeah. A scuffed heel print on the entryway tile, the steam rising off the takeout bowl. A paper coupon expired last week, the bass tone rattling the speaker box low. Your sweater threads catching on the sofa on the street below, slow into a steady glide. I count 3 blue trucks parked in a row, keeping all these little tiny thoughts inside. Notice how the shadows stretch across the floor, reaching for the jacket hanging by the door. Your text is sitting on 20% battery, streetlights flickering, caught in the quiet symmetry. It's that evening tension in the living room, small things piling up under a purple moon. An ice cube melting in an amber glass, watching every single slow minute pass. You said I hold my breath when the sun goes down. Now I hear the smallest noises in this town. An old transit car sitting by my keys, the dust settles soft on the fern leaves. A clock ticking louder than it used to do, every small detail bringing me back to you. The air gets heavy when the clock turns 8. Sitting on the couch while the hours wait. Yesterday you said I noticed too much, the cold glass surface under my touch. Streetlights blooming through the window frame, just small observations in a quiet game. Stiff indigo denim rubs my wrist. It's 7 o'clock, thickens in the room. The apartment holds a heavy amber glow, shadows stretching long across the floorboards. I lean my shoulder against the cold door frame, and the rough weave snaps me back 3 years to that rainy Tuesday in Chicago, when you pull my jacket by the hem. The bass from downstairs hums through the floorboards. My pulse catches up to the slow tempo. The air turns dense between the walls, every quiet minute pulling on a thread. This evening tension brings you back again, flashing in the dark like street lamps in the rain. I sit here waiting while the shadows spin, tracing fading memories I can't untangle now. Late hours whispering what we used to be, holding on to smoke before it set us free. I remember the heat of that back alley bar, your hands tucked inside my coat pockets. You laughed against my collar in the draft, saying midnight always tells the truth. Now the same low sky presses on the glass, and my thumb traces the worn out seam. I can almost hear your boots on the rug, taking off the chill before we spoke. The bass from downstairs hums through the floorboards. My pulse catches up to the slow tempo. The air turns dense between the walls, every quiet minute pulling on a thread. This evening tension brings you back again, flashing in the dark like street lamps in the rain. I sit here waiting while the shadows bend, tracing fading memories I can't untangle now. Late hours whispering what we used to be, holding on to smoke before it set us free. We were reckless with the time we borrowed, left our promises frayed around the edge. Now dusk settles heavy on my shoulders, and I'm trapped inside the echo of your name. Stiff denim on my skin, 7 o'clock fading into night. Just the baseline and the memory of you, static in the dark. Static in the dark. Yeah. 11:04 blinks amber through dim glass, casting long reflections on the polished floor. I picture us 3 summers down the road, uncorking heavy vintage behind the locked door. Your silk robe trailing on imported towel, no early alarm waiting to ruin the calm. We cleared the desk that used to steal our breath. Now the evening sits warm inside your palm. Can you feel the weight off your shoulders yet? I am drafting out a life we haven't lived. Baselines humming low from the floor below. Nothing left to prove and everything to give. Imagine us wrapped in that future quiet. City lights sprawling like a golden grid. Late night tension dropping down so slow. Doing all the things that our old days forbid. You and me staring at a modern skyline, holding on to promises we made in the dark. Nothing in between us but a heavy spark. I see a silhouette against the floor-to-ceiling frame, listening to slow vinyl spinning on the shelf. No more counting quarters at the laundromat. You finally got the room to just love yourself. My arm around your waist, cold wind outside, heat rising up through the iron vents. Every double shift we worked back then, finally starting to make some kind of sense. Imagine us wrapped in that future quiet. City lights sprawling like a golden grid. Late night tension dropping down so slow. Doing all the things that our old days forbid. You and me staring at a modern skyline, holding on to promises we made in the dark. Nothing in between us but a heavy. We won't be checking bank accounts on our phones. We won't be running out into the freezing rain. Just the sub-bass pulsing through the high-rise walls, washing out the memory of all that pain. Look at me now, look at where we stand in my mind, leaving every worried winter far behind. 11:04 blinks amber on a bedside table. We are not there yet, but I know we are able. Future tension holding in this quiet room. Golden grid shining on us real soon. A bent silver cocktail pick rolls across the dark stained oak. I watch it settle near my phone, breathing through the quiet smoke. The bass kicks through the floorboard from the lounge downstairs. My screen blinks with a contact name I pretend isn't there. It is 8:15 and humidity hangs heavy in the space. I undo my top button, trying to match the slow-cooked pace. Tension pulls behind my ribs, a steady heavy humming drum. I wonder if I stay right here or see what we become. The city turns a shade of plum beyond the dusty pane. I am tracing subtle circles just to keep my spirit sane. Every passing hour carries weight I never meant to hold. Before the night turns silver, before the drink gets cold, catching the low groove deep inside my chest, trying to figure out which version of myself is best. The evening is leaning heavy with a silent kind of heat, walking down this narrow wire matching every beat. I feel the shift coming, I feel the temperature rise, watching twilight stretch out long across the amber skies. My ice melts in the tumbler, leaving rings upon the grain. I kept my distance like I promised, trying to maintain. But now the streetlights flicker on and paint the corner red. And all the smooth excuses are unraveling in my head. Oh, I check my watch, I check my pulse. Higher does my leather shoe. It is funny how the quiet hours bring me back to you. Not quite ready for the crowd, not quite ready for sleep. Floating in this current where the water runs too deep. It turns a shade of plum beyond the dusty pane. I am tracing subtle circles just to keep my spirit sane. Every passing hour carries weight I never meant to hold. Before the night turns silver, before the drink gets cold. Catching the low groove deep inside my chest, trying to figure out which version of myself is best. The evening is leaning heavy with a silent kind of heat. Walking down this narrow wire, matching every beat. I feel the shift coming, I feel the temperature rise. Watching twilight stretch out long across the amber skies. Maybe I just grab my keys and step out in the dark. Leave the unresolved questions parked inside this spark. The bass line hums a little louder, pulling on my spine. Caught between the person I was and the person on this line. No drama in the atmosphere, just a steady pulse of fate. Deciding if I move right now or let the feeling wait. The cocktail pick rests still against the glass. I watch the shadows on the ceiling slowly pass. Tension in the room tonight, tension in my stride. Catching the low groove, nowhere left to hide. Kick drum dust through the alleyway below, vibrating through the soles of your beat up sneakers. You sit on the edge of the stoop with your hands locked, carrying the stress of 9 to 5 in your shoulders. Look at me, brother, set the table down right now. The city is changing gear, can you feel the hum? Traffic is slowing to a thick golden crawl, and the air gets heavy with the night coming on. You spend all afternoon keeping your voice down, tuning yourself to someone else's tempo. Now the shadows stretch and the light turns purple. Time to let the quiet tension turn into something real. Leave that heavy bag by the door tonight. We don't need a map where the bass lines go. Your chest was tight, but the groove is warm. Step past the threshold, let the rest fade out. You and me right here, kicking off the way. Electric in the static as the street lights spark. A sub-bass rattles a passing sedan window, making the ice in your glass hum low. You smile for the first time since lunch broke down. Unbuttoning the collar you've been pulling all day. I know that look in your eye, you're ready to shift. Stop checking the screen like you owe it an answer. The block is warming up under neon signs, and we just crossed over to our own time zone. Don't spend all afternoon keeping your voice down, tuning yourself to someone else's tempo. Now the shadows stretch and the light turns purple. Time to let the quiet tension turn into something real. Leave that heavy back by the door tonight. We don't need a map where the bass lines go. Your chest was tight, but the groove is warm. Step past the threshold, let the rest fade out. You and me right here, kicking off the way. Electric in the static as the street lights spark. Forget the missed calls stacked in your queue. Nobody owns the next for hours but you. Feel that low frequency pulling through the floorboards. That is the sound of you coming back to life. Just breathe into the rhythm now. The night is wide open. Dropped away from your mind. We got all the time we need. Yeah. Faint jasmine tea and cooling asphalt stir outside the corner lounge. Andre checks his watch while Maya leans against the velvet couch. The bassline vibrates through the floorboards as the sun goes down. Neither one has said a word since 6 o'clock hit town. She twists her golden ring around her thumb and stares at him. He traces water circles on the glass as lights grow dim. The city outside pulls its heavy coat of shadow tight. The evening spark is catching in the middle of of the night. Two shadows standing closer than they promised that they'd be. A sudden pressure building up that neither can set free. It's 6 p.m. electric when their eyes finally cross the room. A low beat shaking loose the quiet inside of the bloom. They talk around the friction like it's just another game. The evening tension pulls them in and calls them by their name. Nobody moves to leave the table, nobody calls a cab, just lingering right on the edge of everything they have. Yeah. Maya pulls a leather jacket closer to her chin. Andre checks the door to see who else is walking in. He knows her stubborn pride, she knows the way he hides his face. A heavy pulse is taking over every inch of space. A phone is buzzing on the table, face down in the dark. He doesn't ask who's calling, but he sees the little spark. The city outside pulls its heavy coat of shadow tight. The evening spark is catching in the middle of the night. Two shadows standing closer than they promised that they'd be. A sudden pressure building up that neither can set free. It's 6 p.m. electric when their eyes finally cross the room. On low beat shaking loose the quiet inside of the bloom. They talk around the friction like it's just another game. The evening tension pulls them in and calls them by their name. Nobody moves to leave the table, nobody calls a cab, just lingering right on the edge of everything they have. He reaches for the keys and then he stops midway across. She laughs a little soft and low to cover up the loss. The diner bell rings once as someone steps out in the cold. There's so much story left between them waiting to be told. It's 6 p.m. electric when their eyes finally cross the room. A low beat shaking loose the quiet inside of the bloom. They talk around the friction like it's just another game. The evening tension pulls them in and calls them by their name. Nobody moves to leave the table, nobody calls a cab, just lingering right on the edge of everything they have. The streetlights flick on one by one along the avenue. Andre steps out first and Maya follows right on cue. The evening holds its breath until the final song is through. Still lingering right on the edge of what they ought to do. A sharp realization interrupts the hush, settling heavy while the orange dust fades out. Shadows stretch long against the plaster wall, tracing the contour of your half-turned shroud. You slide a silver ring along your knuckle. The velvet cushion swallowed down the sound. The bass line from the floor below is thumping. The 100 subtle pressures pin us down. Low voltage humming in the hallway socket. Your silhouette is cut in tungsten light. We let the tension thicken in the room. Unspoken words pulling the fabric tight. Static electricity in 8 o'clock air, framed by the window where the neon bleeds red. We are suspended in the middle of an unspoken pulse, drowning in the heavy things we left unsaid. Cigarette embers glow like distant taillights, holding the room inside a cinematic frame. The evening tension is heavy on our shoulders, calling out every single hidden shame. Ice cubes sweating in a low ball glass, leaving water rings on dark mahogany wood. The quiet sizzles like a drop of rain on chrome. We are standing right where the forecast said we would. You tilt your chin and catch the passing headlight, a flash of amber across your cheekbone line. No need for sudden movements or apologies. We let the clock run out of stolen time. Low voltage humming in the hallway socket. Your silhouette is cut in tungsten light. We let the tension thicken in the room. Unspoken words pulling the fabric tight. Static electricity in 8 o'clock air, framed by the window where the neon bleeds red. We are suspended in the middle of an unspoken pulse, drowning every single hidden shame. Slow pan left to the shadows on the curtain. A deep kick drum vibrating through the floor. Neither one of us is reaching for the handle. Neither one of us is stepping toward the door. Just the electric pull of late July heat, trapped in the space between your wrist and mine. Tungsten glow flickers out slowly. Darkness takes over the frame. Just the pulse of the bass below us. Nothing left here to name. Is it the baseline or the dark that makes me stay? My glass is half drained on the kitchen counter. Thinking about the way you said my name 3 hours ago, like an apology or maybe just a habit. Hard to tell when streetlights turn everything amber. I shift my weight, silk socks sliding across the cool hardwood. Mental grocery list, mixing up with old regrets from back in college. Why do we hold on to receipts for things we know we can never return? The subwoofer hums low through the floorboards, perfectly matching my pose. My thoughts drift sideways into the hallway mirror, watching myself adjust a jacket sleeve that isn't even twisted. Wondering if you are standing by your windowsill right now, or if you already flipped your screen face down for the night. Evening tension, it gets cold espresso. We flow between what we meant and what we said. Unanswered questions hanging in the doorway, listening to the low synth spin inside my head. Late hours bending under quiet pressure. Nobody moves, nobody makes the first mistake. Ice melting slow, clinking against glass like a tiny chime. Remembering that vinyl record sitting upside down on the shelf, side B, track 3. Something about Indigo, Dusk, and lost keys. Did I leave my keys on the counter or in the hallway coat rack? Doesn't matter much, I am not stepping out anywhere tonight, regardless. The avenue outside sounds like a distant tide, dragging over dry asphalt. Every yellow cab rushing past carries someone else's unfinished story. My thumb traces the glass rim, smooth and chilly. Funny how clarity only shows up when the rest of the world goes silent. My thoughts drift sideways into the hallway mirror, watching myself adjust a jacket sleeve that isn't even twisted. Wondering if you are standing by your windowsill right now, or if you already flipped your screen face down for the night. Evening tension, it gets cold espresso. We float between what we meant and what we said. Unanswered questions hanging in the doorway, listening to the low synth spin inside my head. Late hours bending under quiet pressure. Nobody moves, nobody makes the first mistake. If I pick up my phone right now, what do I even type? A single punctuation mark, a half-baked line about the rain. My mind is running laps while my feet stay anchored right here. Shadows stretch out long against the dim plaster wall. No resolution needed, just letting the low frequency breathe. Is it the bass line on the dark? Still no answer, floating in the hallway air. Ice completely gonna water now, just the static on the amplifier. Just the quiet tension holding space. The heavy old armchair presses down into the floorboards as 7 o'clock settles in. I watch the twilight bleed through the blinds, painting purple shadows across my desk. If I could send a letter back across the years to the boy sitting on the curb in worn out sneakers, I would tell you to stop holding your breath every time the front door slammed. You thought the hunger in your chest was a defect, something to starve or hide away. You thought every sudden silence meant someone was planning their exit. The low bass line from a passing car vibrates through my floorboards. Evening tension coils tight in the dust, but my shoulders do not tense anymore. I am breathing now, kid. I am finally breathing now. Write it on a folded paper, throw it back across the years. You were always stronger than the weight of your fears. When dust pulls the dark down slow over the block, don't spend your evening watching the hands on the clock. Yeah. You make it out. You build a life. You earn your seat. You stop running from the shadows on the street. Hey, remember how you used to sit by the radiator praying for a sign that things change? Biting your lip until it bled, trying to keep your voice quiet in a noisy house. You thought success meant never feeling afraid, but courage is just staying seated in the dark. Look at me now, older dark coffee in a clean mug, quiet room, solid floor. The stress you carry like a backpack filled with stones was never yours to keep. You dropped it off somewhere along the way and you did not even notice. The low bass line from a passing car vibrates through my floorboards. Evening tension coils tight in the dust, but my shoulders do not tense anymore. I am breathing now, kid. I am finally breathing now. Write it on a folded paper, throw it back across the years. You were always stronger than the weight of your fears. When dust pulls the dark down slow over the block, don't spend your evening watching the hands on the clock. Yeah. You make it out. You build a life. You earn your seat. You stop running from the shadows on the street. The dusk is heavy, but it feels like peace tonight. No arguments waiting in the hallway, no sudden shift in light. I sit right here, anchor deep, taking up my space. I wish I could hand you this calm and erase the lines on your face. You survived the winter, you survived the heat. Now rest your hands upon the desk and take your seat. The street lights hum outside my window now. 7:45, city slowing down. You did good, young man. You made it to this chair. Yeah. Deep cobalt illumination washes the velvet back booth where you sit alone. I slide into the empty space across from you, holding 2 glasses of bourbon. You look up from your screen with a half smile, eyebrows slightly raised. You always buy drinks for people you haven't introduced yourself to yet. I lean back, feeling the heavy low end bass bumping through the floorboards. Only when the sky turns this Pacific shade of blue and I need an excuse to stay. The city outside is rushing past the tinted windows in a haze. We are caught right in the middle of a Friday dust that refuses to end. You pull your knit sweater sleeve down over your knuckles, leaning forward. Tell me 3 true things before the beat changes. You say there is a strange kind of friction in a conversation with no past. We don't owe each other secrets, but we're giving them up fast. Evening tension pulled tight between your drink and mine. 2 strangers leaning in right on the borderline. No promises made, no real names required to make this night move slow. Just the heat of the dusk and a story we don't need to know. Yeah. You laugh, pointing at my scuffed leather jacket and tired eyes. You look like someone who works 40 hours just to spend it on quiet. I smile into my glass, taking a sip as the square ice clinks. And you look like you came in here looking for an argument you couldn't win. I was just looking for a witness, you reply setting your palm down. Someone who doesn't care who I was before 7 o'clock tonight. The atmosphere in the booth shifts from cautious to sweet. Your fingertips stop an inch away from mine on the dark wood. There is a strange kind of friction in a conversation with no past. We don't owe each other secrets, but we're giving them a fast. Evening tension pulled tight between your drink and mine. Two strangers leaning and right on the borderline. No promises made, no real names required to make this night move slow. Just the heat of the dusk and a story we don't need to know. We talk about the apartments we hate and the records we used to play. The streetlights outside start humming as the daylight fades away. You ask me if people ever really change when the hours get late. I tell you we only reveal who we actually are when we stop trying to wait. The ice melts completely into amber liquid inside our glasses. You pull on your coat and slide a paper napkin across the table with a digit written down. Same booth next Friday when the light turns dark blue. You whisper, I watch you walk toward the heavy door as the night takes over the street. Yesterday you noticed how my shoulder drops when twilight hits. Now I sit watching condensation trace the rim of your highball glass. A green LED flickers twice on the charger by the sofa arm. Your left ring finger taps 3 times against the armrest leather. Outside a delivery scooter idle rattles near the curb. You pull a loose thread from your wool blend collar without looking up. The ambient hum of the fridge clicks off and leaves us heavy. 4 missed calls stack quiet on your lock screen face down. The room holds that subtle drag before the night takes over. Every tiny shift between us starts to double in weight. This is the evening tension creeping through the floorboards. You shift your posture, I catch the pale reflection on the screen. A half-lit match cooling down inside a blue ceramic dish. Your breathing slows down just enough to match the baseline. We watch the street lamps warm up one by one in silence. Small details stack until there is no room left to lie. Yesterday you said I switch my watch to my right hand when I get stressed. Tonight I leave it on the glass top next to your silver key ring. A drop of lime juice dry, sticky on the marble counter edge. The shadow of the ceiling fan cuts across your throat in rhythm. You unbuckle your belt notch by notch, deliberate and slow. A distant siren fades out 3 blocks east of this kitchen. The ambient hum of the fridge clicks off and leaves us heavy. 4 missed calls stack quiet on your lock screen face down. The room holds that subtle drag before the night takes over. Every tiny shift between us starts to double in weight. This is the evening tension creeping through the floorboards. You shift your posture, I catch the pale reflection on the screen. A half-lit match cooling down inside a blue ceramic dish. Your breathing slows down just enough to match the baseline. We watch the street lamps warm up one by one in silence. Small details stack until there is no room left to lie. Your thumb traces the freight seam on your denim cuff. Ice shifts inside the tumbler with the sharp metallic clink. We do not speak about the argument, we postponed at 5. Instead we measure how the shadows stretch across the hallway rug. You bite your lower lip and tuck one hair behind your ear. That single movement says enough to charge the entire air. Yesterday you said I read too much into the quiet. Tonight you watch the radiator hiss and do the exact same thing. The clock ticks past 8. The tension stays right where we planted it. Unspoken details holding the room. Chorus waffle weave catches against my thumb. Sitting on the porch while the streetlights hum. The dust turns purple over 7th Street, and the bass from a passing cruiser hits my feet. I pull the sleeves down tight to block the breeze. Suddenly I'm caught in old memories. Your oversized shirt left behind in May still carries the warmth of a different day. The evening tension starts to slow the room. Shadows stretch wide in the amber gloom. One touch of thread pulls the curtain back, putting my mind on a forgotten track. Borrowed jackets, keep your scent right here. Spinning back the timeline, crisp and clear. When the sun goes down and the speakers thud, past conversations rush through my blood. We were young and careless in the city glow. Now I'm caught in the rhythm of a long ago. I remember us parked by the late night spot, steaming off the glass when the food was hot. You brushed your cuff right against my hand, making future plans we didn't understand. Now the 808 hits with the heavy sway, and I'm 3 years back while I sit and pay. Different room, same twilight, shade of blue. Every single fiber leads me back to you. The evening tension starts to slow the room. Shadows stretch wide in the amber gloom. One touch of thread pulls the curtain back, putting my mind on a forgotten track. Borrowed jackets, keep your scent right here. Spinning back the timeline, crisp and clear. When the sun goes down and the speakers thud, past conversations rush through my blood. We were young and careless in the city glow. Now I'm caught in the rhythm of a long ago. Time moves forward, but the fabric stays, holding every detail from those golden days. I close my eyes and I feel the beat, walking side by side on the crowded street. It's funny how a texture brings it all right now, replaying every promise that we couldn't allow. Coarse waffle weave under fingertips. Your quiet laughter still on my lips. The night rolls in with a heavy groove, and I stay right here while the memories move. Yeah, 1040 shines white on the digital console. I close my eyes and skip past the current noise. I see us 3 years later in a higher zip code. Leather seats warm, low frequency in your voice. We won't be arguing over who texted last. No subtle games, no ghosts from my messy past. You reach across the armrest without second thoughts, counting up the victories that patience bought. Lace sky painted in deep plum velvet. We built the rhythm that the city can't melt yet. I can feel that future gravity pull when the room gets dark and the glass stays full. I picture that evening with my hands on the wheel, knowing exactly how your shoulder's gonna feel. No hesitations left, no space between our names. Just low bass knocking while the skyline fades. That future tension rising through the stereo wire. We're gonna turn this slow burn into real fire. Fast forward to a rooftop terrace in LA. Ice clinking slow while the dark bass plays. You wear the silk attire you haven't bought yet, whispering secrets that we'll never regret. The kick drum hits like a heavy heart rate. We stop letting fear decide our day. You look at me then like you knew all along. We were just waiting for our favorite song. I picture that evening with my hands on the wheel, knowing exactly how your shoulder's gonna feel. No hesitations left, no space between our names. Just low bass knocking while the skyline fades. That future tension rising through the stereo wire. this slow burn into real fire. It hasn't happened yet, but I can taste the air. The way you run your fingers through your dark hair, the tension in the quiet when the beat drops low. Everything we wanted with nowhere else to go. 10:40 on the clock, but I'm living in next year, when the distance shrinks and the picture gets clear. Just you and me under that future ceiling light, waiting on the vibe, but that it never did all night. A single scuffed onyx cufflink lies beside my phone, catching the amber glare. The city breeze is heavy evening sighs, and smoke floats upward in the quiet air. I count the seconds on my wrist again, wondering if you will hit my line tonight. My pulse is running faster than the rain that hits the pain under the flickering light. My thoughts are tangled in the bass below. The floorboards vibrate with a steady beat. I play it cool, but inside I already know. This stillness carries an unspoken heat. It is 7:30 and the room feels tight, waiting for a sign to shift the dark tonight. When bass lines settle in the dark, I feel the friction starting from a spark. Every unsaid word begins to crowd the space. I try to keep my composure, keep my pace. This evening tension pulls me by the thread, replaying every single word you said. When bass lines settle in the dark, I let the fever leave its mark. I pour 2 fingers in a heavy glass, watch the ice slide slow against the rim. The hours drag, but memories flooding fast. The shadows on the wall grow deep and dim. My thumb hangs hovering above the screen, deciding if I call or let it ride. There is a fine line walking in between, protecting pride and throwing it aside. My thoughts are tangled in the bass below. The floorboards vibrate with a steady beat. I play it cool, but inside I already know. This stillness carries an unspoken heat. It is 7:30 and the room feels tight, waiting for a sign to shift the dark tonight. When bass lines settle in the dark, I feel the friction starting from a spark. Every unsaid word begins to crowd the space. I try to keep my composure, keep my pace. This evening tension pulls me by the thread, replaying every single word you said. When bass lines settled in the dark, I let the fever leave its mark. It isn't anger and it isn't doubt, just something heavy that we work around. The city hums, but I can't not filter out the way my heart reacts to every sound. A sudden vibration turns the tabletop, and for a second time decides to stop. The coughing glimmers under muted blue. The phone screen glows with news from you. Evening tension slowly fades away. Nothing left that I need to say, just a low bass holding down the room, just a quiet breaking through the gloom. A modified exhaust pops 3 blocks down, cutting clean through the Humboldt Avenue. You sit across the lower table, staring at your phone like it owes you money. 9 long hours still hanging heavy on your brow. I push a fresh glass across the wood surface, telling you to let the pressure dissolve. The sky outside turns a bruised plum color. Street lights flick on one by one. Down the block I see the static running up your spine. Tonight it is the daytime noise die down. Unwind the clockwork in your chest right now. We do not have to conquer anything tonight. Just lean back into this velvet couch cushion. Let the evening tension turn into a slow groove. You survive the week, so let the tempo drop low. A delivery scooter rattles past the front stoop. You finally set that bright screen face down. Your shoulders drop 2 inches toward the floor. That is the exact shift I was waiting to see. We spent our early 20s running till our heels burn. Now we just need a clean baseline and room to breathe. The sky outside turns a bruised plum color. Streetlights flick on one by one down the block. I see the static running up your spine. Tonight it is time to let the daytime noise die down. Unwind the clockwork in your chest right now. We do not have to conquer anything tonight. Just lean back into this velvet couch cushion. Let the evening tension turn into a slow groove. You survive the week, so let the tempo drop low. Forget the draft reply sitting in your inbox. Forget the promises made to managers who do not notice. Right here in this dim room with the speakers humming, you are allowed to just exist without a target on your back. Traffic slows to a gentle drift outside. Ice clinks softly against the glass. We are good right here in the quiet. Just settle in for the night. Sweet clove tobacco drifts through vents, mixing with charcoal heat from the street below. He rests his arm on the cracked leather console, watching her trace the rim of her paper cup. The bass from a passing coupe shakes the door frame, putting a subtle charge into the silence between them. Neither one wants to say who drove them here. Neither one wants to admit the city is calling. The clock hits 8 and the street lights flicker amber, pulling the eyes toward the crowded pavement. There is a sharp edge to the twilight hour, where every glance carries weight and quiet ambition. He pulls his collar up against the breeze. She steps closer without making a sound. They ride the current of the growing night, trapped in the pool before the real sparks fly. Her rings click softly on her cell phone screen. He shifts the gear into drive but holds the brake outside. The bass lines bounce off brick walls, a midtown rhythm that matches their pulse. No promises spoken, just a shared knowing as the city pulls its dark velvet tight. A horn blares 3 blocks down near the Boulevard. She tilts her head, catching his reflection in the glass. The rest of the world is rushing off the party while they just hang in the center of the storm. The engine idle hums below their boots. Streetlights blur into long golden threads, still waiting on the next move. Night takes over the grid, and oh, suspicion pierces quiet air, right as the shadow reaches the sofa arm. Your phone screen flickers upside down on glass, a pale blue halo against dark mahogany. Outside, streetlights hum low in red slick streets. The ice in your tumbler melts without a sound. You lean against the kitchen counter ledge, trapped in the pause before a word is dropped. The dim light cuts across your jawline sharp. Smoke from your lighter hangs in frozen ribbon coils. Neither of us moves to clear the air, just 2 silhouettes watching the clock turn slow. This This evening tension pulls the room apart, framed like a movie scene in black and gray. A static heartbeat underneath the floor. We hold our breath to keep the dusk in place. Every unsaid sentence lands like heavy rain, drowning the quiet in this high-rise space. You shift your weight, silk shirt rustles soft. Reflections of tail lights crawl across the blinds. A half-smoked menthol burns out in the tray as amber street beams trace your turn profile. I count the inches on the hardwood floor, a distance wider than the avenue. The city hums 3 dozen floors below, while silence weighs a ton inside this room. This evening tension pulls the room apart, framed like a movie scene in black and gray. A static heartbeat underneath the floor. We hold our breath to keep the dusk in place. Every unsaid sentence lands like heavy rain, drowning the quiet in this high-rise space. Zooming on the droplets on the window pane. Slow motion frame of your hand pulling back. We know the climax comes when someone speaks, so we stay frozen in the fading light. The red light on the stereo blinks out. Darkness settles heavy on the couch. Still, the thought lingers in the silence. No words left to save us tonight. What happens to a promised word when nobody hears it fall? It stays suspended somewhere between the radiator and the hallway wall. I'm spinning the quarter on the glass tabletop, watching the reflection turn blur. Thinking about that sweater on the chair, or maybe it was yours, I forget who we were. Subway under the floorboards gives a 2-second rumble, then dissolves into dust. Is it hunger or tension making my ribs feel tighter, just a lack of trust? I should get up and switch off the lamp, but the amber glow feels like shelter. If I open my mouth right now, will my words just falter and swelter? Tension pulls like a wire across the room. Every small breath taking up too much room. Mine keeps drifting from my bank account to your face, tracing invisible patterns in this dim lit space. It is 7 p.m. and the city is breathing heavy, holding back water at the edge of an old levee. Stream of thoughts running straight through the floor. I do not even know what I am waiting for, just static between 2 unsent messages tonight. Watching the corners slowly lose their light. Why does ice melt faster when you stare directly at the glass? I bought 2 limes 3 days ago, watching green turn brown as the minutes pass. And synthetic beats playing from the neighbor's open window down the hall. Your name flashes on my mind again, standing tall against the bedroom wall. Low sub bass shaking the park sedans out on the street, counting the quiet ticks where the carpet and baseboard meet. I wanted to call, then I remembered the precise tone of your sigh last week. Now I am stuck, measuring all the quiet truths. I am too tired to speak. Tension pulls like a wire across the room. Every small breath taking up too much room. Mine keeps drifting from my bank account to your face, tracing invisible patterns in this dim lit space. It is 7 p.m. and the city is breathing heavy, holding back water at the edge of an old levee. Stream of thoughts running straight through the floor. I do not even know what I am waiting for, just static between 2 unsent messages tonight. Watching the corners steps on the fire escape, somebody else starting their night. I am tangled in thread count, searching for the right kind of light. Doubt creeps in like a cold draft under the door frame. We keep changing the rules while playing the exact same game. One thought bleeds into the next without any pause, looking for the damage without remembering the cause. It is 7 p.m. and the city is breathing heavy, holding back water at the edge of an old levee. Stream of thoughts running straight through the floor. I do not even know what I am waiting for. Just static between two unsent messages tonight. Watching the corners slowly lose their light. The quarters stop spinning, the glass tabletop goes completely still. It's the noise outside fading, or am I just standing still? Unsent drafts on a glowing screen, amber lamp on the nightstand. Night takes over the rest of the room. Thick velvet cushion wheels beneath my body tonight, as the city hums slow digital tune through double glass. I'm sending this letter back to the kid with cold knuckles in 2014, the one who thought every minor delay was a permanent failure. Look it out his high backseat, absorbs the fatigue you carry. You used to pace the kitchen linoleum at 3 in the morning, terrified that the silence meant nobody was ever listening. Now this quiet costs money, and we own every inch of it. Sub-bass bounces smooth off the plaster walls. You're beating up canvas, you sit on a lit shelf now. Stop holding your breath like the foundation is bound to crack. We made it across the ice without falling in. To the boy perched on the sharp edge of his bed, lean back. You do not have to keep your guards up high. The weight of this chair is the proof that we stayed, that we survived every midnight drive through empty streets. You stressed over debts you did not even owe. You broke your own heart just to check if it still worked. Relax your shoulders, let the leather catch your frame. You do not need to fight for your own last name. Remember that winter eating plain rice in the dark. You thought 5 years down the line was an imaginary land. I wish I could push a photograph back through the wire, show you the warm amber light and glowing in this space. You do not have to prove a thing that goes back home. They do not check the news, they forgot the whole feud. The grinding in your teeth was never drive, it was panic. And it took 4 good years to unlearn your desperate habits of bass. Bounce smooth off the plaster walls. You're beating up canvas, shoes sit on a lit shelf now. Stop holding your breath like the foundation is bound to crack. We made it across the ice without falling in. To the boy perched on the sharp edge of his bed, lean back. You do not have to keep your guards up high. The weight of this chair is the proof that we stayed, that we survived every midnight drive through empty streets. You stressed over debts you did not even owe. You broke your own heart just to check if it still worked. Relax your shoulders, let the leather catch your frame. You do not need to fight for your own last name. Night settles heavy on the boulevard, 3 floors below. The ice in this crystal tumbler melts without a sound. If you could see me sitting fully supported right here, you would drop that defensive stance on the sidewalk. You would finally sleep 8 unbroken hours. You were right about the destination, just wrong about the cost. The upholstery holds my entire weight now. 8 p.m. low light, steady pulse. Rest your hands, kid. We have room to breathe. We have room to breathe now. Plum-colored neon spills over the worn formic ledge where you set down your keys. You nod at my jacket, asking if the storm outside is finally starting to freeze. I tell you I walk 6 blocks from the station, just looking for anywhere warm to sit down. You order a tonic, no real hesitation, a regular ghost in this part of town. We do not share our names, we keep up no guards, just watching the ice melt in separate cups. The heavy bass hums from the speaker upstairs, while both of us try not to pull memories up. Evening tension sits heavy between us, 2 random strangers avoiding the night. You speak about moving somewhere down south, I talk about learning to get things right. No promises made, no numbers exchanged, just leaning in close while the beat holds the room. Finding a second of peaceful relief inside of this violet tinted gloom. Yeah. You check on your phone, then slide it away, saying people back home never listen at all. I laugh because I know what you mean by the tone, the way quiet hours make small troubles tall. You ask what I do when the city goes still, I tell you I trace all the rhythm and sound. You tap on the wood to the kick of the track and smile at the comfort we accidentally found. Intention sits heavy between us, 2 random strangers avoiding the night. You speak about moving somewhere down south, I talk about learning to get things right. No promises made, no numbers exchanged, just leaning in close while the beat holds the room. Finding a second of peaceful relief inside of this violet tinted gloom. It is easier talking to someone who leaves, who does not expect you to play any part. The electric guitar loops a slow steady pulse, unlocking the locks on a guarded heart. You pay for your drink and you throw on your coat and out of respect as you reach for the door. The plum-colored neon still lingers on wood. I watch your shadow cross over the floor. Night keeps on moving, the bass stays low. A stranger who understood where I go. Just evening tension, then you were gone. Yeah, you caught my patience, a defense mechanism yesterday afternoon. Now I sit here watching steam rise off a cooling mug of tea. A green lighter rests beside a half-eaten plum on the table. Low bass vibrates through the floorboards from a car 3 stories down. A single water drop hangs heavy on the stainless kitchen faucet lip. One thin crimson thread from your scarf stays caught on my dining chair. The light fades fast past the brick alleyway frame. Every tiny detail starts to carry its own name. I lower the blinds to leave a 1/4-inch gap. Shadows lengthen slowly across the hardwood floor mat. This evening tension holds every small thing in place. The subtle drop in temperature, the stillness in the space. I catalog observations floating around in my head, replaying every deliberate word you said. The city hums steady while the clock clicks 5 to 9. Nothing is moving fast, but everything aligns. A light scuffed heel mark sits near the hallway baseboard. An unopened utility bill rests on top of the amplifier cord. The orange streetlight flickers through the monster relief. My thumb traces the embossed date on an old movie receipt. You said I noticed quiet things that anybody else would skip. Now those tiny facts are holding me inside their grip. The light fades fast past the brick alleyway frame. Every Every tiny detail starts to carry its own name. I lower the blinds to leave a quarter-inch gap. Shadows lengthen slowly across the hardwood floor mat. This evening tension holds every small thing in place. The subtle drop in temperature, the stillness in the space. I catalog observations floating around in my head, replaying every deliberate word you said. The city hums steady while the clock clicks 5 to 9. Nothing is moving fast, but everything aligns. A clear condensation ring forms on the rubber coaster glass. The distant muffled roar of evening buses as they pass. I measure the quiet by the object sitting still. Your casual critique hangs in the air against my will. Just the refrigerator, motor, and the dim hallway glow. The evening tension settling down soft and slow. Small observations stack neatly inside the dark. Your words yesterday still leaving a quiet mark. Rough cashmere trim pulls across my collarbone as the streetlight hum begins to hum outside. One touch of the sleeve brings October back when we stood by the fire escape, tongue-tied. You wore that oversized jacket with the frayed cuffs, counting down the minutes till the train came through. The air was cold, but the quiet between us burned hotter than anything we used to do. 7 p.m. rolls in with a quiet, heavy beat. Shadows stretched out long across the hardwood floor. I can still feel the way your fingers caught the hem right before you turned around and locked the door. Now the evening tension takes over the space, rewinding every word we left out in the hallway. I feel the fabric scratch, I see your face, trapped in the memory of how we lost our way. It's a slow burning friction in the dark. One touch on the seam and I'm back at the start. You dropped the keys on the glass coffee table. The sound echoed loud in the middle of the room. We weren't shouting, just staring at the wall, watching our shadows fade into the gloom. Your wool coat brushed against my bare wrist, the sudden static shock and the lingering heat. We both knew the balance was about to snap. Two prideful minds refusing to yield defeat. Time moves on, but the weave holds the night out. Run my thumb over the stubborn thread. The room grows still while the beat drops low, replaying every single thing you never said. The same thick pressure in the atmosphere, like you're still standing right here. Rough cashmere cooling on my collarbone. The city lights flicker into view. Another quiet evening spent alone, tied to the thread that leads back to you. Just fabric and a fading memory, just dust falling over me. Oh, hey, 14 glows blue inside our kitchen. I project the scene 3 years from now. You'll be pouring wine without a word. Ice cubes falling as the lights turn down. City noise will bleed through open blinds. Engine hums down on the avenue. We won't need to speak to fill the space, just the heavy rhythm built by two. I can see the posture of your spine, relaxed against the granite ledge. No more chasing what we used to lose. No more standing on the nervous edge. That evening tension's gonna feel so clean when we finally touch the future stage. Sub-bass humming through the floorboard slow. No one rushed and no one running late. We'll pour another round and watch the dark settle down into a quiet frame. Every single tension that we carry once is gonna fade into a softer name. I imagine now your silk sleeve drapes, shadows playing on the dark wood floor. You'll look back at who we are tonight, smiling like we don't bleed anymore. Stereo will play some slow synth groove, filtered keys and heavy 808s. We'll just tilt our heads and take it in, settled in the place that us awaits. I can see the posture of your spine, relaxed against the granite ledge. No more chasing what we used to lose. No more standing on the nervous edge. That evening tension's gonna feel so clean when we finally touch the future state. Sub-bass humming through the floorboard slow. No one rushed and no one running late. We'll pour another round and watch the dark settle down into a quiet frame. Every single tension that we carried once is gonna fade into a softer name. Right now it's just a dream inside my head, a picture painted in a crowded room. But I can taste the cold air on the glass. I can feel the calm that's gonna bloom. Two shadows standing in the modern dusk, holding everything we fought to claim. On a future clock, we made it out of the noise. Just you and me in the low light app. Everything settled, everything right. A damn baby coaster leaves a dark ring on the table. I watch the water soak into the wood while my phone vibrates twice against the grain. Yeah, you sit 3 feet away, pretending to read the headline on your screen. The room is quiet but the air feels heavy with everything we avoided over dinner. I count the seconds between your quiet breaths, wondering if you feel the shift in the room. I keep my eyes fixed on the condensation dripping down my glass. My heart rate is running faster than the slow kick drum on the speaker. We both know how this night resolves if either of us takes a step. There is an electric tension humming right between us tonight. Every silence in this room sounds like an invitation I cannot ignore. I am trying to keep my posture relaxed, trying not to move across the rug too fast. This late heat is pressing on my chest, and I'm running out of reasons to hesitate. I slide my thumb over the damp cardboard, spinning it in slow circles. Your eyes flicker up from your phone, holding mine for half a second before slipping away. That brief glance carried more honesty than 2 hours of smooth talking. My leather jacket hangs over the back of the dining chair, discarded along with my restraint. I feel the low frequency from the floor below us, vibrating straight into my chest. Maybe I should stand up and switch off the tall floor lamp by the wall. Maybe I should stop analyzing every small shift in your body language. You lean your head back against the sofa cushion and exhale slowly into the dim light. I do not need to say a word when the atmosphere in here speaks for itself. The coaster is drying out, but the stain on the wood remains. I stand up from my chair and take the short walk across the floor. No more waiting, no more reading into the quiet. The rest of this evening is already set in motion. screech of bus brakes echoing till the streets down. Tells me the final commute is wrapping up. You rest your elbows on the windowsill, watching the shadow of the fire escape stretch long. 9 hours on your feet at the corner office. Now your shoulders sit lower than they did at noon. I kick the low amp on by the sofa leg, letting the warm tube hum and take the room. The city outside is slowing down its rush, and your eyelids drop heavy in the fading orange light. I can see you holding on to worries from the morning. So kick off your shoes and release the tight grip. We do not need to speak about the payroll tonight. Just let the bass line crawl across the floorboards. You pulled yourself through another 5-day grind. So pass the glass and let the evening settle. Look at the streetlights flickering alive. This is the hour where we regain control. A delivery scooter hums past the alleyway, leaving a trace of exhaust and summer air. You untie your laces without saying the word, leaning back against the faded leather cushion. I know that look when your mind is still running, checking off boxes that can wait till Monday. You put your phone face down on the coffee table. We got a different kind of tempo starting now. The city outside is slowing down its rush, and your eyelids drop heavy in the fading orange light. I can see you holding on to worries from the morning. So kick off your shoes and release the tight grip. We do not need to speak about the payroll tonight. Just let the bass line crawl across the floorboards. You pulled yourself through another 5-day grind. So pass the glass and let the evening settle. Look at the streetlights flickering alive. This is the hour where we regain control. I know you felt the weight when the manager came round, trying to question the extra effort that you gave. But you were sitting right here in my living room, and nobody is tracking your hours right now. Listen to the rhythm of the neighborhood below. We built this space just to breathe in peace. The bus brakes squeal one last time on the avenue. You lean your head back and let out a slow breath. The night belongs to us now, my friend. Just let the bass line carry us home. Toasted vanilla bean fills the hallway as Julian turns the heavy brass lock. Maya drops a leather shoulder bag right beside the ticking kitchen clock. A low-end bass line creeps through plaster, shaking dust from the window pane. They step inside the quiet sanctuary, leaving behind the heavy city rain. No words exchanged since 6 p.m. Just heavy breathing in the shaded hall. An electric pull between two shadows, stretching long across the painted wall. That evening tension takes over the floor, thick as smoke and slow as rum. Neither one is ready to say a word, waiting to see where the night will come. They move in orbit around the kitchen light, holding back what they both desire. Two hearts beating in a third-person view, catching the spark before the fire. He pours 2 glasses of dark amber rye and slides one across the marble tile. She leans her hip against the copper sink, offering a slow and guarded smile. The 808 hums steady through the floor, warming up the cool apartment air. He unbuttons a top coat slowly while she runs fingers through her hair. No words exchanged since 6 p.m. Just heavy breathing in the shaded hall. An electric pull between two shadows, stretching stretching long across the painted wall. That evening tension takes over the floor. Thick as smoke and slow as rum. Neither one is ready to say a word, waiting to see where the night will come. They move in orbit around the kitchen light, holding back what they both desire. Two hearts beating in a third-person view, catching the spark before the fire. The city sparkles 40 floors below. Distant sirens play too quiet hums. The room settles into velvet dust before the midnight hour comes. A single step closes up the gap. The ice melts down inside the glass. Everything they held back all week long is finally coming around at last. Vanilla scent still hangs in space. He takes a wrist in the dim glow. The evening tension finally breaks, soft and steady, deep and slow. A sudden doubt shears through the stillness as low sub-bass vibrates the tinted glass. You tilt your glass awry, the ice cube shifting, while shadows from the fire escape stretch past. The leather headrest holds your quiet posture. 2 miles away the highway traffic hums. We haven't spoken since the street lamp flickered, waiting for whatever truth now comes. Smoke from the alley grill catches the amber light, pours through the half-open window into the night. Your fingertips trace the seam of your denim jacket, holding back every phrase we could never back down from. This evening tension hangs like heavy wool between the dashboard glow and promises we pull. We watch the city turn its neon blue. Nothing left to prove, just me and you. Static in the speakers, low and deep. Secrets that the late night asphalt keeps. The reflection of the diner sign hits the hood, a red glow bleeding over polished chrome. You turn the dial down and hear the engine idle. Neither one of us is making moves for home. The scent of leather and rain-soaked street pavement fills the tight interior while we freeze the frame. One fleeting thought broke down our silent armor. Neither of us wants to call it by its name. Smoke from the alley grill catches the amber light, pours through the half-open window into the night. Your fingertips trace the seam of your denim jacket, holding back every phrase we could never back down from. This evening tension hangs like heavy wool between the dashboard glow and promises we pull. We watch the city turn its neon blue. Nothing left to prove, just me and you. Static in the speakers, low and deep. Secrets that the late night asphalt keeps. Zoom in on the raindrop, speed along the mirror. Every unspoken grudge is getting clearer. A lens flare catches in your dark brown eyes. Underneath the shadow where the boulevard lies, the kick drum thumps like a deliberate pose. No dramatic exits, no one else. The street light turns green, but the car stays parked. 2 silhouettes outlined against the dark. A quiet thought that ruined all the stillness, now settling down inside the evening park. Where do all the deleted sentences go when the screen turns dark? My thumbs keep hovering over the glass. 3 dots dancing and disappearing. Ice melts in the tumbler, small cracks sound like a knuckle popping in an empty bedroom. I should put on shoes, go down to the corner store, buy something I do not need just to see human eyes. Street lamp outside cuts a sharp yellow rectangle across the hardwood floor. I step inside the line, step out, step inside again. Like a game, I forgot the rules to the air, and here is warm and thick with things I left unspoken. City hum vibrates right through the rubber soles of my socks. Is it midnight yet, or just a heavy feeling of midnight? Everything feels dense and weightless at the exact same time. We build up this evening tension out of nowhere, chasing ghosts along the white crown molding, thinking if I turn the dial low enough I will hear what you meant. Low beats ticking like a slow pulse in my throat, sitting right here on the unmade edge of the mattress, wondering who loses if I press send right now. Refrigerator hum suddenly cuts off, leaving this huge hole in the air. I count 6 seconds of pure silence before my mind starts filling it back up. Remembering the way you laughed last Thursday, really dry, short breath. Were you exhausted or were you pulling yourself back from me? Shadow on the closet door, looks like somebody standing with hands in pockets. I take 2 steps forward, but it is just my denim jacket hanging on the hook. My heart skips a beat anyway, stupidly hopeful. Pour another inch of lukewarm water, sip it slow. Look down at the avenue, tail lights smearing through the drizzle in long red ribbons. We build up this evening tension out of nowhere, chasing ghosts along the white crown mold, and thinking if I turn the dial low enough I will hear what you meant. Low beats ticking like a slow pulse in my throat, sitting right here on the unmade edge of the mattress, wondering who loses if I press send right now. Maybe the silence is not waiting for a response from me. Maybe it is just space, wide open distance, sitting between 2 concrete towers. I breathe in deep, hold it for seconds, let it spill over my lips. My reflection in the black TV screen is just a smudge around its shoulders. No answers coming through the plaster wall, no sign from the spinning fan. The screen lights are face up on the rug, just a low battery warning popping up at 15%. I turn it face down against the woven carpet, let the dark settle back down where it belongs. Still asking into the quiet, still listening to nothing. A solid walnut leg support my weight. As 8 o'clock settles on my spine, I look at old photos on my desk. The kid who thought he ran out of time. You were 17 with cracked sneakers, panicking about every unpaid bill, counting quarters in a dim kitchen, wondering if the world stood still. The bassline hums through floorboards now, a smooth velvet pulse in the room. You thought the dark would swallow you, but it was just preparing the bloom. So take a breath, my younger brother. We made it out of the freeze. The evening tension isn't a threat, it's just the wind in the trees. You survived the late night shifts, the silent drives and empty pockets. I'm sitting in the house you paid for, wearing your dreams like an open locket. I remember how your hands would shake before stepping onto any small stage. You thought every mistake was permanent, a stain on an unwritten page. Now the bass hits warm and low, ice melts slow in a heavy glass. All those frantic midnight hours were built to let the storm pass. The bassline hums through floorboards now, a smooth velvet pulse in the room. You thought thought the dark would swallow you, but it was just preparing the bloom. So take a breath, my younger brother. We made it out of the freeze. The evening tension isn't a threat. It's just the wind in the trees. You survived the late night shifts, the silent drives and empty pockets. I'm sitting in the house you paid for, wearing your dreams like an open locket. Put down the notebook, clear your mind. Stop checking the clock every minute. The life you stress so hard to build has got plenty of room inside it. I forgive your doubts, I forgive your fear. You did the best with what you knew. Every heavy step you took back and brought me right here to you. Rest your shoulders now, kid. The room is warm, the evening is ours. Solid chair beneath my backpack, looking out at these city stars. We made it. We really made it. Honey Denver beans filter through stained glass, casting gold across your dark coat. You ask if the empty stool beside me is taken for the evening. I shake my head, sliding my glass over to clear a little room. The city outside slows down to a steady low frequency hum. You order something neat, looking like you carried the whole day on your shoulders. And not because I know that heavy weight all too well. We do not trade names right away. We just watch the streetlights turn on one by one. The air between us holds a comfortable pool. No pressure to pretend, no story to prove. It is just two shadows crossing in the evening glow, talking softly while the world moves fast. Outside the door you share a thought you usually keep locked inside your chest. And I listen closely, letting the quiet tension rest. Sometimes a stranger understands the subtle shifts best. Yeah, you tell me you almost stayed at your desk past 8 tonight. I confess I walked 3 miles just to dodge an empty room. We laugh at low sounds, swallowed by the bass line from the corner speaker. You spin your napkin round, admitting you rarely talk this much. I tell you honesty comes easier when we have no shared past. The golden light shifts to deep violet behind the glass. We still do not trade names right away. We just let the evening tension stretch and lean. The air between us holds a rare kind of ease. No reason to rush, no promises to keep. It is just two shadows crossing in the evening glow, talking softly while the world moves fast. Outside the door you share a thought you usually keep locked inside your chest. And I listen closely, letting the quiet tension rest. Sometimes a stranger understands the subtle shifts best. The ice melts down inside our glasses as the hour grows late. 2 different lives intersecting at a random counter bar. No expectations weighing on the words we choose to speak. Just warmth and honesty offered without any guard. The amber light fades into deep indigo night. You finish your drink, I finish mine. A simple thanks before we step back into the street. A moment shared, perfect in this quiet disguise. there's the day that I stare at the floor when I think too hard. Now I am watching the condensation drip down a tall glass of sparkling water. A green taxi cab idling at the curb flashes its yellow hazard light 4 times. The apartment radiator hums 3 notes lower than it did last week. My thumb rests over the frayed hem of this oversized gray hoodie. 2 drop keys sit beside a half-burned sandalwood incense stick on the counter. The apartment blocks up the evening roar, keeping only the bass. Your sentence hangs in the air like steam off a fresh pour. Every tiny shift in the room keeps time with my chest. We settle into the quiet tension that evening brings best. These small observations build a world inside the dark. A glowing phone screen drop into 12%. Battery mark shadows stretching long across the hardwood pine floorboards. Your lingering statement playing softly like unresolved chords. I count every minor detail while the neighborhood falls asleep. These low-lit hours are the only ones I care to keep. The street lamp casts a grid pattern through the black wire blinds. An unread text message stays pinned at the top of my mind. A single ice cube cracks down the middle with a tiny sound. Scuffed leather sneakers lie sideways where they hit the ground. You know that yesterday I hold my breath right before I speak up. Now I watch the brown ring left by my morning coffee cup. The apartment blocks at the evening roar, keeping only the bass. Your sentence hangs in the air like steam off a fresh pour. Every tiny shift in the room keeps time with my chest. We settle into the quiet tension that evening brings best. These small observations build a world inside the dark. A glowing phone screen drop into 12%. Battery mark shadows stretching long across the hardwood pine floorboards. Your lingering statement playing softly like unresolved chords. I count every minor detail while the neighborhood falls asleep. These low-lit hours are the only ones I care to keep. You said yesterday I noticed things nobody else would care to find. Maybe that is why every corner tonight feels so precisely aligned. The amber glow of the receiver, the slow turn of the ceiling fan, the way the room expands just as far as a quiet thought can. Your statement yesterday still lingers in the hallway air. A solitary match head sitting cold on the arm of the chair. Midnight comes on subtle feet, taking over the space. Nothing left to observe except the stillness in its place. Frayed denim cuffs rub against my wrist, a stubborn weave that remembers where we used to sit. The evening air settles heavy on the city block. 6:30 p.m. ticking on the street corner clock. I pull the collar up to block the chill, and suddenly I am back on that apartment sill. You were laughing with the drink held in your hand, making promises we did not fully understand. The bass kicks low from a car passing by, tail lights bleeding purple in the lower sky. One touch of this fabric brings the whole scene back, taking me right off of my current track. It is that late day tension falling over the avenue. Every slow rhythm leads me right back to you. We were young, we were reckless in the faded dark, leaving invisible prints all across the park. Now the night pulls tight like a woven thread, playing back every single word you said. Brush cotton lining holds a ghost of your perfume, floating through the shadows of this quiet room. I lean back on the sofa feeling 8 years younger, driven by that same unvarnished urban hunger. We had no money, just a speaker on the floor, dancing till the landlord knocked upon the door. Your hand was tucked deep inside my pocket then, a simple habit I will never feel again. It is that late day tension falling over the avenue. Every slow rhythm leads me right back to you. We were young, we were reckless in the faded dark, leaving invisible prints all across the park. Now the night pulls tight like a woven thread, playing back every single word you said. Memory is a garment that never really wears away, no matter how many hours get washed out in the gray. The bassline drops through the floorboards now. I try to let you go, but I forget just how. Frayed denim cuffs, evening rolling in slow, just a soul in the dark with nowhere left to go. The tension stays, the beat goes on, holding on to threads until the night is gone. 22 glows amber on the stereo display in some high-rise apartment we have yet to rent. I close my eyes and watch the city drift away, calculating every dollar that we haven't spent. You were leaning back against the sofa made of leather, uncorking red wine from a vintage year we love. We made it past the winters and the heavy weather, looking down at taxi cabs from 30 floors above. I could feel that quiet even waiting for us now, every quiet struggle paying off somehow. The bass is heavy, dropping slow through hidden speakers, no more worn out soles on our daily sneakers. In that imagined room, the evening tension settles deep. We got promises that we intend to keep. Ice in a heavy glass, low light upon your face, everything we dreamed of sitting in its place. I can see us laughing at the days we had to grind, leaving all the heavy pressure far behind. You take a sip and hand the crystal glass to me. No alarm set for tomorrow, total liberty. The turntable spins a slow and velvet soul groove, watching how your smooth and steady shoulders move. We used to count the change just to catch the late bus. Now the future glows in silence made for us. It hasn't happened yet, but I can feel the weight of coming home at dusk without a worries list or date. Just you and me, the dim light and the skyline blue, knowing every single hard night brought me straight to you. In that imagined room, the evening tension settles deep. We got promises that we intend to keep. Ice in a heavy glass, low light upon your face, everything we dreamed of sitting in its place. I can see us laughing at the days we had to grind, leaving all the heavy pressure far behind. 22 on that future screen, the calmest scene we have ever seen. Just wait for it, we will be right there. A chip brass lattice is quiet beside my glass. I watch the dark amber liquid settle at last. The bassline hums softly through floorboards below my feet. A 24-hour city slowly cooling down this street. I check my phone once, then flip it face down on the wood, wondering if every move I made today was good. 9 to 5 hustle turned to midnight ambition, working through the silence to fulfill my own mission. My mind takes over every deal I worked out today, filtering the static that tries to get in my way. I take a long second just to breathe in the low light, claiming what is mine before the middle of the night. This is my hour when the world shuts down its noise, trading heavy stress for a little bit of poise. Underneath the desk lamp, gathering gathering my thoughts, counting up the wins and the lessons that I bought. Just the quiet rhythm bumping steady in my chest, finding in the evening how a spirit learns to rest. Yeah. A flick of the flint sparks, a momentary flame. Nobody around here is shouting out my name. That works for me, I prefer a stealthier stride, keeping all my hunger stacked safely deep inside. My reflection in the glass looks focused and clear, shaking off the weight of another heavy year. Streetlights paint golden stripes across the wooden floor, locking out the chaos right outside my heavy door. This is my hour when the world shuts down its noise, trading heavy stress for a little bit of poise. Underneath the desk lamp, gathering my thoughts, counting up the wins and the lessons that I bought. Just the quiet rhythm bumping steady in my chest, finding in the evening how a spirit learns to rest. No calls left to answer, no favors left to owe, setting up the pace for the seeds I gotta sow. When the low end settles into a 45 groove, I do not need permission for my next big move. It is just me and the quiet on the tabletop, watching all the busy shadows make a sudden stop. The small flame dies, but the inner warmth stays put. Grounding every step with the firm and solid foot. Low like cool mud, steady in my lane, washing off the tension from the daily strain. Chip brass lighter, resting on the wood. Everything is right where it should. A worn skateboard rattles over asphalt cracks outside your window. You lean against the kitchen counter, still wearing your work shoes. I can see the 9 to 5 heavy in your shoulders, the kind of weight that makes 27 feel 10 years older. Set down the phone, stop checking every email notification. The sun went down an hour ago, we need a brief vacation. I bought 2 bottles of that cheap red wine you like. Let the city run its race while we turn off the light. The room settles slow while the street traffic hums. We spent the whole week waiting for the weekend to come. So unlace those boots, loosen up your chest. You do not have to prove you are doing your best. Drop the armor on the floor, my friend. We do not need to figure out how tomorrow ends. Just catch the rhythm, let the heavy feelings slide. We got good music in the night on our side. Feel the bass beat pulsing through the floorboard wood. Everything is quiet where we both stood. Remember back in 2018, broke in a small apartment, talking about the dreams that we were gonna start then. Now you got the office and the monthly mortgage pay, but I still see the same kid from back in the day. You rush through every hour like you run out of sand, trying to keep the world right inside your hand. Take a deep breath, let the ice cubes melt. Tell me everything that you haven't felt. The room settles slow while the street traffic hums. We spent the whole week waiting for the weekend to come. So unlace those boots, loosen up your chest. You do not have to prove you are doing your best. Drop the armor on the floor, my friend. We do not need to figure out how tomorrow ends. Just catch the rhythm, let the heavy feelings slide. We got good music in the night on our side. Feel the bass beat pulsing through the floorboard wood. Everything is quiet where we both stood. Street lights cast long yellow stripes across the couch. No deadlines calling us to worry about now. You do not have to fix every broken line tonight. Just sit back, breathe in, let the soul feel light. The skateboard noise fades down the block. Forget about the clicking on the wall clock. We are right here, brother. Nothing else to do. night belongs to us, and I am right here with you. Roasted hazelnut smoke drifts through open screen doors, blending with the heavy rain that hits the asphalt floors. She leans against the doorframe, watching how his shadow falls, tracing lines of quiet tension up and down the hallway walls. He spins a silver signet ring around his calloused thumb, waiting for the rhythm of her voice to finally come. 3 days of silence sitting heavy in the atmosphere, yet neither one moves an inch away from staying near. The skyline turns to indigo behind the velvet shades, while every little argument slowly blurs and fades. They count the space between their chest beats in the dark, waiting for a single word to set off the spark. It is that evening tension pulling from across the room, a slow magnetic gravity rising in the gloom. He takes a step toward her with his eyes locked tight. She holds her ground beneath the low amber light. No explanations offered, no apology said. Just two people listening to where the bassline led. Her fingers tap a cadence on the side of her jeans. He understands the signal and what the posture means. He turns the volume knob down on the stereo deck, spotting neon reflections glowing on her neck. Pride was a fortress until 7 o'clock hit. Now they are sitting on the edge where the cushions split. The distance shrinks down to a couple of inches. Neither person flinches when the night wind pinches. Is that evening tension pulling from across the room, a slow magnetic gravity rising in the gloom. He takes a step toward her with his eyes locked tight. She holds her ground beneath the low amber light. No explanations offered, no apology said. Just two people listening to where the bassline led. The bass keeps thumping from the floorboards below, a heavy pulse moving soft and slow. He reaches out a hand, brushing cotton on her sleeve, giving her a second to decide if she will leave. She closes up the gap, leaning chin against his chest, putting all the pride and stubborn anger straight to rest. Hazelnut smoke floating out into the night, two silhouettes merging in the fading light. The apartment calms down as the hour grows late. Settled in the dark body, eye in front of the gate. One stray memory snaps the quiet, dropping like a coin in an empty glass. You sit across the room in dim shadow, swirling amber ice while the minutes pass. Stereo hums at 20%, bass vibrating light through the floorboard grain. We haven't spoken since the streetlights lit, watching wet reflections of the city rain. Slow pulse rising under heavy air, unspoken words hanging line by line. You lean your shoulder against the glass, crossing the boundary between yours and mine. Low voltage humming through the apartment walls, evening tension holding us in place. Every small movement echoes down the hall, measure breath in a narrow space. We don't need a word to set the tone, midnight energy taking control. Low voltage humming in the quiet dark, two restless shadows, body and soul. Streetlights cast long amber stripes sliding across the leather of the sofa frame. You reach for your phone, then set it down, leaving unsaid what we refuse to name. Ice smells slow in a heavy tumbler, condensation dripping on the hardwood floor. Every quiet breath feels amplified as you take one step closer to the door. Slow pulse rising under heavy air, unspoken words hanging line by line. You lean your shoulder against the glass, crossing the boundary between yours and mine. Low voltage humming through the apartment walls, evening tension holding us in place. Every small movement echoes down the hall, measured breath in a narrow space. We don't need a word to set the tone, and that energy taking control. Low voltage humming in the quiet dark, two restless shadows, body and soul. The city outside is a distant murmur, freeway traffic humming like a soft low beat. We exist right here in the cinematic frame where cold restraint and hot pulse meet. No loud confessions, just the heavy room pulling us together in the gathering gloom. Low voltage humming through the apartment walls, evening tension holding us in place. Every small movement echoes down the hall, measured breath in a narrow space. We don't need a word to set the tone, and the energy taking control. Low voltage humming in the quiet dark, two restless shadows, body and soul. Amber light fading off the kitchen counter, silence is stretching out long and deep. One shared look in the half-lit hallway promises the evening intends to keep. Why does the bass settle heavy right behind my ribs before I even speak? The glass on the table is sweating against the glass of the window, and I wonder if humidity remembers where it started. My jacket hangs off the chair like a second skin I dropped at 25. Traffic below sounds like water spilling over smooth river stones. I keep holding my thumb against the edge of the table, testing the grain, wondering how many people sat here before the stain dried out. Text messages stay unread because answering means choosing an ending to a thought I have not finished thinking. The room sways just a little to the subwoofer in the floorboards. Every shadow stretches toward the door like it wants to step outside. My mind is running through 3 conversations at once. None of them happening now. This evening tension holds its breath in the corner of the room. We float between the things we meant to say and what we leave alone. Ice melts down into the dark amber whiskey, diluting the sharp edges. I am watching the city blinking cold while my thoughts drift past the window pane. Someone turned the lights down 2 notches and now everyone looks like a portrait from an older decade. I think about my mother's voice telling me to slow down my stride when I walk through crowded places. The snare drum hits like a soft pulse, reminding me my heart is still keeping time. Did I leave the key in the deadbolt, or did I just imagine turning it twice? It does not matter much right now while the kick drum rolls across the hardwood floor. A girl 3 seats down laughs at a joke I missed, and the sound lingers like smoke in the rafters. This evening tension holds its breath in the corner of the room. We float between the things we meant to say and what we leave alone. Ice melts down into the dark amber whiskey, diluting the sharp edges. I am watching the city blinking cold while my thoughts drift past the window pane. Lines blur between what I want next month and what I need tonight. The rhythm keeps pulling my shoulders down into the cushion. Is it solitude if 20 strangers all breathing the same warm air? I let the question hang in the middle of the room until it dissolves. next song begins. My glass is clear now, just water and a faint trace of hope. Still no answer coming through the dark. Heavy leather shifts under 28 years of quiet wait. As evening settles through the blinds like slow blue smoke, I pull up a blank page to write to the kid who stayed up late, wondering if the rent would clear or if the dream would break. You were 19, sitting on a milk crate by the space heater, sweating out the fear of being nobody worth knowing. The city outside hums low and steady now. The bass in my chest isn't panic anymore, just rhythm. I wish I could send a message back down the timeline, tell you to take a deep breath in that cold basement room. We made it to the calm side of the dusk, where the tension isn't a trap, just a quiet moment. I'm sitting in the heavy chair you prayed for, wearing the peace you thought you'd never earn. Stop holding your shoulders so tight. Young ghost, the future actually knows your name. You thought every minor delay was an absolute disaster, buying $5 coffee just to stay inside where it was warm. I remember how your knees shook on the late night bus, staring at your warm boots, counting down the stops to nowhere. Now the ice melts slow in a crystal glass, and this evening tension is just a choice to finally rest. There were nights you thought the dark would swallow every effort whole. You saved every rejection like evidence of your mistakes, but every lie you erased built the frame I rest against tonight. You did the heavy lifting so I could sit still. We made it to the calm side of the dusk, where the tension isn't a trap, just a quiet moment. I'm sitting in the heavy chair you prayed for, wearing the peace you thought you'd never earn. Stop holding your shoulders so tight. Young ghost, the future actually knows your name. Rest your hands now. The chair holds us both. The bass drops soft and easy. We survived the race. Saffron lighting bleeds into the glass. You lean in close and ask how long I'll stay. The bass line hums behind the heavy breaths, and neither one of us has much to say. You say you usually don't sit alone. I tell you that I rarely come around. Two strangers trading secrets on the phone, while city chatter loses all its sound. You slide your glass an inch toward my side, asking if the rain outside is real. I say the storm has nowhere left to hide, and ask you if you like the way it feels. The evening pulls us closer than we planned, a sudden spark of heat and cold air. We talk about the lies we left behind. No names, exchange of shadows in the dark. You say the city makes everybody blind. I say it only leaves a subtle mark. This late night tension floating in the room, two voices crossing over quiet space. We build a sanctuary out of gloom, and trace the lines upon an unknown face. You laugh and say a week was mostly noise, and not because my days were much the same. We trade opinions like we're balancing toys, careful not to bring up any blame. Do you believe in missing what you lost? You ask me why you stirred the fading ice. I tell you every silence has a cost, and some decisions don't come around twice. We talk about the lives we left behind. No names, exchange of shadows in the dark. You say the city makes everybody blind. I say it only leaves a subtle mark. This late night tension floating in the room. Two voices crossing over quiet space. We build a sanctuary out of gloom and trace the lines upon an unknown face. The clock behind the counter ticks to 3. You ask if I am heading home alone. I smile and say that home is hard to see when every street looks like a stepping stone. Stay 5 more minutes, whispers in the air. No promises, no heavy obligations. Just two strangers resting in a chair, lost inside these quiet conversations. Saffron lighting, fading into gray. You pull your coat on, slowly standing up. Take care, you say, and then you walk away, leaving lemon peel inside my cup. No names to remember, just the evening heat. You told me yesterday that silence is just tension waiting to break. Now I sit watching the amber streetlight cut across the floorboards. A half-empty tumbler leaves a condensation ring on the vinyl sleeve. The radiator clings twice every 5 minutes like a slow clock ticking. Your left sneaker still turned inward near the front doormat. A faint smudge of lavender grease sits on the corner of my phone. The city outside lowers its tone to a gravelly hum. I count the small things lingering in the dark before you call. Every tiny shift in the air feels like a promise or a warning. The evening collects every little detail we left behind. A drop of meltwater falling off the blue ice tray. The bass from next door thumping soft through the drywall seam. This thick twilight pulls us back into the very same room. We gather the quiet piece by piece until the night takes over. A forgotten incense stick leaves gray ash along the amplifier ledge. The neon sign across the avenue turns the puddle outside violet. Your coat collar still holds that faint almond soap from yesterday morning. I notice how the blinds cast zebra stripes across the ceiling fan. The tea in my mug went lukewarm while I watched the green light change. The city outside lowers its tone to a gravelly hum. I count the small things lingering in the dark before you call. Every tiny shift in the air feels like a promise or a warning. The evening collects every little detail we left behind. A drop of meltwater falling off the blue ice tray. The bass from next door thumping soft through the drywall seam. This thick twilight pulls us back into the very same room. We gathered the quiet piece by piece until the night takes over. You said I pay too much attention to the static between sentences. Maybe I do, because the static is where the truth stays hidden. The shadow of my keys against the hallway wallpaper. The slow cool air slipping under the balcony door frame. Everything is standing still, just waiting for your key to turn. Gray ash on the air. Violet reflections in the rain puddle. Silence waiting to break, just like you said yesterday. Yeah. Rib cotton weave catches on my thumb, touching the sleeve where your perfume stayed. 7 p.m. makes the whole room numb. Watching the golden hours slowly fade, I drag my palm across the rough knit seams. Back to the window when we chase dead dreams. You pulled this sweater tight around your throat, leaving your phone in the pocket of my coat. Subwoofer thumping from the third floor, echoing the heavy way you close that door. The evening tension starts to settle in my chest, replaying every single thing that you confessed. We had that heavy kind of tension in the dark, ignited by a word, extinguished by a spark. Now dusk drops down and the shadows pull on. Every single thread brings back the same old song. I am caught in the flashback, trapped in the weave, reliving every second that you swore you wouldn't leave. Coast fabric rubbing on my wrist real slow, reminding me of nights when the lights stayed low. 8:15 pings on the digital clock, tires slushing wet on the corner of the block. You sat right here with your thumbs tucked in, tracing tiny circles on my stubble chin. I can still feel the weight of your head on my collar, trading broken promises for midnight dollars. Soft brush cotton, hard Kofax, memory hitting like a panic attack. The room gets tight as the dust turns black. I keep looking at the hallway expecting you back. You felt like velvet when you held me tight. Now it's just friction in the middle of the night. Loose threads trailing on the hardwood floor. I fold the fabric up and lock the door. 9 o'clock sharp and the tension stays deep. Just me and your shadow before I go to sleep. Yeah, Tony Oden. 2020, oh, ain't silent above the sideboard, casting digital numbers over your wrist. I watch the quiet pulse inside your vein and picture us 30 years from this. We are older in the kitchen, we haven't part, pouring cheap wine into high-end glass, laughing at the early deaths we fought, watching the evening traffic pass. The city hums low behind the blind, your shoulder leans softly against mine. I can see every line on your forehead clear. When time is done, it's heavy work right here. I am looking straight into a future night where the bass is warm and the lamps are low. We don't talk much because we know it all, watching the shadows on the drywall grow. Just two old lovers with a shared record player, breathing in the smoke of a slow decay, holding on tighter than we do right now at the exact same time of day. Yeah, you will wear that oversized cashmere coat that you haven't even ordered online yet. Olive gray threads running through my fade, talking about the moments we can't forget. The coffee table will be real oak then, stained with the rings of 1,000 cups. When the bass line drops from the hallway speaker, neither one of us is getting up. I am looking straight into a future night where the bass is warm and the lamps are low. We don't talk much because we know it all, watching the shadows on the drywall grow. Just two old lovers with a shared record player, breathing in the smoke of a slow decay, holding on tighter than we do right now at the exact same time of day. We won't worry if the rent is late, we won't wonder where the young years went. Every single hour that we wasted back then was a deposit on the piece we spent. I can feel that future tension pulling me close, a quiet promise in the dark room air. 2008 on a future clock, your fingers tangled in my graying hair, still right here, still right here. A scratch copper washer rests beside my cold brew cup on the counter edge. I flick it twice, watch it roll and spin, testing how far my focus can stretch. Streetlights kick on through the blinds, throwing yellow bars across my chest. 9 hours on the grid today. Now my mind refuses to rest. The beat of my headphones hums real low, 80 beats per minute in my soul. I got too many thoughts in a single line, trying to sort what is yours and mine. The room holds a charge I can barely name. Nothing is moving but nothing's the same. This evening tension pulls the wire tight, stretching my breath through the quiet night. I feel the bass in my collarbone, crowded inside while I sit alone. No need to speak, no need to run, just letting the midnight hour come. The city outside is a heavy drum, buses geared down as the street lamps hum. I trace the dent in this copper ring, wondering what the next hour will bring. My phone screen sits face down on the glass. I am tired of watching the minutes pass. Got a low-key fire underneath my skin, locking the noise out, letting depth in. This evening tension pulls the wire tight, stretching my breath through the quiet night. I feel the bass in my collarbone, crowded inside while I sit alone. No need to speak, no need to run, just letting the midnight hour come. Maybe I do not need a final answer, maybe the dark is a patient dancer. I lean my head back against the wall, listen to the slow frequency call. Every tight knot starts to loosen up, as steam fades out of my second cup. Copper washer stopped its spin, silence settles under my skin. Just me and the low end pulse tonight, just me before the morning light. A muffled bass kick reverberates outside, rolling off the pavement right outside the balcony glass. You lean against the kitchen counter, jacket unzipped halfway, holding that screen like it owes you an apology. I see the static lingering in your jawline tonight. Put down the phone and let the room absorb the noise. The city outside is slowing its pulse down, amber headlights sweeping past the drywall ceiling. You spent 9 hours fighting for every inch today. Now you can finally let your knees settle in. Put the keys right there on the table, let the evening take whatever you have left. We do not need to rush into tomorrow yet. Just sit back while the room catches its breath. I know you carry too much across the afternoon, so leave that weight outside before the hour turns. A motorcycle engine winds down 3 blocks away, then fades into the steady hum of passing cars. I drop 2 cubes of ice inside your glass and hand it over, watching you unclench your fist for the first time since 5. Yeah, you always try to act like nothing pulls you down, but I know every shadow under your eyes by now. The city outside is slowing its pulse down, amber headlights sweeping past the drywall ceiling. You spent 9 hours fighting for every inch today. Now you can finally let your knees settle in. Put the keys right there on the table, let the evening take whatever you have left. We do not need to rush into tomorrow yet. Just sit back while the room catches its breath. I know you carry too much across the afternoon, so leave that weight outside before the hour turns. The low end hums through the floorboards below us, a deep beat drifting up from someone's park sedan. You do not have to explain to figure out what comes next on the master plan. Right here, right now, the clock belongs to us. Leave the jacket on the chair back. Let the street sound wash away. We are right where we need to be as the evening takes its place. Just breathe out, just let it go. Scorched bergamot and damp cedar steam drift through the open kitchen frame. He sits on the edge of the velvet stool, listening as she calls his name. The city outside drops its working rhythm for something thicker and slow. Neither of them speaks about tomorrow, just letting the bassline flow. She unclasps her watch, letting silver drop onto the polished glass. Two shadows watching how the heavy twilight minutes pass. 7 o'clock turned into 9 without a single promise made. The sky outside bleeds down from violet to an indigo shade. He pours 2 fingers of rye, listening to the ice clink low. She tilts her chin back smoothly, letting the quiet tension grow. It is that late evening tension, pulling them in close. No heavy declarations, just the mood they love the most. Streetlights cut through Venetian blinds and gold across the floor. They both know exactly why she stepped inside his door. Low bass knocking through the floorboards, keep in perfect time. 2 people balancing along a thin electric line. She twists her gold rings, leaning her hips against the counter edge. He steps across the rug, stopping right at the conversation's ledge. The scent of rain wet brick outside mixes with the warm perfume. A sudden shift in energy fills up the rest of the dim lit room. His fingertips brush the hem of her jacket, slow and deliberate. They move together like a slow jam record playing past midnight. 7 o'clock turned into 9 without a single promise made. The sky outside bleeds down from violet to an indigo shade. He pours 2 fingers of rye, listening to the ice clink low. She tilts her chin back smoothly, letting the quiet tension grow. It is that late evening tension, pulling them in close. No heavy declarations, just the mood they love the most. Streetlights cut through Venetian blinds and gold across the floor. They both know exactly why she stepped inside his door. A low bass knocking through the floorboards, keep in perfect time. 2 people balancing along a thin electric line. No need for labels when the cadence says it all tonight. He leans in closer, reaching up to dim the overhead light. She whispers something low that makes the silence drop its guard. When the whole world quiets down, staying distant gets too hard. The ice melts slowly down inside the glass. They watch the remaining city hours pass. Late evening tension taking over the room. Indigo darkness coming into full bloom. An uninvited realization pierces total stillness. The ice cube drops an inch inside the crystal glass. Sodium light streams through half-shut blinds and amber stripes. You sit across the ottoman with hands folded tight. The 800-watt sub hums low through floorboard seams. Neither of us speaks, but the atmosphere weighs heavy. I count 6 seconds between the clock tick. You're breathing. The street below is muted, wet pavement reflecting red. We let this thick composure handle what was left unsaid. Your phone screen flashes once, face down on the wool rug. Late hours pull us deeper into the velvet groove. We could just stay right here until the shadows turn gray. Let the slow bass rumble, wash the grievances away. The evening holds its breath inside this amber hallway light. We do not have to fix what broke tonight. Just let the tension hang, let the atmosphere slide. Condensed steam gathers on the high apartment window pane. Your silk shirt catches indigo from the silent screen. 4 feet of leather couch feel like 1,000 miles wide. I tilt my glass and watch a single drop glide down the side. You shift your position, a silver ring tap in mahogany. A sharp metallic click inside a room wrapped in sub-bass. We could just stay right here until the shadows turn gray. Let the slow bass rumble, wash the grievances away. The evening holds its breath inside this amber hallway light. We do not have to fix what broke tonight. Just let the tension hang, let the atmosphere slide. Outside the glass, a midnight bus comes to a heavy stop. Inside the lowest frequencies pulse against our chest. We know tomorrow demands answers we do not possess, so we keep the lamps dimmed down, keeping the scene intact. Every unsaid thought settles softly in the dark. No words exchanged, just a low amplifier hum. The blinds stretch longer across the darkened floor. We stay right here, evening tension fading into quiet agreement. Why do certain names still carry weight when no one speaks them out loud? I ask the windshield fogging up under the street lamp beam. I smell slow at the bottom of a plastic cup in the holder, 18 blocks from your apartment, riding in a lower gear. Phone screen flips face down on the passenger seat fabric. Thought about calling and remembered how the silence felt last Tuesday. Your favorite jacket left a faint trace of vanilla on my leather collar. My mind jumps from the overdue power bill to the way you laughed at the corner shop. Why do we call it moving on when we just walk around the wreckage? The bass line hums through my heels in the floorboards. City lights bleed together into a soft violet glow. I am thinking about your voice while staring at a yellow traffic signal. Everything moves at once inside this quiet space. Late hours making promises I probably shouldn't keep. Tension thick as velvet pulled across the dashboard glass. Drifting through the thoughts I usually try to hide from the daylight. We build a whole world out of what remains unsaid tonight. Just floating in the pulse of a city coming down, trying to find where my heart ends. And the evening begins. Stoplight turns red, nobody behind me for 3 miles. Did you leave your hallway light on like you used to when you were lonely? I remember the smell of what pavement after 6 o'clock rain. 2 missed calls from a number I deleted back in August. Maybe freedom is just a word for having nowhere specific to drop anchor. My thumb traces the rim of the steering wheel, counting stitches, a synth wave heavy on the low end, rattles the side mirror slightly. I wanna turn around, I wanna keep driving till the coast appears. Both thoughts exist at the exact same fraction of a second. Late hours making promises I probably shouldn't keep. Tension thick as velvet pulled across the dashboard glass. Drifting through the thoughts I usually try to hide from the daylight. We build a whole world out of what remains unsaid tonight. Just floating in the pulse of a city coming down, trying to find where my heart ends. And the evening begins. If I turn off the ignition right here on the shoulder. Will the noise inside my chest slow down with the engine? We spent months learning how to talk around the edge of things. Now I am fluent in the art of speaking to nobody. The bass drops out, leaving only a low pad holding a minor chord. And I still do not know what I am waiting to hear. Key stays in the slot, shadows stretch across the dashboard leather. Another green light glows in the empty distance, still asking questions that don't need a reply. Riding the low tension till the night runs dry. The heavy oak frame presses firm into the hardwood floor. I sink 3 inches down, feeling the solid cast iron base take everything I carry. Outside, 9 o'clock turns a city street to a dark indigo wash, and the room settles into that familiar late-day gravity. I hold a piece of yellow pad paper across my knee, thinking about the kids sitting on a broken couch 10 years back, worrying if the rent check will bounce before Friday noon. The low end hums through the floorboards now, a quiet beat looping in the corner. Speaker, you were panicking about tomorrow's bus fare, while I sit here in this heavy seat, finally breathing slow. Dear 19, stop staring at the ceiling fan. The panic in your chest is just temporary noise. We built a life out of the scraps you saved in that jacket pocket, and the nights aren't nearly as cold as you think they'll be. Keep writing those lyrics on your palm in the dark. They pay for this quiet evening sound. I remember how your knuckles bled working double shifts at the dock. How you thought 25 was an ocean you never crossed. Look at me now, resting my shoulders against this high leather backrest, drinking cold water without counting the pennies in the jar. You thought every mistake was a final curtain call, but every misstep just adjusted the angle of the spot. The low end hums through the floorboards now, a quiet beat looping in the corner. Speaker, you were panicking about tomorrow's bus fare, while I sit here in this heavy seat, finally breathing slow. Dear 19, stop staring at the ceiling fan. The panic in your chest is just temporary noise. We built a life out of the scraps you saved in the jacket pocket, and the nights aren't nearly as cold as you think they'll be. Keep writing those lyrics on your palm in the dark. They pay for this quiet evening sound. If I could send this paper back through the winter dries, I'd tell you to drop the heavy coat you kept wearing indoors. You don't need to fight every shadow in the hallway. The weight you felt back then shifted right under the sea, turned into something solid that holds us up tonight. Put the pen down, kid, get some sleep. The chair holds us now. We made it through the night. Plum tinted neon saturates the window ledge, where the bar top meets the quiet night air. You set down a silver lighter near my elbow, asking if the stool beside me was occupied. I told you the seat belonged to whoever sat first. You laughed once, pulling out a crumpled cigarette pack. The evening pulse was humming underneath the floorboards. Two strangers finding rhythm in the fading twilight. We don't need names to make this conversation heavy, just a low bass knocking through the plaster wall. Your eyes catch the reflection of the street lamp glare. Every word you drop hits right where it needs to fall. This late evening tension pulls us into the dark, trading quick stories while the city slows its drive. You speak like you've known me for a dozen years. Nothing promised tomorrow, but right now we're alive. Just two passing shadows under one violet light, holding on to the fear before the morning takes flight. You tell me you just got off a 10-hour shift, running calls down on 42nd Street. I tell you I've been dodging my own long thoughts, trying to find a place where rest and noise meet. You're not slow, taking a sip from your glass, singing everyone in the city is running out of time. I watch the condensation drip down the side, matching heavy beat with a quiet round. We don't need names to make this conversation heavy, just a low bass knocking through the plaster wall. Your eyes catch the reflection of the street lamp glare. Every word you drop hits right where it needs to fall. This late evening tension pulls us into the dark, trading quick stories while the city slows its drive. You speak like you've known me for a dozen years. Nothing promised tomorrow, but right now we're alive. Just two passing shadows under warm violet light, holding on to the feeling before the morning takes flight. The bartender clears the glasses off the mahogany bar. Last call gets called out across the dimming room. You ask if I think two people ever really connected, if we just borrow comfort in the sudden gloom. I tell you, it doesn't matter what we call it tonight, as long as the air feels honest under this light. Plum tinted neon fading into deep night. You stand up, buttoning your heavy coat. A quiet thank you left resting on the wood. Two strangers stepping back into the cold parade. Yesterday you said my footsteps sound like heavy velvet on hardwood floor. Now the dust settles in and dust motes drift near the balcony door. A silver ring rests on a marble ledge beside a half-peeled price tag. The Wi-Fi router blinks a steady blue inside a faded canvas bag. Your half-filled coffee mug from yesterday still leaves a dark ring on the pine. I check the tiny scratches on my watch rim while the streetlights line the drive. The radiator clicks twice, pushing warmth against the evening chill. A dark denim jacket rests slouched on the chair, completely still. Yellow light creeps through the narrow crack beneath the frame. I shove my heels on the rug and whisper your middle name. The ice cube snaps inside my highball glass with a sharp small pop. We let the silence take its time before the bass line drops. This evening tension lingers right around the sofa edge. Small details catching light along the window ledge. A face down, phone screen glowing soft against the woven throw. The quiet proof you were in no real rush to go. Water droplets sliding slow down a tall glass of tea. Watching every shade of gray belong to you and me. Yesterday you mentioned that I always leave the cabinet door ajar. Now I press the loose brass hinge into place while watching a distant car. A paper receipt from the corner market sits crumpled in my left palm. The low hum from a passing motorcycle breaks through the parlor calm. Your spare key fob sits on a stack of mail beside two utility bills. Amber street lamp shed a warm stripe across the windowsill. One thread hangs loose from the cuff from my dark gray knit sweater. I keep remembering your low voice saying we should know better. The refrigerator hums its single steady pitch. I trace the ink mark on a postcard tucked behind the light switch. 8:45 and the neighborhood breeze slow and deep. Every tiny thing in this dark room is something I keep. Your umbrella leaning by the tall shoe rack in the hall. A tiny water mark drying on the plaster wall. Yesterday you said I noticed things that do not count for much. Now I am sitting in the low light, waiting for your touch, for board settling. Quiet in the dark, city outside, turning down its spark. coarse-woven cashmere scrapes against my collarbone as the twilight thickens in this silent room alone. I pull the sleeve down, feeling every single thread, and suddenly I am back inside your crowded bedroom. October air coming through the cracked window pane. You were wearing this coat when you whisper my name. The bass from the street below starts this heavy hum, and my pulse gets restless, waiting for the rush to come. The evening tension hangs so heavy on the floor, a sudden rush of visions knocking at my door. I thought I buried every piece of that night, but the texture brings you back into the fading light. Now the dusk is pulling memories from the seams, ripped from reality, entangled in my dreams. I can feel the electric current in the air tonight. 2 years later and the spark still burns too bright. This evening tension has me trapped inside my head, living out the words that we both left unsaid. Smooth silk lining sliding past my wrist bone, takes me to that midnight diner corner all alone. You reached across the table, grabbed my heavy sleeve, told me promises I was foolish to believe. Now 30 steps down this dim residential street, the streetlights flicker while the dark shadows meet. My heart rate climbs with the lows of frequency, walking past the porch where you used to sit with me. The evening tension hangs so heavy on the floor, a sudden rush of visions knocking at my door. I thought I buried every piece of that night, but the texture brings you back into the fading light. Now the dusk is pulling memories from the seams, ripped from reality, entangled in my dreams. I can feel the electric current in the air tonight. 2 years later and the spark still burns too bright. This evening tension has me trapped inside my head, living out the words that we both left unsaid. Fingertips tracing the rib-bed cuffs again, remembering when a touch felt like a holy sin. The temperature drops as the baseline sways. How does a piece of fabric bring back forgotten days? I take a deep breath as the street quiet falls. Your voice still echoes down these empty brick walls. Rough weave, soft lining, fading down the hall. Evening tension rising till I lose it all. Just a memory caught inside a single thread. Night falls heavy over everything we said. Everything we said. Just a thread. 1945, closing low turquoise light across a balcony we haven't rented yet. I picture polished concrete under bare feet, your silk shirt tossed across a deep blue chair. City lights below us blooming indigo, while subwoofers rumble soft inside the floor. We won't be checking no bank accounts tonight. We won't be running out to catch a late train, just pouring 2 glasses of Cabernet, and that slow magnetic heat taking over the room. That's how our evening tension feels in 5 years. A steady burn sitting 40 stories high. No hurry in the way your eyes hold mine. Just warm skin, cool air, heavy baseline. Fast forward to the calm after dark, when everything we chase finally stays right where we are. Yeah, you lean against the granite island counter, smiling about the days we barely made rent. An unreleased track drifting through ambient speakers, low indigo lighting catching your silver ring. I wrap my arms around your waist before the beat drops, tasting the sweet future we haven't touched yet. We won't be checking no bank accounts tonight. We won't be running out to catch a late train, just pouring 2 glasses of Cabernet, and that slow magnetic heat taking over the room. That's how our evening tension feels in 5 years. A steady burn sitting 40 stories high. No hurry in the way your eyes hold mine. Just warm skin, cool air, heavy baseline. Fast forward to the calm after dark. when everything we chase finally stays right where we are. Tonight we're stuck in this old hatchback seat, watching rain hit windshield glass in the dark. But I can feel every second of that future room, the way your breath catches when my hands find your waist. 1945 on a digital clock, a promised skyline waiting ahead. 40 stories high, we are almost there. Those silver guitar pick rest right beside my lukewarm Earl Grey tea. The sun went down 20 minutes ago, leaving shadows stretching across the veneer. I watch the reflection catch the floor lamps glow, wondering if I should hit send on line 3. My thumbs hover right above the glass while the bass line loops inside my brain. 8 o'clock hits with a silent wait, city noise filtering through the blinds. Everyone is rushing to a Friday date while I am wrestling with my own mind. The rhythm in my chest starts to pick up speed, not from panic, just from what I need. There is a quiet tension in the twilight air, a slow burning groove that I cannot escape. I pull my hoodie tight and run my hands through my hair, trying to give this evening some kind of shape. It sits between the silence and the subwoofer hum, waiting for the shift to finally come. I slide the pick across the stained oak board. It makes a tiny scraping sound against the dust, thinking about the promises I kept stored and how easily the polished edges rust. My phone buzzes twice against the wood, a name I haven't seen in half a year. I don't answer like I probably should, I just listen to the hum in my right ear. 8 o'clock hits with a silent wait, city noise filtering through the blinds. Everyone is rushing to a Friday date while I am wrestling with my own mind. The rhythm in my chest starts to pick up speed, not from panic, just from what I need. There is a quiet tension in the twilight air, a slow burning groove that I cannot escape. I pull my hoodie tight and run my hands through my hair, trying to give this evening some kind of shape. It sits between the silence and the subwoofer hum, waiting for the shift to finally come. Maybe I will step out to the corner store, maybe I will stay right here on this rug. The evening pulls me closer to the open door, giving every hesitation one more tug. I hold my breath, count to 4, letting the beat settle deep in my bones. The silver pick stays where it landed. The room goes dark except for the screen. Evening tension fully expanded, living right in the space between just me and the low frequency. Just me. A hydraulic bus brake kiss echoes down the alleyway. You throw your silver watch onto the glass side table. 12 hours on your feet, I can read what you cannot say. The city demands more than any of us are able. Unlace your boots and leave the stress out by the hall. We do not have to answer to anybody's call. Yeah. Amber lamps are warming up the corners of the space. I spell the navy sky is moving at a gentle pace. You spent your morning running for somebody else's dime. Now we let the low sub bass take its sweet time. Drop that heavy back right here and let the evening settle in. We do not need no fast talk, just let the chill begin. Pour 2 fingers in the tumbler, kick back and breathe. There is nothing out there tonight that we really need. Just a slow beat knocking, keeping all the pressure back. You and me catching up on everything we lack. Remember back when 25 felt 100 miles away. Now we calculate the rent and count the bills we gotta pay. Your phone keeps lighting up the sofa, flip the screen down flat. They can wait until tomorrow, you are better than that. I got the vinyl turning on and 90 soul bounce. These quiet late hours are the only ones that count. Amber lamps are warming up the corners of the space. Outside the navy sky is moving at a gentle pace. You spent your morning running for somebody else's dime. Now we let the low sub bass take its sweet time. Drop that heavy back right here and let the evening settle in. We do not need no fast talk, just let the chill begin. Pour 2 fingers in the tumbler, kick back and breathe. There is nothing out there tonight that we really need. Just a slow beat knocking, keeping all the pressure back. You and me catching up on everything we like. Traffic crawls along the avenue 3 floors down below. Red tail lights blinking in a rhythm soft and slow. You do not gotta play the tough guy inside my front door. We built this steady peace that we were searching for. Let the ice melt down in the glass. Take a deep breath in, let the night pass. The street stays loud, but in here we are good. Right where we stood, just past the lighter when you are done. We survived another one. Sweet tobacco and cold jasmine drift down the stairwell as Tariq turns the latch. He checks his wristwatch twice, letting the heavy bass rumble from the courtyard below. Across the kitchen island, Maya unclasps her silver bracelet with a silent sigh. The evening air thickens between them, laced with the scent of dark honey and rain. Neither speaks a single word, but the shadows stretch long against the brick wall. The kick drum pulses slowly through the floorboards, matching their unhurried heartbeat. He pours 2 fingers of rye into low ball glasses. She tilts her head, watching the amber liquid catch the street light. The city outside settles into a deep velvet hush. They both know the night is just beginning to lean in. It is that late hour tension, pulling them closer without a word. A smooth rhythm swinging. In the quiet of 8 o'clock, he steps across the rug. She holds a steady gaze. Nothing needs explaining when the dust carries this heavy groove. It is that late hour tension, keeping the world outside the door. She leans against the balcony ledge, exhaling a thin cloud into the damp wind. The smell of cedarwood cologne and rain-slick pavement clings to her sleeves. He stands 2 paces behind her, hands tucked deep into his dark coat pockets. A distant horn wails 3 blocks over, swallowed by the low sub-bass of the neighborhood track. Every small movement carries the weight of a conversation they avoided all week. Yet the air feels lighter now that the sun has completely dropped behind the skyline. He offers a quiet glass, touching her fingers in the cool dark. She takes a slow sip, letting the burning warmth balance the breeze. The city outside settles into a deep velvet hush. They both know the night is just beginning to lean in. It is that late hour tension, pulling them closer without a word. A smooth rhythm swinging. In the quiet of 8 o'clock, he steps across the rug. She holds a steady gaze. Nothing needs explaining when the dust carries this heavy groove. It is that late keeping the world outside the door. No rush to figure out what tomorrow demands of them both. The beat stays steady, rolling like silk through the small apartment. He tilts his chin, she smiles through the shadows. Two people caught in the magic of a slowing clock. The scent of sweet tobacco lingers near the open window. He sets his glass down softly on the wooden table. She turns around, letting the bass fill the space between. The evening holds its breath until the track fades out. A sudden thought punctures the quiet as street lamps start to flicker on. The dashboard casts a midnight blue across the stitching on the leather. Your phone lit up face down against the armrest. The brief white flash then dark again. Outside the glass, the boulevard swells with low frequency exhaust notes. We sit idling in the alley behind the supper club, waiting for someone to speak. The city hums through the floorboards like an unfinished chorus. I watch a silhouette adjust in the side mirror glass. The air inside is thick with burnt vanilla and cool rain on hot asphalt. Neither of us puts the car in drive, though the meter ran out 20 minutes ago. Crimson brake lights pull across the wet pavement tonight. We are balancing on the edge of what we said we would never revisit. Every breath sounds heavy when the bass drops out of the speaker. This evening tension holds us tight in the narrow dark. The wiper blade clears a thin crescent, a mist from the windshield. You rest your thumb against the steering wheel's perforated seam. A yellow light blinks 3 times, painting your jawline in golden ash. You drop a sentence in the middle of the air that alters everything. The climate control hums a soft breeze against my cold knuckles. Crimson brake lights pull across the wet pavement tonight. We are balancing on the edge of what we said we would never revisit. Every breath sounds heavy when the bass drops out of the speaker. This evening tension holds us tight in the narrow dark. 2 blocks away, the subway line vibrates through the sewer grates. The neon sign of the corner bar blinks off, leaving us in pure indigo. I reach across the gear shift, fingernails grazing the brushed aluminum. You do not pull away, but you do not turn to look at me either. The engine ticks softly as the fan slows down. Crimson reflections wash over the hood. A sudden thought now, spoken out loud. The quiet never comes back the same. Is there a name for this specific quiet? The radiator hums a low note, then stops mid-breath. My thumb traces the silver rim of a cracked ceramic mug, half filled with tea that went cold an hour ago. I should turn off the desk lamp, but the yellow light feels like company. 29 years old and I still check the dark corner twice. Bass kicks softly from a coupe 3 floors below, shaking the window pane just enough to feel present. Thoughts drift like smoke from a dying candle, sliding from overdue rent to how you laughed last March. I stretch my legs across the faded wool rug, feeling the evening tension. Pull me down, pull me under. Late hours been the sharp edges of my focus. I am thinking about the miles I ran just to arrive right here. The city breathing heavy and slow outside my window glass. Unresolved frequencies floating down the hallway, wide awake in this thick blue mist. Listening to my own pulse knock against the ceiling. Did I leave the brass key inside the deadbolt lock? It does not matter now, nobody is walking up those stairs anyway. My phone screen glows indigo with unread messages from yesterday. I type out 3 lines, erase every single word, then darken the glass. My neck holds the weight of a whole week, like damp velvet, smooth rhythm rolling through the monitor speakers, low synth bass dripping slow like honey on warm slate tile. I remember how you used to lean back and close your eyes right on this couch. Thoughts drift like smoke from a dying candle, sliding from overdue rent to how you laughed last March. I stretch my legs across the faded wool rug, feeling the evening tension pull me down, pull me under. Hours bend the sharp edges of my focus. I am thinking about the miles I ran just to arrive right here. The city breathing heavy and slow outside my window glass. Unresolved frequencies floating down the hallway, wide awake in this thick blue mist. Listening to my own pulse knock against the ceiling. Past and present bleed together across the plaster wall. A halogen street light flickers amber, then dim, then steady. Am I running out of time or just running out of breath? The beat drops an octave, sub-bass thumping softly inside my rib cage. Trapped between wanting to sleep and wanting to stay awake forever. Midnight takes a slow breath in. Midnight takes a slow breath out. The silence sits right beside me on the cushion, still asking questions into the dark room, still waiting for the low hum to settle. Dance from underneath you, beneath my resting frame as 8 o'clock arrives. I sink deeper into this heavy leather desk chair and let the city traffic hum outside, looking down at the dark wood, writing a note for a kid back in 2014. You were pacing in the cramped hallway, terrified of missing every dream, counting quarters for the night bus, sweating through cheap flannel sleeves. I wish I could reach back across the decade and give you room to breathe. The room cools down while amber streetlights paint the ceiling grid. I am sitting in the exact high rise you prayed we would inhabit someday. So unclench your fist, stop gripping on every shadow on the wall. Dear 19, you do not have to carry all the panic on your own. The nights you stayed awake freezing in the stairwell built this solid throne. Every double shift and every dollar spent on cheap synth gear paid off. You are standing firm on ground you thought would crumble into dust. Relax your shoulders now, we made it past the storm. The sturdy armchair holds my weight while twilight fades the midnight blue. I remember how you skipped 3 meals just to save for studio time. You thought 5 years ahead you would still be running without a plan. Look at these wide windows, look at this view across the quiet harbor. The sharp tension in your chest back then was just the fire learning how to roar. We do not chase the noise anymore, we dictate our own steady rhythm now. Dear 19, you do not have to carry all the panic on your own. The nights you stayed awake freezing in the stairwell built this solid throne. Every double shift and every dollar spent on cheap synth gear paid off. You are standing firm on ground you thought would crumble into dust. Relax your shoulders now, we made it past the storm. I forgive you for the desperate choices made when fear controlled the room. I forgive the dark notebook pages you tore up before the daylight came. This evening calm replaces every ounce of doubt you carried in your coat. You gave me everything I needed just by refusing to let go. The seat holds me balanced as the skyline settles into silence. Sleep easy in that cold granite room tonight, kid. I have taken over the wheel now. We made it home. Bruised lavender tungsten spills across the zinc counter. You ask me if the rain is finally stopping outside. I tell you that the forecast lied 3 hours ago, and you laugh like someone who does not care about getting soaked. We sit 2 stools apart with our coats still zipped up. You point at my glass, ask what keeps me sitting here so late. I say the bass from the speakers numbs the ache in my temples, and you nod like you have been chasing that same quiet remedy. The bartender clears a dish between our elbows. You lean in closer just to cut through the heavy noise. Neither of us offers up a real name yet, just trading small truths in the shadowed space. Trading matches with someone new in the low light, watching smoke curve up toward the tin ceiling tiles. We got nowhere we really need to run to tonight, just 2 shadows taking up space for a few miles. You tell me your city hurts worse in November. I tell you my phone has been muted all day. Nothing to promise and nothing to remember, just this brief warmth before we walk away. The neon clock flicks from green to crimson. You order a second drink and ask where I grew up. I tell you about the south side and the quiet highways, how the asphalt turns black when the late rain hits. You say you moved here looking for a softer rhythm, but found out every midnight sounds the exact same. Your silver ring clicks twice against the polished timber, a small habit you do not notice until I watch your hands. The bartender clears a dish between our elbows. You lean in closer just to cut through the heavy noise. Neither of us offers up a real name yet, just trading small truths in the shadowed space. Trading matches with someone new in the low light, watching smoke curve up toward the tin ceiling tiles. We got nowhere we really need to run to tonight, just 2 shadows taking up space for a few miles. You tell me your city hurts worse in November. I tell you my phone has been muted all day. Nothing to promise and nothing to remember, just this brief warmth before we walk away. 10 minutes left before they lock the front entrance. You pull your wool scarf tight around your collar. No numbers exchanged, no promises of calling back, just an honest moment that did not cost $1. You say take care like you actually mean it, and I watch you push through the heavy glass door. Bruised lavender tungsten settling on empty seats, cold air rushing in from the wet pavement outside. Just a stranger across the sink, just the evening letting go. Yeah, you mentioned yesterday that I talked too low when streetlights flicked to blue. Now I sit here counting 3 separate cracks on the leather driver's seat. The low battery icon flashes red at 14% on my display. A plastic fork sits bent inside a paper box from 2 nights ago. Outside the window, a delivery scooter idles on the corner curb. The shadow of the fire escape cuts across the brick across the street. Ice melts down the side of a plastic tumbler on the dash. A bass synth rattles from a passing Honda 3 lanes over. The air conditioner hums a steady key of C sharp. Everything is staying still, but the pressure keeps rising. This evening tension pulls the room tight like a guitar string. A half-eaten orange peel rests beside my apartment key. Your words from yesterday circle around the ceiling fan. The faint blue glow from the router flickers 4 times and stops. Small details stacked up until the night gets heavy. Every quiet piece of this hour holding its breath. There is a tiny grease stain near the hem of my gray hoodie. A half-filled water bottle sweats onto the mahogany side table. You say yesterday I hold my shoulders like I expect a storm. Right now a streetlight buzzes twice every 20 seconds. The radiator clicks once in the corner of the hallway. A forgotten receipt rolls across the entryway. Hardwood ice melts down the side of a plastic tumbler on the dash. A bass synth rattles from a passing Honda 3 lanes over. The air conditioner hums a steady key of C sharp. Everything is staying still, but the pressure keeps rising. This evening tension pulls the room tight like a guitar string. Half-eaten orange peel rests beside my apartment key. Your words from yesterday circle round the ceiling fan. A faint blue glow from the router flickers 4 times and stops. Small details stacked up until the night gets heavy. Every quiet piece of this hour holding its breath. A single thread hangs loose from the sleeve of my denim jacket. The clock on the oven skips from 8:14 to 8:15. The sound of tires on wet pavement echoes through the open pane. You told me yesterday I noticed things nobody else would name. And now every single item in this room is staring back at me, waiting for the quiet to break into something real. A silver paper clip lies flat beside a dry drop of coffee. The hallway carpet holds the imprint of a heavy heel. 8:22 on the digital stove display. Your voice from yesterday lingering in the room. Just small observations in the dark, holding the tension till the night moves on. Raw silk lining glides against my palm as the dim amber lamp takes over the room. This old jacket still carries the quiet weight of the October night you leaned on my shoulder. We sat on the brick stoop while distant speakers rattle, watching yellow cabs cut through the evening mist. You ran your fingers right along this same side seam, swearing the morning wouldn't alter how we felt. Now 7 o'clock brings that heavy indoor silence. The city settles down, but my thoughts drift backward. One touch of this fabric opens up the hallway, and suddenly I am standing in the middle of Baghdad. It is that evening tension humming through the floorboards, bringing back every word you spoke in the dark. I can feel the exact friction of your sleeve against mine, rewinding the hours until the present falls away. Twilight leans heavy while bass echoes down the alley, and I stay trapped inside a touch from long ago. I traced the frayed hem where you pulled the loose thread, while laughing at a joke only the two of us got. The 3rd floor place had a radiator clicking all night, in a narrow window looking out at Indigo streetlights. Now my phone rests face down on the kitchen counter. No new messages, just the memory of your quiet voice. I pulled the heavy cloth tighter across my collar, feeling the static spark between then and right now. Memory is a tight weave that never truly unravels. You can wash out the scent and smooth out the folds, but when dusk hits 80 beats per minute in my chest, the pattern returns exactly where you left it. Smooth lining against warm skin. The bass kicks once outside and fades away. I release the frayed fabric from my thumb. The dark returns to normal. Yeah. 21:30 flickers on the microwave screen, casting thin shadows on the kitchen lemonade. I close my eyes and fast forward the scene, past the unpaid bills and the heavy weight. I see us pouring burgundy in a quiet room, 30 floors above the city sound. No urgent calls breaking through the gloom, just low bass humming as the ice goes round. I can feel the velvet of a leather chair we haven't bought yet sitting right over there. Your laughter echoing through a hallway built of stone. No more crowded subway rides, coming back alone. In that future evening when the pressure fades, we'll drink slow under soft recessed lights, stepping clean out of these heavy shades, trading cheap stress for endless nights. I hold this tension like a loaded spring, waiting for the quiet that tomorrow will bring. My phone screen dimming on the marble bar, a view of the bay stretching out so wide. We won't even worry where the keys are. Nothing left to prove, nothing left to hide. Silk shirt unbuttoned while the record plays, a vintage track from a forgotten year. We'll talk about these desperate grinding days like a distant storm that cleared right here. I can feel the cool breeze off a glass balcony, watching red tail lights crawl away from me. Your hand on my shoulder, steady and warm, safe inside the shelter of a quiet storm. In that future evening when the pressure fades, we'll drink slow under soft recessed lights, stepping clean out of these heavy shades, trading cheap stress for endless nights. I hold this tension like a loaded spring, waiting for the quiet that tomorrow will bring. Right now the air is thick with expectation. The beat drops slow in my headphones tonight. Every late hour is a brick in the foundation. Every quiet struggle turning dark into light. I close my eyes and I am already there. 21:30, still glowing on the screen. Just a matter of time before we step inside the dream. Low bass rolling through the floorboard frame. One day the city will remember our name. A single band paperclip rests beside my cold glass. The sun went down an hour ago, daylight fades fast. My phone screen lights up with names I used to answer. Now I just watch the glow flicker like a shadow dancer. Heavy bass from the floor below vibrates through my feet. Everybody outside is chasing something sweet. I hold my breath, testing how long I can keep still, while the evening pulls me up against my own will. The city starts to hum a rhythm I cannot ignore. Tension builds quietly behind the closed door. Do I step out into the neon or stay in my head? Count the seconds while the room turns deep burgundy red. Got this heavy evening pulse trapped inside my chest, ready to burn it down or put the noise to rest. I feel the electric tide rising in my veins, standing on the edge of what stays and what remains. The clock ticks slow, but my mind runs fast, wondering how long this dark tension is gonna last. I twirl that twisted metal wire around my thumb. My knuckles are tight, but my spirit feels numb. The bassline downstairs drops another heavy bar. I can hear the laughter spilling out from parked cars. Part of me wants to drop the keys and hit the street. Part of me wants to stay wrapped in this cool sheet. It is that 8 p.m. crossroads where the mood shifts gears, deciding if I'm chasing joy or running from fear. The city starts to hum a rhythm I cannot ignore. Tension builds quietly behind the closed door. Do I step out into the neon or stay in my head? Count the seconds while the room turns deep burgundy red. Got this heavy evening pulse trapped inside my chest, ready to burn it down or put the noise to rest. I feel the electric tide rising in my veins, my mind runs fast, wondering how long this dark tension is gonna last. Unfinished glass of water on the granite edge. I pull back the curtain, standing on the ledge of a thought. Every night demands a choice I have not made. Whether to shine in the crowd or fade in the shade. My heart beats like a snare drum hitting off beat, trapped between the ceiling and the midnight street. Bent paper clip stays where I left it lying. Night air cool, got no energy for lying. Just me and the pulse in the quiet room, waiting for the dark to fully bloom. Just holding the vibe, just holding it down. A skateboard tail snaps on concrete outside, and you just sit there with your sneakers crushed. We said we leave this apartment at 7, but now the shadows stretch across the floor. You lean your head back on my worn sofa cushion, checking your phone without reading the screen. There's a heavy quiet building up between us, a strange electric pull we both pretend not to feel. The street lamps flicker on down the block. We got nowhere we really need to run to. You ask me if I want another drink, and your voice gets quiet in the dim hall light. So what are we doing with the rest of the night? You got your keys in your hand, but you haven't moved. The bass from the lower apartment is thumping, and the room is getting warm while the sky turns slate. If you're gonna stay, just say it right now. We've been walking on the edge of this for way too long. You laugh real soft and kick your shoes off slow, setting your jacket on the arm of my couch. We've been best friends since the old neighborhood. Now every pause feels like a dare in disguise outside. A food truck shuts his metal blinds. The city lowers his voice down to a murmur. You look at me like you finally made up your mind, and I forget whatever joke I was about to tell. The street lamps flicker on down the block. We got nowhere we really need to run to. You ask me if I want another drink, and your voice gets quiet in the dim hall light. So what are we doing with the rest of the night? You got your keys in your hand, but you haven't moved. The bass from the lower apartment is thumping, and the room is getting warm while the sky turns slate. If you're gonna stay, just say it right now. We've been walking on the edge of this for way too long. It's late enough to make bad decisions, or honest enough to tell the truth. For once, you don't look like a friend when you're leaning like that. The city noise is dying out below the sill. 2 glasses still full on the coffee table. Your phone screen goes dark on the rug. We aren't leaving this room tonight, are we? Just tell me I'm not crazy, my friend. Chrysanthemum bark and warm diesel hang heavy in the dusk. Jordan counts the seconds on his polished gold watch. Nia shifts her boots against the granite stoop edge. Neither wants to say who made the first wrong move tonight. The amber glow of lamps catches on her silver hoop. He pulls his collar up against the gathering autumn chill. The shadow on the pavement stretches long between their shoes. She checks her screen but hasn't got a single thing to read. He rests his hands inside his oversized wool coat. The city pulls its curtain while the quiet starts to bleed. They breathe in the heavy evening air, standing in 2 feet apart on a crowded avenue. Nobody moves toward the front door key. Nobody walks back to the subway line. That 6-inch silence holds the whole night attention first. A passing taxi sprays the curb with damp urban grit. Nia turns her shoulder just enough to hide her eyes. He wants to reach across and take a left sleeve, but pride is standing guard like an uninvited guest. Her perfume blends with roasted nuts from the corner cart, a subtle, sharp reminder of the places they both share. The shadow on the pavement stretches long between their shoes. She checks her screen but hasn't got a single thing to read. He rests his hands inside his oversized wool coat. The city pulls its curtain while the quiet starts to bleed. They breathe in the heavy evening air, standing 2 feet apart on a crowded avenue. Nobody moves toward the front door key. Nobody walks back to the subway line. That 6-inch silence holds the whole night hostage, waiting to see who breaks the velvet tension first. His phone vibrates once inside his side coat pocket. She pretends she didn't hear the motor buzzing low. The sky turns navy blue above the brick rooftops. 2 stubborn hearts refusing to just let the evening go. Jordan leans back against the iron gate railings. Nia pulls her scarf a little tighter at the throat. The smell of rain and sweet corn drifts along the block, still standing right there where the streetlight hits. Dead quiet breaks when I recall the subtle way you tilted your head back. Low 808s rumble through the floorboards, projector flickering monochrome patterns on the wall. Your leather jacket hangs over the bar stool, ice cubes sweating in a crystal tumbler. We have not spoken in 20 minutes, just heavy breathing and the hum of the fridge. The camera zooms on the space between us, a 2-inch gap full of static heat. You take a slow sip looking through me, setting the tempo for where we meet. This evening tension pulls the curtain down. Slow motion shadows painted on the ground. No dialogue needed when the kick drum, it's just cinematic gravity bit by bit. We run the scene till the streetlight fades, lost in the rhythm that the silence made. Wine shot, your hand resting at the edge, cigarette and lip between your middle fingers. Sub bass crawling up the exposed brick wall while the scent of amber and rain still lingers. You lean back, shoulder against the velvet cushion, framed by the window when the skyline glow. Every unspoken sentence feels like a cue, director's cut of a night moving slow. This evening tension pulls the curtain down. Slow motion shadows painted on the ground. No dialogue needed when the kick drum, it's just cinematic gravity bit by bit. We run the scene till the streetlight fades, lost in the rhythm that the silence. Cut to the close-up, smoke in the air, your gaze locked in with a heavy stare. No sound effects, just the heartbeat sync, tension so tight that we barely blink. Fade out slowly on the velvet couch, low and hum as the lights go down. Cinematic stillness, just you and me, and credits rolling silently. Who told the shadow to stretch this long across the carpet? I leave the phone screen down, dark glass reflecting nothing at all. Ice melting inside an empty tumbler, standard 8-ounce twist. Thinking about that argument over parking spaces back in July. how your voice dropped half an octave when you got defensive. Now the bass from the apartment below us vibrates through my socks. 80 beats per minute, soft synth swell coming through the floorboards. I should probably eat something, but my appetite vanished round 7. Just watching the street lamp flicker orange against the curtain rail. Thought drifts to your sweater left on the back of the dining chair. Woven cotton, dark navy, smelling like almond oil and rain. Why do we stay still when every clock in the house keeps ticking? The air gets heavy right before the city decides to go cold. My knuckles tap the wooden edge, 3 fast beats then nothing. This evening tension holds us right on the wire. We talk around the real thing without saying a word. Pull between the silence and the low hum of the street. Your shadows touch my shadow on the plastered wall. Nobody moves, nobody turns the big light on. We just ride the quiet until the morning breaks the spell. Yeah, my brain skips tracks, remembering a gas station in Maryland. Bright fluorescent lights at 2 in the morning, buying cheap sodas. You laughed until your ribs hurt because I dropped my change. Funny how the mind hovers over details that never mattered then. Now I am pacing 3 steps left, 3 steps right, hardwood creaks. You have not looked up from your lap in 20 minutes straight. Your thumb scrolling past photos of people we used to know in college. The hum of the refrigerator kicks in like a second bass line. I wanna touch your shoulder, but the distance feels like miles. This evening tension holds us right on the wire. We talk around the real thing without saying a word. Pull between the silence and the low hum of the street. Your shadows touch my shadow on the plastered wall. Nobody moves, nobody turns the big light on. We just ride the quiet until the morning breaks the spell. If I speak first, does the room collapse into argument? If you look up, do we have to name what is lingering here? Steam rises from the radiator, soft hiss in the corner. I trace the seam of my denim jeans back and forth, listening to the city sigh outside the window frame. 2 people in the same orbit, waiting for the crash of the release. Who told the shadow to stay this long? No answer comes, just the low bass bumping downstairs. Curtain rail orange from the lamp outside. Ice melted down to warm water now. We sit in the pulse of it, holding the breath we did not know we took. This leather armchair seems 5 inches under my weight as the studio quiet settles in. I look at the mahogany arms holding me up while the streetlights paint the floor crimson. You were sleeping on 3 sofa cushions pushed together in a damp basement room, staring at the ceiling cracks, counting pennies for a hot meal in late June. I wish I could send a wire back through 10 years of cold rain and doubt. Tell you that the silence you feared isn't empty, it's just room to breathe out. Stop checking your phone for calls from people who don't care if you break. Every late night shift you hated was just compound interest on the choices you make. The bass drum vibrates through the solid wood beneath my thighs. 8 p.m. hits and the shadows outside start to harmonize. If you could see me sitting here right now in this heavy frame, you know every single bruise you took was worth the name. Yeah. Don't lose your temper when the furnace goes out tonight. Don't pack your bags when the landlord turns off the light. I am sitting in the heavy chair you paid for with your tears. I am breathing in the quiet you prayed to find for years. Hold your ground, little brother, don't throw away the pen. I promise you we make it out before the song ends. I remember how your wrist ached from carrying 2 jobs on 12 hours of sleep. How you thought taking a minute to rest was a promise you couldn't keep. Now I sink deep into this plush cushion, feeling gravity hold me down. The city looks different from high up, less like a cage and more like a town. You don't need to prove your heart to everyone who doubts your sound. The hunger that keeps you awake at 3 a.m. will eventually lay the ground. Put down the cheap liquor, stop trying to numb the sharp edges of your mind. The patience you're building right now is the rarest gold you'll ever find. The bass drum vibrates through the solid wood beneath my thighs. 8 p.m. hits and the shadows outside start to harmonize. If you could see me sitting here right now in this heavy frame, you know every single bruise you took was worth the name. Don't lose your temper when the furnace goes out tonight. Don't pack your bags when the landlord turns off the light. I am sitting in the heavy chair you paid for with your tears. I am breathing in the quiet you prayed to find for years. Hold your ground, little brother, don't throw away the pen. I promise you we make it out before the song ends. I feel the solid timber under my elbows, steady and thick. No more panic in the dark, no more counting every clock tick. You built this seat out of midnight overtime and bruised pride. I just sit here now and keep the memories safe inside. You were stronger than you knew when you stood in the cold wind. This heavy chair is proof that the fight was meant to win. Rest your hands now, younger self. The room is warm, the rent is paid. The heavy chair supports us both. Look at the future that you made. Night falls over the skyline. We made it out alive. Deep copper light drips off the rim of your glass. You slide your phone face down against the mahogany. You always sit this close to strangers, you ask. I tell you only when the room starts feeling empty. You tilt your head, shadows playing across your neck. Is that a line you rehearsed on the ride over? I laugh a little, shaking off the long day's wreck. I didn't think I'd end up sitting next to closure. The bass hits slow through the worn leather floor. We do not know names, but we know the mood. You order one more, leaning past the door. Electric quiet taking over what we pursue. Evening tension pulling us across the space. Two strangers breathing in the same slow rhythm. No promises left for us to erase. Just midnight talking without a single system. You tell me secrets you would never say at home. I give you stories that I buried in the concrete. Under this glow, neither of us feels alone. Evening tension makes the heavy hours sweet. Yeah, you look like someone who leaves before the lights go up. You whisper, tapping a slow pulse on your wrist. I trace the ice melting inside my tumbler cup. Only when there is nothing left I might have missed. You smile, a dim amber glow catching your eyes. Then stay until the bartender clears the final tray. No heavy pressure, just two people dropping disguise, finding a temporary shelter at the end of the day. Slow through the worn leather floor. We do not know names, but we know the mood. You order one more, leaning past the door. Electric quiet taking over what we pursue. Evening tension pulling us across the space. Two strangers breathing in the same slow rhythm. No promises left for us to erase. Just midnight talking without a single system. You tell me secrets you would never say at home. I give you stories that I buried in the concrete. Under this glow, neither of us feels the heavy hours sweet. What happens when the streetlights turn to gray? You ask, pulling your coat closer over your chest. I tell you tomorrow is too far away. Tonight we just let the city handle the rest. No numbers exchanged, no promises to keep. Just a moment that belonged to nobody else. Deep copper light fading down to the street. You stand up slowly, offering a soft goodbye to strangers leaving on a quiet street. Evening tension fading into the night sky. Just two shadows walking separate ways. Yeah, yesterday you told me my silence felt heavy. Tonight I watch the ice melt down to a thin sliver. The heart weight lamp flickers twice every 7 minutes. Your left sneaker left a scuff mark by the front door. The radiator hums in a key of flat major. Outside a delivery bike skips the red light. I catch my reflection in the dark microwave glass. A stray receipt rolls across the hardwood floor. The city slows its pulse but the room keeps ticking. Every tiny detail turns into a conversation. You said I paid too much attention when the sun drops. Maybe you were right about the way I hold the air. Small observations stacking up till midnight. A half-empty mug on the corner of the M. The bassline vibrating through the soles of my socks. This evening tension holds us right where we stand. Unspoken words turning into atmosphere. Just small observations keeping time in the dark. Your voice message plays on speaker, record a volume. The blue light on the router blinks 4 times fast. A drop of condensation falls off the soda can. My shadow stretches out long across the wall rug. The incense ash breaks off in a clean gray curve. 2 missed calls from a number I deleted last spring. I balance my phone on the arm of the couch. The street noise filters through like muffled silk. The city slows its pulse but the room keeps ticking. Every tiny detail turns into a conversation. You said I paid too much attention when the sun drops. Maybe you were right about the way I hold the air. Small observations stacking up till midnight. A half-empty mug on the corner of the M. The bassline vibrating through the soles of my socks. This evening tension holds us right where we stand. Unspoken words turning into atmosphere. Just small observations keeping time in the dark. Yeah. You claimed yesterday I overanalyzed the quiet. Now I count 3 police sirens 5 blocks away. A golden seam on the velvet cushion catching dust. The way the bass notes hang before they decay. It is not paranoia, it is just how I stay grounded. When the evening settles down into a heavy groove. Ice fully melted now. The router light blinks again. Your yesterday words echo softly. Evening tension slipping into midnight. Still watching the small things. Versace French Terry rubs my knuckles as I unbutton this oversized hoodie on the couch. The low end in the floorboards hum slow, and the apartment dims down to a faint orange glow. My thumb traces the frayed hemline near the seam, where a loose thread snagged on your wristbands gleam. Suddenly last autumn comes rushing right back, before the quiet turned into a wall we couldn't crack. The tension in the room gets heavy now, mixing with the melting ice in my glass. I swore I wouldn't trace your steps tonight, but this chill mood pulls me into the past. Now I am stuck in the static of a midnight rewind, pouring out thoughts I left far behind. This evening there's a weight that I cannot shake loose, chasing old shadows with no real excuse. The bass drops slow while the corners turn cold, holding on to stories that were never fully told. Yeah. Courts ribbon around the collar stay stiff, smelling faintly of autumn rain and the burnt drift. You used to tuck this sleeve when you got unsure, talking about promises we couldn't secure. The city lights outside bleed through the blind, mapping out the empty space you left behind. One touch of this fabric pulls the scene so clear, back to the midnight drive from last year. The tension in the room gets heavy now, mixing with the melting ice in my glass. I swore I wouldn't trace your steps tonight, but this chill mood pulls me into the past. Now I am stuck in the static of a midnight rewind, pouring out thoughts I left far behind. This evening has a weight that I cannot shake loose, chasing old shadows with no real excuse. The bass drops slow while the corners turn cold, holding on to stories that were never fully told. It is wild how a piece of cloth holds a frame, trapping two people in a forgotten game. The bassline swells, the room starts to shift, caught in a feeling I cannot seem to live. We were burning up the night, living on the ledge. Now I stand alone near the dark window ledge. Warm cotton resting on my cold knees, the bassline fades slow into the evening breeze. Late tension settles in the quiet dark heart, just a rough sleeve and a memory spark. Just a rough sleeve and a memory spark. 24 put it. Above the granite counter we haven't bought yet, I close my eyes and see the heavy velvet curtains. The quiet city stretched out like a silver net. Yeah, you will be pouring ice water while the bass loop plays. No overdue bills, no lingering workday haze. Just two smoke glasses catching the streetlight glow. A slow evening, tension moving soft and low. We are pushing through the heavy noise right now, building up the quiet that we both deserve. I can feel the soft leather under my fingers, watching every line of your shadow curve. In that imagined hour when the night leans in, we won't have to explain where we have been. Just a low frequency vibrating through the floor. No locks left to turn on the front entrance door. But everything calm, everything sitting in place, living inside this future evening space. I see the glass balcony overlooking the harbor, the salt breeze swallowing the heat of our labor. Your phone is face down on the dark teak table, finally settled, finally steady and stable. We drop our heavy coats onto the custom lounge. No more lost hours, we were forced to scrounge. I pull you close while the kick drum hits, every broken piece of the puzzle fits. Right now the studio is small and the rent is steep, and I stay up late while the city goes to sleep. But I keep my vision locked on that future line, where your quiet hand is resting inside mine. One day we will stand in that ambient glow, with nowhere else in the world we need to go. In that imagined hour when the night leans in, we won't have to explain where we this future evening space. 2040 on the display, sharp and clear, holding on to the vision till we bring it here. The smooth bass fades into a silent room, waiting for that future moment to bloom. A scratch brass lighter sits centered on dark wood. My thumb flicks the wheel without sparking a flame. The apartment is cool and the radiator sighs, and I count down the minutes till you type out my name. Streetlights cut zebra stripes through the blinds now. Shadows stretch long across the hardwood floor. I should put on a record or pour something clear. Instead I just stare at the lock on the door. My pulse keeps a tempo the clock cannot match. The room feels too high while the ceiling feels low. I tell myself softly I do not even care, but my phone screen lights up and I already know. This evening tension pulls the air so thin. I can hear my own thoughts getting loud inside, sinking into the couch as the dark settles in. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. We play this slow game every single week, waiting to see who will break first tonight. Words on my tongue that I never will speak, holding my breath in the dim amber light. The lighter shifts half an inch under my palm, reflecting the blue glow on my idle screen. 10:34 and the city goes quiet, trapped in the spaces that linger between. I digest every sentence you said yesterday, looking for clues that were never quite there. My inner voice whispers I should walk away, while my fingers just run through my tangled hair. My pulse keeps a tempo the clock cannot match. The room feels too wide while the ceiling feels low. I tell myself softly I do not even care, but my phone screen lights up and I already know. This evening tension pulls the air so thin. I can hear my own thoughts getting loud inside, sinking into the couch as the dark settles in. Nowhere to run and nowhere to hide. We play this slow game every single week, waiting to see who will break first tonight. Words on my tongue that I never will speak, holding my breath in the dim amber light. Maybe the silence is all that we own. Maybe the build-up is sweeter than proof. I trace the cold metal and stay here alone, searching for clarity under this roof. It takes just a spark to set everything off, yet here I sit frozen, watching the flame. The brass lighter cools on the mahogany grain. City noise fades to a low distant hum. Evening tension slipping through my vein, waiting for a sign that might never come. Just me in the quiet, just me in the light. A heavy bass line rattles from a turning sedan. Yeah, you lean against my doorway, car keys in hand. The shift is over, shoulders heavy, coat unzip. I know that look when all your energy has slipped. Drop your wallet on the table, take a breath. We survived another 9 to 5, a slow death. The city keeps on humming right outside the glass. We do not need to hurry, let the evening pass. I pour something cold and set the glass right down. Forget the heavy pressure from this whole downtown. Unlace your boots before you collapse right here. We built this quiet room to make the dark feel clear. No corporate talk, no fake smile needed tonight. Just low scent, soft lamps and a yellow light. I got your back when the pressure turns tight. Unlace your boots, man, we made it tonight. You spent 5 days chasing deadlines on the screen. Tired of playing roles in somebody else's scheme. Sit back in the velvet chair, let the rhythm spin. This is where the real part of the night begins. Tell me what you are thinking, lay it on the floor. Leave every single problem outside my front door. The city keeps on humming right outside the glass. We do not need to hurry, let the evening pass. I pour something cold and set the glass right down. Forget the heavy pressure from this whole damn town. Unlace your boots before you collapse right here. We built this quiet room to make the dark feel clear. No corporate talk, no fake smile needed tonight. Just low scent, soft lamps and the yellow light. I got your back when the pressure turns tight. Unlace your boots, man, we made it tonight. We were 22 talking big about the top. Now we at 30 something waiting for the grind to stop. It is fine if you want off from the daily climb. Tonight we are stealing back a little piece of time. The bass turns low as the city lights dim. Take a final drink right up to the rim. You made it through the day, my brother, rest easy. The street stays outside while the air turns, breathing easy. Burnt clothing, candied orange peel linger above the leather couch. He traces the rim of his crystal glass while she leans in close. The ambient hum of the low-lit lounge softens every word they speak. Her coat is draped on the empty chair, discarded an hour ago. A quiet heat settles on the room as dusk surrenders to the dark. He reads the subtle rhythm in her eyes. She tilts her head, ignoring all the noise around. Neither one needs to check the time tonight. The pull between them grows too strong to hide. That evening tension fills the heavy space. Slow currents drifting through the velvet room. He holds his position while she sets the pace. Two shadows waiting for the night to bloom. It is an unspoken language in the dark. Every breath they take leaves a lasting mark. She shifts her shoulder, brushing against his jacket sleeve. The baseline ripples through the hardwood floor under their boots. He passes her a paper napkin with the scribbled room number. She smiles without a sound, tucking it inside her purse. The waiters clear the table, but the atmosphere remains electric. He reads the subtle rhythm in her eyes. She tilts her head, ignoring all the noise around. Neither one needs to check the time tonight. The pull between them grows too strong to hide. That evening tension fills the heavy space. Slow currents drifting through the velvet room. Oh, he holds his position while she sets the pace. Two shadows waiting for the night to bloom. It is an unspoken language in the dark. Every breath lights outside begin to flare against the glass. She finishes her drink and stands up slow and sure. He buttoned up his coat and followed 2 steps right behind. No promises were spoken, yet the path was absolute. The elevator door slides shut between the walls. The scent of clove follows them down the hall. Evening tension turns to quiet heat. 2 shadows stepping out into the street. Yeah. An uninvited question cuts through stillness, just as the ice cube dissolves inside the glass. The bass beneath the floorboards hums a low hum. Shadows stretching thin across the plaster wall. You sit 3 inches past the edge of the velvet couch, twisting the silver ring between your thumb and palm. Outside the window where asphalt reflects blue, and neither one of us has moved in 20 minutes. The air gets heavy when the clock hits 10. We pretend we do not feel the shift happening. A cigarette unlit sits on the glass table, waiting for a spark that neither wants to give. We are standing on a wire tonight, wrapped in low frequency light and dark perfume. Every glance carries weight we cannot mention, holding back the word that changes everything. This evening tension pulls the room so tight. We breathe in sync, but keep our distance clean. Headlights sweep slow across the ceiling plaster, doing long strips of amber over your collarbone. You take a sip and set the coaster down soft, eyes fixed on the tiny scratch beside my knee. The speaker plays a beat that feels like delayed heartbeat, synthesizer dripping slow down the hallway wall. I reach for my keys and let my fingers drop, caught in the quiet pull between leaving and staying. The air gets heavy when the clock hits 10. We pretend we do not feel the shift happening. A cigarette unlit sits on the glass table, waiting for a spark that neither wants to give. Are standing on the wire tonight, wrapped in low frequency light and dark perfume. Every glance carries weight we cannot mention, holding back the word that changes everything. This evening tension pulls the room so tight. We breathe in sync, but keep our distance clean. If I step across this hardwood floor right now, the silence shatters into something we cannot rewind. Your breath hitches one, subtle as a whisper, condensation dripping down the side of the bottle. The city hums outside like a distant motor, while inside this frame time slows to a freeze. Ice turns to water in the dark. The blue light fades off the wet glass. Neither of us moves an inch, just the heavy air between us now, just the tension keeping us still. Where does the sound go when the beat cuts out? I sit there tapping my thumb against the steering wheel rim. Leather's worn down to the smooth grain where my grip usually stays. Red light at the intersection, taking 3 whole minutes to flip. Thought about texting back, but the sentence feels too heavy to carry. My phone screen dims from 10% down to 9. Glass tinted highs the way my eyelids drop when the bass line hits. The speaker panel vibrates against my knee like a second pulse. I wonder if you're standing by the open balcony door right now, watching the brake lights bleed into the damn asphalt surface. Thoughts drifting sideways like smoke from a dying fuse. My brain is playing back things you said last July. The low end keeps rolling through my heels into my chest. No clear destination, just circling the same 4 blocks. This evening tension holds me in the driver's seat, floating between what I meant to say and and what I kept inside. Heavy atmosphere dripping down the side windows. A quiet room with the volume turned up way too high. We ride the wave until the city goes completely dim. Nothing soft, just the rhythm keeping me alive. Do people ever really mean it when they say call me anytime? Cigarette unlit between my knuckles just for something to hold. Passing the late night bodega where the neon sign flickers. Blue man outside sweeping crushed ice off the sidewalk entry. I trace the seams of my coat jacket, wondering about timing. Maybe we were just two orbits catching light for a second. Now my shadow stretches long across the dashboard. Leather subwoofer knocking against the trunk, lining soft and deep. Shift from park to drive, then back to park again. The clock says 9:42, but time feels unstitched. Thoughts drifting sideways like smoke from a dying fuse. My brain is playing back things you said last July. The low end keeps rolling through my heels into my chest. No clear destination, just circling the same 4 blocks. This evening tension holds me in the driver's seat, floating between what I meant to say and what I kept inside. Heavy atmosphere dripping down the side windows. A quiet room with the volume turned up way too high. We ride the wave until the city goes completely dim. Nothing soft, just the rhythm keeping me alive. Is it solitude or just being left alone in the dark? I press play on a track we listened to 3 weeks ago. The snare drum snaps clean like a twig under heavy boots. Internal monologue spinning in circles around your front porch step. I could turn the key and drive 30 miles out of town, or stay right here, feeling the kick drum shake my teeth. Every decision feels simultaneously urgent and completely pointless. Night air coming through the cracked window, smelling like autumn rain. Where does the sound go when it dies out? Still sitting here with my hand on the gear shift. Bass hums in my ribs. 9:45 now. City lights moving like slow rivers. Unanswered questions in the dark. Yeah. 100 pounds of dark leather chair presses heavy into the rug, holding every ounce of my fatigue. 8 o'clock shadows stretch across the studio desk while the subwoofer hums at a low steady frequency. I am sitting down to write to the kid who slept on a deflated air mattress in a room without blinds. You were 19, living on dollar sliced pizza and cheap iced coffee, convinced every single failure was permanent. The city lights outside the glass of amber tonight, softer than those harsh fluorescent bulbs you used to study under. Take a long breath, younger me. Your chest does not need to stay that tight through every hour of the evening. I know you thought the walls were closing in back then. You checked your bank account 5 times before you could try to sleep. But feel how solid this heavy seat rests against the floor right now. The foundation is holding us just fine. Do not throw away the rough draft you wrote at 2 in the morning. Every single mistake you made was just us paying down the rent on this current peace of mind. You do not have to fight every shadow in the dark. The tension in this evening air is just the quiet sound of us arriving where we belong. So drop your shoulders and let the bassline breathe. We made it through the storm you swore would never leave. Remember that expensive leather jacket you saved 3 months to buy just to feel accepted in crowded rooms? It sits untouched in the back of the closet now, replaced by clean cotton hoodies and quiet confidence. You spent years obsessing over whether the phone would ring with good news or another rejection. Now I lay your face down on the sofa, letting the stillness remain completely unbroken. That girl who broke your heart and made you question your worth was just clearing space for actual peace. You were so terrified of being ordinary that you forgot how to simply exist in the room. I know you Thought the walls were closing in back then. You checked your bank account 5 times before you could try to sleep. But feel how solid this heavy seat rests against the floor right now. The foundation is holding us just fine. Do not throw away the rough drafts you wrote at 2 in the morning. Every single mistake you made was just us paying down the rent on this current peace of mind. You do not have to fight every shadow in the dark. The tension in this evening air is just the quiet sound of us arriving where we belong. So drop your shoulders and let the bass line breathe. We made it through the storm you swore would never leave. If I could reach through the past and grab your cold hands, I would tell you that your hunger was valid, but your panic was a lie. You were never meant to carry 20 years of ambition on 19-year-old shoulders. The beat drops slow tonight because we finally dictate the tempo. No more running races against clocks that were never keeping time for us anyway. Do not throw away the rough drafts you wrote at 2 in the morning. Every single mistake you made was just us paying down the rent on this current peace of mind. You do not have to fight every shadow in the dark. The tension in this evening air is just the quiet sound of us arriving where we belong. So drop your shoulders and let the bass line breathe. We made it through the storm you swore would never leave. The weight of the chair stays anchored on the hardwood floor. Rest easy now, kid. I have taken the wheel from here. The night belongs to us, and it is finally peaceful. Indigo illumination coats your left shoulder while you swirl the ice. You look across the counter, asking if the stool is taken. I shake my head, slide in my coat an inch to give you space. You laugh soft, saying nobody talks in this town unless they want something. I tell you, I just want the noise outside to fade away. Your rings clink against the rim of your glass as you lean in. The bass hums low through the soles of my shoes. Neither of us offered up a first name yet. Just 2 shadows bending toward the same quiet flame. We are keeping the story short on purpose tonight. We don't need to trace the whole history back to the start. You tell me a secret, I tell you what breaks my heart. Even tension pulled us close before the ice could melt. Talking to a stranger, feeling things I never felt. Names we forgot to exchange first, but the rhythm fits right. We just ride the heavy wave of the night. You say you almost stayed home staring at a blank wall. I tell you I walked 5 miles just to avoid a phone call. Your eyes catch the dark purple glare off the bottle display. You ask me what I do when everything gets too loud to say. I say I come to places where nobody knows my past. You smile slowly, whispering that real freedom never lasts. The bass hums low through the soles of my shoes. Neither of us offered up a first name, yeah. Just 2 shadows bending toward the same quiet flame. We are keeping the story short on purpose tonight. We don't need to trace the whole history back to the start. You tell me a secret, I tell you what breaks my heart. Even tension pulled us close before the ice could melt. Talking to a stranger, feeling things I never felt. Names we forgot to exchange first, but the rhythm fits right. We just ride the heavy wave of the night. Yeah, you slide the glass 2 inches closer to mine. A simple exchange across a blurred boundary line. No promises made, no numbers written down. Just the richest silence in this whole crowded town. Indigo light fading softly into the corner. You stand up to leave without a single word of warning. A nod across the bar, a quiet shift in the air. Just a stranger who was briefly there. Yeah. Yesterday you said my laugh sounded heavy when the dust settled in. Now I am sitting here watching the condensation form a ring. A half-eaten plum sits beside your discarded coat. The radiator hums a low solitary note. Your phone screen flickers face down on the cedar wood. I'm picking at the loop scene where my collar stood. The red taillight paints the ceiling through the open blinds. These are the tiny details that my mind keeps aligned. The apartment air holds the weight of 8 p.m. Every quiet corner keeps reminding me of them. I count the little pieces left around the floor, waiting for your key to click inside the door. Evening tension builds up in the space between the walls. I am taking inventory as the ambient shadow falls. The melt of 3 ice cubes inside a forgotten cup. The green digital clock as the numbers count up. Small observations in the cooling air tonight. Holding on to everything caught in the dim light. A fraying cord dangles near the baseboard outlet plug. 2 faded circles where we spilled coffee on the rug. You left your silver chain draped across the bathroom glass. I watched the amber glow of passing taxi cabs past. The whisper of paper as a breeze hits the receipt. The rhythmic thud of sneakers coming down the street. The apartment air holds the weight of 8 p.m. Every quiet corner keeps reminding me of them. I count the little pieces left around the floor, waiting for your key to click inside the door. Evening tension builds up in the space between the walls. I am taking inventory as the ambient shadow falls. The melt of 3 ice cubes inside a forgotten cup. The green digital clock as the numbers count up. Small observations in the cooling air tonight. Holding on to everything caught in the dim light. Yesterday's words still echo off the hallway paint. You said I notice every detail before it grows faint. The way the steam rises off the fresh tea leaf. The tiny pause before you express your belief. It all adds up to this current pull in the room. A quiet electricity waiting in the gloom. Ice turns to water in the bottom of the glass. Watching the late night shadows softly pass. Just small observations in the room, waiting for you to walk through the gloom. Coarse rib cuffs drag against skin as I lower the volume. The apartment holds a slow, heavy hum from the courtyard below. 8 p.m. settles in, turning every corner into a dim violet hue. I touch the hem of this oversized knit, and suddenly you return. It was 3 years back on a Tuesday, framed just like this one. You wore the exact same rough weave while pouring tea you never finished. The air thickens with the weight of things unsaid. Every shadow in this hallway knows where your steps used to land. The bass from a street speaker vibrates through the window pane. I can feel the memory pulling me down into the dark. This evening tension holds us in a frozen frame. I'm standing right here, but my mind is walking back to you. Low lights flickering, heart beating slow and steady. We built a fire out of silence and burned it all away. Now the room is warm, but the ghost of you stays cold. The thread is fraying at the right wrist, right where you used to pull. We would sit on the fire escape, listening to ambient vinyl records. You laughed about how cheap wool stings when the autumn air bites. Now I wear the exact same texture to keep the frost off my arms. Funny how a single fabric weave brings back 4 whole months of noise. Your voice echoes clearer than the track playing on my phone. The air thickens with the weight of things unsaid. Every shadow in this hallway knows where your steps used to land. The bass from a street speaker vibrates through the window pane. I can feel the memory pulling me down into the dark. This evening tension holds us in a frozen frame. I'm standing right here, but my mind is walking back to you. Low lights flickering, heart beating slow and steady. We built a fire out of silence and burned it all away. Now the room is warm, but the ghost of you stays cold. 9 o'clock strikes and the bass lines drop lower in the distance. I trace the raised seams, asking why we let simple things unravel. You were the warmth I needed when the world turned sharp and gray. One single thread is all that connects tonight to yesterday. This evening tension holds us in a frozen frame. I'm standing right here, but my mind is walking back to you. Low lights flickering, heart beating slow and steady. We built a fire out of silence and burned it all away. Now the room is warm, but the ghost of you stays cold. Coarse rib cuffs drag against skin. The room goes dark. The memory fades, but the feeling stays tight. Just me and the quiet weave tonight. Yeah, yeah. 19, 19, yeah, yeah. 1950 shines in pale white digits across the dashboard in the driving rain. I close my eyes and leap 3 winters forward, leaving behind the hustle and the strain. I see a penthouse wrapped in heavy shadow, where heavy bass lines roll across the floor. We do not talk about the rent or deadlines because we do not worry anymore. I see the ice clink softly in your tumbler before we ever buy that marble bar. I feel the velvet pressing on my shoulders before we ever purchase that new car. We are reaching for dust that hasn't landed, catching the cadence of a promised hour. In that future evening when the air grows thick and sweet, we will lean against the glass above the quiet street. No rushing toward the morning, no counting up the cost, just 2 shadows sinking in the moments we once lost. The tension in the atmosphere is already ours tonight, waiting for the future to align with ambient light. I picture leather seats we haven't chosen, an open bottle from a vintage yield. You pull a vinyl record from the cabinet and play the track that kept our spirits healed. Warm amber illumination coats the ceiling. You cross the rug with slow deliberate grace. Every struggle that we carried in our 20s dissolves without a trace inside that space. The ice clink softly in your tumbler before we ever buy that marble bar. I feel the velvet pressing on my shoulders before we ever purchase that new car. We are reaching for dust that hasn't landed, catching the cadence of a promised hour. In that future evening when the air grows thick and sweet, we will lean against the glass above the quiet street. No rushing toward the morning, no counting up the cost, just 2 shadows sinking in the moments we once lost. The tension in the atmosphere is already ours tonight, waiting for the future to align with ambient light. time is just a curtain hanging in the hall. I am already standing where the city looks so small. Feel the heavy quiet settle deep inside the room. Every little seed we planted breaking into bloom. We do not need permission for the life we want to hold. The night is turning golden long before we grow old. 1950 blinks again inside this beat up ride. Yeah, I can feel that future lingering right by my side. We hold the tension steady while the shadows grow, living in the evening that we already know. Her breast keep ring spin slowly across polished walnut, catching the orange glare of dust sliding through the blinds. My chest feels heavy with the shift in the air to transition outward where daylight dies and nobody speaks. I count my breaths against the rhythmic hum of the fridge, watching shadow lines stretch long across the hardwood floor. The city outside is revving its engines for the night, and I am stuck right here, measuring my own pulse. 6 o'clock arrives without making a sound, pulling the strange momentum right out of the floor. I loosen my collar and lean back against the cushions, waiting for the inner noise to settle down. There is an electric pulse under my skin tonight, a quiet charge that builds when the sun goes down. I sit alone in the amber glow of 7 p.m., feeling the tension rise before the beat drops in. Every thought grows loud when the room turns dark, holding on to a vibe that I cannot name. I tap my thumb against the edge of the glass, listening to the resonance ring through my fingertips. No calls to answer, no promises left to keep, just the cool static of the speaker playing low and warmth. My reflection looks back from the dark patio window, a young man caught between his ambitions and his rest. The neighborhood lights flicker on one by one, and my thoughts accelerate like tires on wet asphalt. It is not sadness, it is just energy looking for a door. The restless rhythm that keeps me paced across the carpet. I pour cold water and swallow the evening quiet, letting the low bass line anchor my floating mind. We spend all day running from what we feel inside, until the dusk catches us completely still. There is an electric pulse under my skin tonight, a quiet charge that builds when the sun goes down. I sit alone in the amber glow of 7 p.m., feeling the tension rise before the beat drops in. Every thought grows loud when the room turns dark, holding on to a vibe that I cannot name. The brass key stops spinning, the room fills up with dark blue light. I step toward the balcony door, the night begins now. Air brakes release with a heavy side down in the corner. You lean your head back against the plaster, looking warmer. The city's rolling its shoulders out, ending the grind. I see the overtime still tangled in your mind. You brought the noise of the avenue straight up the stairs. The suit jackets, the phone calls, the corporate care. Set your phone face down on the pine coffee table. We only reset when we know that we're able. The neon outside turns the blinds to soft red. Stop replaying every word that your boss just said. The bass in the alley is catching a groove. This is the moment the atmospheric pressures move. Your shift is finished now, let the evening settle in. We gotta trade the armor back for human skin. Feel the low tension hum through the floorboard frame. Tonight we ain't chasing money or a famous name. Just pull up a seat, let the daylight fade out slow. Your shift is finished now, brother, let it go. I remember when we used to run till 2 in the morning. Now we just wanna catch the quiet without a warning. You're clutching that cold blast like an anchor on the sea, shedding the stress so you can finally just be. Keep it real, you don't gotta wear the posture here. I know the weight you carry through another grueling year. The street lights flicker like a slow pulse in the dark. We built the shelter from an old persistent spark. The neon outside turns the blinds to soft red. Stop replaying every word that your boss just said. The bass in the alley is catching the groove. This is the moment the atmospheric pressures move. Your shift is finished now, let the evening settle in. We gotta trade the armor back for human skin. Feel the low tension hum through the floorboard frame. Tonight we ain't chasing money or a famous name. Just pull up a seat, let the daylight fade out slow. Your shift is finished now, brother, let it go. Out there, everybody wants a piece of your time, draining your spirit for another silver dime. But in this living room, the tempo drops down low. No performance necessary, nowhere else to go. Listen to the rhythm of the city slowing down. We survived another round in this relentless town. Your shift is finished now, let the evening settle in. We gotta trade the armor back for human skin. Feel the low tension hum through the floorboard frame. Tonight we ain't chasing money or a famous name. Just pull up a seat, let the daylight fade out slow. Your shift is finished now, brother, let it go. Unlace the boots, drop the keys on the shelf. Tonight you'll finally get to be yourself. The city's quiet now, just let it go, my friend. We ride it out till the end. Warm vanilla musk fills the vestibule as she adjusts a dark velvet jacket frame. He catches eye contact inside the mirror glass. Neither of them speaks the other's name. The low bass knocks behind the heavy doors. 8 o'clock is settling on the city grid. He shifts his weight against the marble wall, thinking about the quiet things they did. She takes a slow step forward to the light. His fingers trace the zipper on his sleeve. The city lights are blooming down below, both waiting for the other one to leave. That evening tension pulls them right back in. A slow, magnetic, heavy kind of gravity. He watches how a shadow hits the floor. She knows exactly where he wants to be. No words are needed in this shaded hall. The bassline rattles through the wooden beam. They ride the way before the night takes off. Car ride inside a temporary dream. She reaches out and touches up her hair. He pulls a silver lighter from his coat. The elevator chime is ringing clear. A sudden stillness catches in his throat. She checks her phone and turns it upside down. He counts the floors ascending on the board. 2 years of history between the cracks, an unspoken promise they cannot afford. She takes a slow step forward to the light. His fingers trace the zipper on his sleeve. The city lights are blooming down below, both waiting for the other one to leave. That evening tension pulls them right back in. A slow, magnetic, heavy kind of gravity. He watches how a shadow hits the floor. She knows exactly where he wants to be. No words are needed in this shaded hall. The bassline rattles through the wooden beam. They ride the way before the slide open to the velvet room. Warm ambient copper reflects across the bar. He lets her walk ahead a half a step, never keeping them too far apart. She turns around and gives a subtle glance. The tension drops like rain upon the glass. They step together through the doorway, now ready for the heavy hours to pass. Vanilla Moss still hangs upon the breeze. He holds the heavy door and lets her through. The evening tension melts into the groove. Old history turning into something new. They cross the threshold out into the dark. The heavy bassline holding up the floor. Sharp recollection pierces the room. The quiet dies under the weight of your gaze. Filtered halogen casts a wide beam across the oak table, illuminating two untouched glasses of smoked whiskey. Hey. Yeah. Your silk shirt catches the subtle blue glow from the monitor, while the heavy curtains seal off the rain outside. You tilt your head, shifting 6 inches to the left, where the shadow meets the edge of the velvet couch. Neither of us speaks, but the temperature climbs, a slow heat rising from the floorboards to the ceiling. The lens zooms in on the space between our hands. 4 inches of cold air holding back a storm. Your fingernails trace a circle on the coaster, and every heartbeat sounds like a bass kick in slow motion. This evening tension hangs heavy in the studio, wrapped in low amber lights and soft shadows. We left the music running low in the background, a quiet rhythm pulsing right behind our teeth. No words are spoken, just cinematic silence, where every little move feels like a slow fading. The camera angle shift as you reach for your phone. Screen turns face down, darkening the right side of your jaw. A straight strand of dark hair falls past your eyebrow, and the condensation trickles down the side of my glass. Streetlights outside flicker through the horizontal blinds, painting zebra stripes across the dark hardwood floor. You lean forward, elbows resting on your knees, eyes locked on mine with a heavy magnetic pull. Zooms in on the space between our hands. 4 inches of cold air holding back a storm. Your fingernails trace a circle on the coaster, and every heartbeat sounds like a bass kick in slow motion. This evening tension hangs heavy in the studio, wrapped in low amber lights and soft shadows. We left the music running low in the background, a quiet rhythm pulsing right behind our teeth. No words are spoken, just cinematic silence, where every little move feels like a slow fading. Cut to the close-up of breath, fogging up the window pane. The city lights blur into golden bouquet circles behind you. We are standing right at the edge of the wide frame, where the background fades and only the pulse remains. You cross the room without making a single sound. Two shadows collapsing into one dark silhouette. The screen burns to black. Low bass still hums in the floor. Whiskey ice melts into the dark amber. Ooh, ooh, ooh. We stay right inside the frame, just before the scene cuts. Why does the ice melt faster when nobody talks? I leave my jacket on the armrest, listening to the clock. Your phone screen flickers twice, then returns to pitch black. We spent $300 just to take a cab ride back. Did I forget to pay the electric bill, or are we just dim? The low end from the subwoofer downstairs is sinking in. I count for water rings on the coffee table oak. You take a slow breath like you're about to speak, but you broke. Thoughts drifting sideways, catching on the wall frame. Nobody wants to be the first one to say the name. The humidity in this kitchen feels heavy as lead. I'm replaying every single word that you never said. This evening tension sitting right between our shoulders. We're getting quiet while the city gets colder. Why am I still holding my keys like I'm leaving soon? Floating through the silence in an amber lit room. Stream of thoughts running down the glass panel door. We keep checking the time, but we don't move anymore. Was it 2 years ago we bought this velvet rug? Now my eyes trace the scene where the corner pulled up. My thumb scrolls past photos from a summer in Spain. Outside a delivery truck idles in the light rain. You shift your hips, turn your back toward the kitchen sink. Is it pride keeping us standing or just the third drink? I hear the elevator hum 3 doors down the hall. Shadows stretch across the drywall, making us look tall. Thoughts drifting sideways, catching on the wall frame. Nobody wants to be the first one to say the name. The humidity in this kitchen feels heavy as lead. I'm replaying every single word that you never said. This evening tension sitting right between our shoulders. We're getting quiet while the city gets colder. Why am I still holding my keys like I'm leaving soon? Floating through the silence in an amber lit room. Stream of thoughts running down the glass panel door. We keep checking the time, but we don't move anymore. Do you ever wonder if the quiet has a sound? It's like an engine idling when there's no one around. I take a step forward, then I freeze on the floorboards, counting up the things we can't afford to ignore. 1 key ring, 2 glasses, 0 words left to say. Just the late shift energy, washing the daylight away. Why does the ice melt faster now? We figure it out somehow, or we don't. Key ring heavy in my right palm, 10 p.m. Perfectly calm, perfectly strange. Still holding my keys, still standing right here. This iron frame reclined, the anchors in my whole body, holding down every pound of who I became. 9 p.m. settles fast over quiet upholstery, while I trace back the years when you carried the blame. You were 19, broke, standing under neon light, worrying if tomorrow would ever pay you back. If you could see me now sitting in this evening calm, you would stop running hard down that endless track. The bass bumps soft through the apartment floor. I am writing to tell you that we made it through. Put down the worry that you keep at your door. I have got the rest of this life for you. Yeah, younger me, take a breath in the nighttime air. Stop counting the mistakes in your worn out shoes. The weight of this moment fits right in this chair, and we do not have a single thing left to lose. Listen to the low groove, rocking through the dark. Every heavy hour brought us right to this sea. You survived the cold nights, you lit the spark. Now let the evening tension make you complete. Remember how you skipped dinner just to buy vinyls, pacing around the room with the heart full of doubt. You thought 30 would feel like a final exam, fearing every light bulb was gonna burn out. Now I sit back deep where the leather meets wood, pouring out a slow glass of midnight peace. Every scary choice that you made back then was just giving our story a grant release. The bass bombs soft through the apartment floor. I am writing to tell you that we made it through. Put down the worry that you keep at your door. I have got the rest of this life for take a breath in the nighttime air. Stop counting the mistakes in your worn out shoes. The weight of this moment fits right in this chair. And we do not have a single thing left to lose. Listen to the low groove, rocking through the dark. Every heavy hour brought us right to this seat. You survived the cold nights, you lit the spark. Now let the evening tension make you complete. I know you felt alone in the crowded streets, chasing after rhythms you could barely understand. But every single bruise that your memory keeps was put in fresh gold right into my hand. And so rest your tired feet, kid, let the bass line roll. I am steering the wheel while the night turns slow. This heavy chair holds everything you earned. The room is warm, the evening is sweet. Every lesson you took was a lesson learned. Sleep good tonight, kid, we are complete. Tangerine sodium haze washes over the chrome diner counter. You sit 2 stools down, watching the rain smudge the glass. You look like you're waiting for news that won't come. You say, turning my way. I stir my black coffee, looking right back through the steam. Maybe I am, or maybe I just hate going home early. I tell you, you tap your nails against your glass, a quiet rhythm in the low hum. Home gets too loud when nobody is talking. You reply with a thin smile. The electric tension stretches between us, sharp and heavy in the warm air. We do not know where the other spent 5 years ago. We do not ask for phone numbers or last names. Just 2 shadows borrowing heat from the same lamp, watching the city clock count down the remaining daylight. Pass me the matches slowly before the night takes over. Say whatever comes to mind while the ice melts down. We are 2 strangers holding up a heavy sky tonight. No promises made, just the pull of this evening energy. Keep the conversation moving, keep the pulse running slow. Do you ever feel like the daylight steals your focus? You ask me. I lean in closer, the bass from the jukebox vibrating through the floor. Daylight makes everybody play a role they didn't write. I say, you're not adjusting your leather jacket, eyes fixed on the street outside. I came out here looking for a silence that doesn't feel cold. You whisper, looks like you found someone who understands the exact same frequency. I respond, the neon flickers crimson and amber, painting our shoulders in dark tones. We share a small laugh that stays low, caught in the corner of the bar. Pass me the matches slowly before the night takes over. Say whatever comes to mind while the ice melts down. We are 2 strangers holding up a heavy sky tonight. No promises made, just the pull of this evening energy. Keep the conversation moving, keep the pulse running slow. 9 o'clock ticks past on the wall behind the counter. Neither of us moves to check the exit door. There is a strange comfort in her face you will never see again. A sudden truth spoken only to someone passing through. Tangerine light turns to soft charcoal gray. You slide your coat on, leaving a coin on the tray. Take care of yourself, you say quietly. You too, I reply as the doorbell chimes goodbye. Yeah. Yesterday you noted how my voice drops an octave when the street lights kick on the lukewarm green tea. Rest beside my keyboard. The sub bass from a passing car vibrates through the drywall. 2 blue receipts lie folded on the entryway tile. Your half-empty bottle, sparkling water sits near the speaker. A subtle dust layer covers the black rim of my laptop screen. The air conditioning clicks off with a dull thud. A single red neon sign reflects off my right sleeve. These tiny details build a quiet pressure in the room. I watch the shadows stretch across the wooden floor. Every small item keeps its own quiet time. The evening tension hangs light in the corridor. I count the subtle shifts before the night takes over. A slow heat lingers where your hand was resting. Nothing moves fast when the city turns down the lights. The phone screen glows with a 3% battery warning. A straight thread hangs from the hem of my gray hoodie. The smell of roasted coffee beans drifts through the open transom. An empty cardboard box rests against the radiator. Your leather key fob sits precisely on the glass coaster. Outside, a city transit bus lowers its pneumatic suspension. The air conditioning clicks off with a dull thud. A single red neon sign reflects off my right sleeve. These tiny details build a quiet pressure in the room. I watch the shadows stretch across the wooden floor. Every small item keeps its own quiet time. The evening tension hangs light in the corridor. I count the subtle shifts before the night takes over. A slow heat lingers where your hand was resting. Nothing moves fast when the city turns down the lights. A faint scratch on the wall beside the floor lamp. The way the floorboard creaks under my left heel. You said I notice things that do not really matter, but every minor detail holds the weight of yesterday. The amber streetlight bleeds through the woven blinds. A cold glass leaves a ring on the mahogany table. The tension settles in the silent corners. Just small observations until the daylight returns. Yeah. Yeah. Heavy silk lining slides across my wrist as I reach for my drink. The dim amber bulbs above the bar flicker in a quiet cadence. 8:15 p.m. and the low sub bass vibrates through the parquet floor. Suddenly a sudden drop in my chest pulls me 4 years back. You pull me toward you by this exact lapel in a crowded hallway. Your fingers caught in the frayed hem while the world spun out of focus. One brush against this woven cloth brings back that sudden spark. The reckless way we own the hours deep inside the dark. Now the air in this lounge grows thick with that familiar heat. Every pulse in the subwoofer makes our history repeat. It is that late evening tension pulling me straight through time, reaching across the table for a memory that was yours and mine. We ran on a slow burn cadence, talking until 3 in the morning. Now I feel your shadow leaning close without a single warning. Rough denim knees press against the velvet sofa while the bass line rolls. I trace the race scene where your hand used to rest whenever you got quiet. The ice cube clinks against the side of my glass with sharp precision. That night you tugged my collar tight, breathing cinnamon and cold air. We never talked about what morning meant or where the street would end. We just stayed locked in the static between 60 and 70 beats per minute. One brush against this woven cloth brings back that sudden spark. The reckless way we own the hours deep inside the dark. Now the air in this lounge grows thick with that familiar heat. Every pulse in the subwoofer makes our history repeat. It is that late evening tension pulling me straight through time, reaching across the table for a memory that was yours and mine. We ran on a slow burn cadence, talking until 3 in the morning. Now I feel your shadow leaning close without a single warning. Memory is just a tailored suit that refuses to wear out. I shut my eyes and hear your voice above the bassline's doubt. The low frequency shifts the weight inside this crowded room, and I am caught again in the weave of an old perfume. Smooth satin lining, sliding back down my arm. 9 o'clock sharp in the dim bar light, still wearing the jacket from that night. The bass settles low as the memory fades out. 21:45 blinks in soft sunlight across the dashboard of a car we do not own yet. I can see us pulling into a secluded garage in the hills 5 years down the line. Engine shuts down smooth as silk while the low sub bass vibrates through the silence. You lean back against the dark leather, unspooling your scarf with a quiet sigh. We sit in the dim interior for 3 full minutes, just taking in the weight of the climb. No urgent emails waiting on the screen, just the warm electric pull of the night. I summon this exact moment. Whenever the present gets too loud, I picture the gentle turn of your head when you tell me you are proud. Your ring catches the faint blue glow of the console screen. We breathe the stillness of a place where we are finally seen. In that future room with the floor-to-ceiling glass, we were close to every brutal winter that we had to pass. When the evening tension draws us close instead of apart, I will dance slow to the heavy rhythm of your honest heart. No longer sprinting just to keep from falling behind, just resting in the quiet sanctuary we designed. Imagine us at 34, throwing late dinners where nobody checks their phone. So record spinning off vintage mahogany, custom velvet couches tailored in stone. You walked up behind me in the kitchen while I uncorked something bottled years ago. We laugh about the basement studio with the leaking pipes and the radiator glow. Now central air hums softly over the city lights spread out below our feet. Every sacrifice we made back in the grind, finally making our story complete. It was never about the flex, it was always about the peace. Knowing when the sun goes down, the pressure will finally cease. Through dark silhouettes standing still against the violet horizon line, I close my eyes in this tiny room tonight and know that future is mine. In that future room with the floor-to-ceiling glass, we were close to every brutal winter that we had to pass. When the evening tension draws us close instead of apart, I will dance slow to the heavy rhythm of your honest heart. No longer sprinting just to keep from falling behind, just resting in the quiet sanctuary we designed. 21:45 glowing on the dash, keeping my spirit steady through the flash. When that distant evening finally arrives, we will walk right in and live our lives. Tarnished silver, saying it ring rest right beside my cooling cup of espresso. 7 p.m. hits, the city starts to hum low. I pull my collar up, watching shadows grow. My thoughts are spinning around in a tight loop, wondering why I always choose to stay inside. The rhythm in my chest syncs with the streetlights, a quiet heavy beat that I cannot hide. I feel the bass line traveling through my sneakers, even though the speaker is barely turned on. There is a pull in the air tonight, a sudden wait before the day is completely gone. This evening tension is a gentle kind of fire, burning through the silence that I built around my head. I count the shadows dancing on the high ceiling, listening to everything we left unsaid. It keeps me sitting right here in the dim light, trapped between the impulse and the self-control. This evening tension takes a piece of my soul. I trace the metal band with my left thumb, thinking how the hours slip right through my grip. Got 3 missed messages from friends downtown, but I am paralyzed by this slow mood trip. The bass in my mind drops lower than the floorboards, a heavy emotional frequency I know too well. I pour another drop of water in the glass, trapped inside a velvet shell. Maybe I should walk out into the cool breeze, let the neon color wash over my face. Or maybe I just stay right here in the middle, finding comfort in the solitary space. The air is thick with things I almost said today. I close my eyes and let the rhythm take the pain away. This evening tension is a gentle kind of fire, burning through the silence that I built around my head. I count the shadows dancing on the high ceiling, listening to everything we left unsaid. It keeps me sitting right here in the dim light, trapped between the impulse and the self-control. This evening tension takes a piece of my soul. The ring stays cold against my fingertips. The room stays quiet as the streetlight shifts. Just me and the hum in my ears. Just me and the fading years. Still sitting here. A modified exhaust puffs down the avenue, reverberating off the brick until the alley shakes. Yeah, you sit on the edge of the radiator cover, staring at a text message you refuse to take. I see the strain in your shoulders, man, the way you hold your breath like a debt you owe. 8 o'clock hit and the city shifted gears, so why you still moving so damn slow? The neon from the bodega blinks across your sneakers. We spent 10 years talking about the lives we built. Now you got the keys in the corner desk, but your glass is looking empty, never filled. Put your phone face down on the lemonade table, let the heavy evening tension drift right out the door. You do not have to carry every single burden or prove what you are working for. Just roll up your sleeves, lean back in the chair. We got nowhere else we need to be. Let the street noise fade into the background and give yourself a minute just to breathe. Remember back when we shared a twin mattress, counting up quarters for a 2-liter soda bottle. Now you got a 4-door sitting in the garage, and you still do not know how to ease off the throttle. Your manager called you 3 times since 7. I saw the screen light up green then turn dark. You are running in a race that has no finish line, and you are losing the spark that made you start. The neon from the bodega blinks across your sneakers. We spent 10 years talking about the lives we built. Now you got the keys in the corner desk, but your glass is looking empty, never filled. Put your phone face down on the lemonade table, let the heavy evening tension drift right out the door. You do not have to carry every single burden or prove what you are working for. Just roll up your sleeves, lean back in the chair. We got nowhere else we need to be. Let the street noise fade into the background. Listen to the city humming low outside the glass. Traffic rolling south toward the river bridge. You are so afraid of coming in last place that you forget to taste what is in the fridge. Look at me, brother, I am standing right here. The world will keep spinning if you take a break tonight. Stop recalculating every move you make and let the dark replace the blinding light. Drop the keys on the counter, kick off your boots. The street noise is settling down now. Just relax, man. We made it this far. Damp eucalyptus and scorched sugar drifted across the narrow concrete terrace wall. He checked his wrist beneath the neon flicker, watching her shadow lean against the hall. She held a glass of dark mahogany amber, counting the ice cubes clinking on the glass. Neither one spoke a word about the tension, waiting to see who makes the moment pass. The heavy bass vibrates through double glass. Her gold chain catches light inside the dark. He steps 2 inches closer to her left, leaving a silhouette without a mark. They play this silent game at 8 o'clock, standing too close beside the terrace ledge. 2 drinks warm up inside their folded hands, walking a slow tightrope along the edge. Nobody speaks the thing they came to say. Under the city lights that slowly bleed, just evening tension pulling at the air, giving them everything they didn't need. Her thumb rubs small circles on the rim, eyes tracking taxis down the boulevard. He shifts his weight and leans against the rail, trying to keep his quiet posture hard. A breeze moves through her braided dark brown hair, carrying amber resin from the lounge inside. He reaches out to fix a denim jacket, finding a reason nowhere left to hide. The heavy bass vibrates through double glass. Her gold chain catches light inside the dark. He steps 2 inches closer to her left, leaving a silhouette without a mark. They play this silent game at 8 o'clock, standing too close beside the terrace ledge. 2 drinks warm up inside their folded hands, walking a slow tightrope along the edge. Nobody speaks the thing they came to say. Under the city lights that slowly bleed, just evening tension pulling at the air, giving them everything they didn't need. She looks up once and meets his quiet gaze. The bass drop pauses right behind the wall. A half-inch distance feels like 30 miles, waiting to catch each other if they fall. Her fingers brush the fabric of his sleeve. No promises required, no words expressed. The city holds its breath above the street, while evening pressure settles in their chest. The ice dissolves inside the amber glass. He takes her hand before the record ends. 2 shadows cross the threshold of the door, no longer pretending they are only friends. The terrace cools beneath the heavy sky. The tension stays behind them on the floor. A single door splits the quiet room like glass. Your silhouette hangs motionless in amber light. Steam rises slowly from an untouched porcelain glass. A quiet bass rumble hums across the floor tonight. You pull your fingers back through tangled curls. The city grid blinks wide beyond the frame. Two shadows stretch across the hardwood floor. Neither of us willing yet to speak a name. Low frequencies vibrate in the wall panels. Ice cube settles soft inside the tumbled glass. We watch the traffic turn into orange channels, waiting to see how long this breath will last. There is a charge hanging in the static air. Every small movement pulls us closer to the ledge. Shadows bend low around the leather chair. Two hearts suspended right on the velvet edge. The bass drops deep, the room begins to tilt. Living inside this heavy dusk we built. Your gold ring catches the glow of the amplifier LED. A muted crimson hue painting the western wall. You take two slow steps across the rug toward me. No heavy words are spoken in the hallway at all. The slow jam synth loop rolls in quarter time. Your silk shirt brushes right against my denim sleeve. We trace the boundary of an uncrossed line, knowing exactly what we plan to give and leave. Lens flare from the street lamp cuts the window pane. Your pulse beats steady right beneath your collarbone. Outside, the first few raindrops wash the lane. Inside, we make this quiet space our own. No words required when the visual speaks loud, drowning out the noise of the evening crowd. There is a charge hanging in the static air. Every small movement pulls us closer to the ledge. Shadows bend low around the leather chair. Two hearts suspended right on the velvet edge. The bass drops deep, the room begins to tilt. Living inside this heavy dusk we built. Amber light fading in the midnight blue. The track fades out, but I am still with you. Stillness returns, but nothing stays the same. Two shadows merged inside a single frame. What happens to all the noise that we leave floating above the intersection? Is anybody actually listening, or are we just filling up the gaps between red lights? I got 3 missed calls from a number I deleted back in February. Sipping lukewarm amber liquid while my shadow stretches across the asphalt. My heart beats slow like a kick drum with too much reverb. Thinking about that argument in the hallway where nobody said what they meant. Suede sneakers scraping against the crack curb. The air smells like cheap gasoline and someone's late night weed smoke. Thoughts colliding like traffic at 7 p.m. I am scrolling through pictures of people I do not even like, wondering if you are sitting in your living room feeling the same pressure in your chest. The city gets heavy right when the sky turns lavender. It is the evening tension creeping down my spine again. 1 foot on the gas, but my mind is stuck in neutral. Trying to find a frequency where we do not have to pretend. Got a pocket full of quiet and a head full of noise. Watching the streetlight flicker out right before it dies. Is this what growing up feels like? Or just a Friday night illusion? My jacket feels heavy on my shoulders like a weight I agreed to carry. Remembering the way you laughed when the ice machine broke. Now I am standing in a corner store buying water I do not need. Neon green light bouncing off the clerk's tired eyes. Should I call you or should I let the silence win? My battery is at 6% and my patience is lower. Street sweepers rumble 3 blocks down, a steady baseline for my regrets. I do not know if I am running late or if I am just way too early. is the evening tension creeping down my spine again. One foot on the gas, but my mind is stuck in neutral, trying to find a frequency where we do not have to pretend. Got a pocket full of quiet and a head full of noise, watching the streetlight flicker out right before it dies. Is this what growing up feels like, or just a Friday night illusion? Maybe the answers do not exist under these high-pressure sodium bulbs. Maybe I'm looking for meaning in the way the bass hums through my ribcage. A sequence of random thoughts, a collection of half-spoken truths. I breathe in the cool air, exhale the stress of 24 hours. The sky turns black, and the tension softens into something like peace. Where does the unanswered question go when the street goes dark? It just stays in the air, hanging right above the sidewalk. Footsteps fading out, engine idling soft. Just me and the evening. The deep weight of this leather chair anchors me to the hardwood floor. Outside the window, amber streetlights bloom as evening takes over the room. Yeah, I am sitting where I swore I would never sit, drinking slow from a crystal glass. I am thinking of you at 19, hiding in the basement, waiting for time to pass. You thought every rejection was a permanent stain on your coat. You wrote prophecies in cheap notebooks, swallowing tears in your throat. The bass from the lower apartment shakes the floorboards just the same. I wish I could dial your broken landline and whisper your real name. You were terrified of failing every single test. You thought you needed power just to earn some rest. Now the city hums in low frequencies below. I'm typing out the things you needed to know. Start rushing through the dark. You are gonna make it here. The heavy air of 8 o'clock is clear of all your fear. You do not have to break yourself to earn a seat inside. I'm living in the future that you kept alive. Every late night tears you down, but it builds the man tonight. Stop fighting every shadow. You are headed toward the light. Yeah, you worried about your bank account. Your shoes are worn out soles. You thought missing that late bus meant losing all your goals. Yeah. Look at me sitting back right now, ice melting in the glass. The rent is paid, the contract signed. The winter finally passed. You saved every dollar like it was your last breath. You carried every quiet insult like a life and death. If you saw the studio, the lights dim down to blue, you would finally stop apologizing for being you. Start rushing through the dark. You are gonna make it here. The heavy air of 8 o'clock is clear of all your fear. You do not have to break yourself to earn a seat inside. I'm living in the future that you kept alive. Every late night tears you down, but it builds the man tonight. Stop fighting every shadow. You are headed toward the light. Put down the pen tonight. Stop pacing up and down the hall. The world is not about to crush you when the shadows fall. I felt your anxiety across the decade of time. You survived the bitter cold so I could write this line. The tension in the air tonight is peace instead of dread. Rest your tired shoulders now, put down your heavy head. The leather chair creaks beneath my frame. You were always worthy before the money came. 8:30 p.m. the city breeze soft. I'm holding the heavy crown you dreamed of. Sleep well, young brother, we made it up. Deep violet glare spills across the counter as you slap beside me. You ask for gin without looking up at the menu board. I tell you the ice machine has been broken since 7. You laugh, a quiet exhale that hits the warm air between us. 2 hours left before the city cuts the subway lines. You say your name is barely relevant on a Tuesday night. The bass in the basement floor keeps rattling our glasses. You're leaning close enough for me to see your dark brown eyes. Neither of us has anywhere urgent to be right now. The evening tension hangs like smoke above the vinyl booths. We talk like we survived the exact same storm today. No real names, just stories pulled from half-lit corners. You order another drink and tell me why you came inside. I listen while the street outside dissolves in heavy rain. Two strangers trading weight before the morning takes it back. You say you left your apartment because the silence got loud. I tell you my phone has been muted on my kitchen desk. You point at the scar across my right knuckle and ask a question. I give you a half-truth and you give me a knowing nod. We are both experts at keeping the real damage tucked away, yet here we are spilling secrets over spilled tonic water. We talk like we survived the exact same storm today. No real names, just stories pulled from half-lit corners. You order another drink and tell me why you came inside. I listen while the street outside dissolves in heavy rain. Two strangers trading weight before the morning takes it back. Maybe tomorrow I will pass you on the crosswalk at noon. We will pull our coats tight and act like this room never existed. But right now, under this heavy violet haze, you are the only one who gets it. No promises, no contact numbers saved in our screens. The bartender flips the sign closed on the door. You set down your glass and pull your collar up high. We step out into the wet asphalt together, turning opposite ways. A temporary harbor before the city moves again. You claimed yesterday that I hold my breath whenever the sky goes dark. I count 3 blue flames flickering beneath the copper kettle bark. The neighbor's television casts a cool cobalt tint across the floor. A delivery driver leaves his engine idling right beside my door. Your casual remark flows right back in as the dust begins to settle. The steam rises slow, making tiny condensation spots on polished metal. A half-eaten peach sits beside the sink, skin turning soft and brown. The radiator clicks twice, sending dry warmth drifting through the town. My watch ticks steady on the nightstand, catching the halogen glow. Every little detail takes its time, moving heavy, moving slow. That sentence you dropped yesterday keeps humming through the quiet room. The hallway light flickers once and dies, leaving an indigo bloom. Ice cubes crack in a glass of water on the painted wooden shelf. I am sitting in the middle of evening tension, watching myself. Every small observation piles up high against the darkening glass, waiting for the night to hold its breath and let the fever pass. The soles of my sneakers leave faint black marks along the hardwood tile. My phone vibrates once on the sofa cushion and stays silent for a while. You said I get distant when the streetlights flick on all at once. Now I notice how the ceiling fan rotates in this slow rhythmic dance. A straight thread hangs from my cotton sleeve, pulling loose beneath my thumb. The bass line from a passing car makes the window pane faintly hum. The half-eaten peach sits beside the sink, skin turning soft and brown. The radiator clicks twice, sending dry warmth drifting through the town. My watch ticks steady on the nightstand, catching the halogen glow. Every little detail takes its time, moving heavy, moving slow. That sentence you dropped yesterday keeps humming through the quiet room. The hallway light flickers once and dies, leaving an indigo bloom. Ice cubes crack in a glass glass of water on the painted wooden shelf. I am sitting in the middle of evening tension, watching myself. Every small observation piles up high against the darkening glass, waiting for the night to hold its breath and let the fever pass. An empty espresso cup leaves a dark brown ring on the glass table. A faint siren wails 3 blocks away, muted and unstable. I touch the exact spot on my collar where your words seem to land. The air in here is thick enough to hold inside my open hand. You said I shift when 8 o'clock arrives. The halogen hums, the apartment survives. A single drop falls from the leaky tap. The city falls into its evening trap. Just your words and the cooling air, watching the shadows cross the chair. Soft brush flannel clings to my elbows as the city cools down. The apartment sits in amber daylight, fading into gray. I touch the threadbare sleeve you accidentally washed on high, and suddenly the whole room shifts 3 years away. We were sitting on the counter with the radiator humming, eating cold takeout, listening to rain against the glass. You wore this exact shirt when you told me you were leaving. Now the fabric holds a weight that never seems to pass. 7 p.m. pulls the shadow down the hallway wall. I pour a glass of water just to give my hands a task. Every twilight brings you back without a single call. Oh, wearing memories I never meant to ask. This evening tension takes me straight into the past, when we thought the summer high was built to last. I can feel the freight weave under my fingertips. Your name still lingering right behind my lips. The low bass bumps from a car down on the street, where 2 old ghosts are bound to meet. I pull the zip down slowly, letting cotton drop away. But the flashback doesn't stop when I change my clothes. I remember late October when we walked through Brooklyn Bridge Park. Your hands tucked inside my pockets, keeping warm against your nose. You laughed at how the wind whipped through the heavy wool scarf, saying life was just a series of small comfortable mistakes. Now I sit here in the dust, counting every quiet second, learning how much silence an empty living room makes. 7 p.m. pulls the shadow down the hallway wall. I pour a glass of water just to give my hands a task. Every twilight brings you back without a single call, wearing memories I never meant to ask. This evening tension takes me straight into the past, when we thought the summer high was built to last. I can feel the freight weave under my fingertips. Your name still lingering right behind my lips. The low bass bumps from a car down on the street, where 2 old ghosts are bound to meet. Time moves in circles when the room gets dark. One worn seam can trigger a spark. I do not call you up, I just feel the grain tracing lines of a slow burning pain. The city lights flicker like a distant beat, and I am standing right back on your street. Soft brushed flannel on a quiet night, fading away in the dim lamplight. The evening settles deep inside my chest, put the memories back to rest. 45 on the bedside glass, a projected glow in our future high-rise. A picture us leaning over the marble bar, watching the skyline change its velvet dyes. You will be pouring 2 fingers of amber rye, laughing off the long week we left behind. No rush in the pulse in our quiet room, just the bass vibrating through the floorboards aligned. We are not there yet, but I smell the silk, I feel the heavy warmth of tomorrow's night. Everything we sacrificed finally pays the bill, drowning out the city under golden light. I can see the future tension building up, years from now when we are sipping from the same crystal cup. When the evening settles deep into our skin, and the real world loses where it ends and we begin. Late hours, low lights, pulling you close, living out the life that we wanted the most. I imagine your coat draped over the leather chair, designer threads bought from the dreams we chase. You turn the audio down to a low frequency, not a single minute of this motion wasted. The humidity outside will not reach this floor. We build a fortress out of late night grind. Now the atmosphere is thick with a different heat, the kind of pool money could never buy or find. I can see that future tension building up, years from now when we are sipping from the same crystal cup. When the evening settles deep into our skin, and the real world loses where it ends and we begin. Late hours, low lights, pulling you close, living out the life that we wanted the most. Time moves slow when you picture the top. Every step we take makes the baseline drop. I close my eyes right now in this empty space, and I'm standing right beside you in that future place. 1845 on the wall of our future home. No more working late, no more sleeping alone. Just that evening tension holding us tight, waiting for the day we walk into that night. Yeah. A chipped enamel lighter rose against the oak edge of this low table, while dust pulls gray shadows across the room. I sit here listening to my own breathing, counting the beats before the phone lights up. The city outside is revving up its pulse, and I am caught right in the middle ground. Daylight leaves a dry taste on my tongue. 7 o'clock brings a familiar itch. I wonder if you're standing by your window, or if I'm just projecting my own noise. The floorboards hum with distant traffic drums, and my shoulders refuse to let go of the strain. This evening tension creeping down my spine tells me I should move, but I stay still. Between the person I was 5 hours ago and who I become when the neon bleeds in, it is a heavy quiet that fills the room, waiting for the spark to set it off. This evening tension holding me right here. I tap my ring against the glass rim, watching the reflection stretch and twist. Too early to call it a night, too late to pretend I am working hard. My mind keeps looping back to what was said. Small misunderstandings in the hallway. Now every second feels thick like syrup. I pull my collar loose and lean right back. Daylight leaves a dry taste on my tongue. 7 o'clock brings that familiar itch. I wonder if you're standing by your window, if I'm just projecting my own noise. The floorboards hum with distant traffic drums, and my shoulders refuse to let go of the strain. This evening tension creeping down my spine tells me I should move, but I stay still. Between the person I was 5 hours ago and who I become when the neon bleeds in, it is a heavy quiet that fills the room, waiting for the spark to set it off. This evening tension holding me right here. Avenue. Maybe I just want somebody to break the silence. My thumb brushes the cold metal casing. One quick strike could flip the entire mood. I hold my breath and listen to the building breeze, standing on the razor edge of nightfall. The lighter stops rolling. The room turns deep plumb. Just me and this lingering pulse, waiting on whatever comes next. Still holding the spark in the quiet shift. A skateboard wheel snaps on the asphalt. 4 floors below our open window frame. You drop your leather jacket on the kitchen chair and leave your heavy day without a name. The city is pulling in its evening breath, and I can tell your mind is somewhere else. Stop counting up the things you did not finish. Just leave the remaining weight upon the shelf. The neon sign across the corner market flickers purple on your tired face. We spent 5 days chasing down the paycheck. Now it is time to slow down the pace. Pour a glass or leave it on the table. We got nowhere else we need to run. You do not have to talk about the dead end. You do not have to fix what broke today. We got low light humming through the floorboards and 12 square feet to fade away. Let the evening tension roll off your shoulders. Brother, let the midnight take the lead. You do not need a map for where we are going. Just take the room and settle what you need. A delivery bike rattles past the crosswalk, cutting through the quiet street air. You finally unlace those stiff black sneakers and slide into the velvet corner chair. I see the way you hold your shoulders high, like you are still defending every move. Relax your grip up on the steering wheel. We sitting right inside an easy groove. The neon sign across the corner market flickers purple on your tired face. We spent 5 days chasing down the paycheck. Now it is time to slow down the pace. Pour a glass or leave it on the table. We got nowhere else we need to run. You do not have to talk about the dead end. You do not have to fix what broke today. We got low light humming through the floorboards and 12 square feet to fade away. Let the evening tension roll off your shoulders. Brother, let the midnight take the lead. You do not need a map for where we are going. Just take the room and settle what you need. Remember back when 23 felt distant? We thought we would have the whole world figured out. Now we just appreciate a quiet quarter and knowing what the silence is about. Pass the lighter if you have it near you. We are holding down the rhythm for tonight. You do not have to talk about the dead end. You do not have to fix what broke today. We got low light humming through the floorboards and 12 square feet to fade away. Let the evening tension roll off your shoulders. Brother, let the midnight take the lead. You do not need a map for where we are going. Just take the room and settle what you need. Kick your heels back on the coffee table. Let the street noise sink into the dark. We made it to the other side of Friday, right where the evening hits. roasted cinnamon and cool street rain. Hang inside the lobby entrance hall. He pulls his collar up against the chill, watching wet reflections on the wall. She checks her watch and steps inside the glass, shaking off the residue of June. They share a quiet night without a word, guided by the rhythm of the tune. The elevator hums a steady hum. He keeps his hands buried in his coat. She leans against the polished mirror frame, listening to the low bass in his throat. Neither one is ready for the floor, holding on to seconds while they last. A sudden pull of gravity inside makes the heavy silence travel fast. Late evening tension in the corridor, tracing steps across the carpet line. He turns the key and leaves the door ajar, letting soft amber light define the space between the shadow and the sound. Nobody speaks but everything is clear. They leave the busy city at the gate, finding all the answers right in here. She drops her leather bag beside the bench, loosening the scarf around her neck. He turns the dial to a slower groove, checking for a signal on the deck. The city sparkles through the tinted shade, traffic moving slow along the bay. He pours 2 glasses, never looking down, knowing what her eyes are trying to say. The elevator hums a steady hum. He keeps his hands buried in his coat. She leans against the polished mirror frame, listening to the low bass in his throat. Neither one is ready for the floor, holding on to seconds while they last. A sudden pull of gravity inside makes the heavy silence travel fast. Late evening tension in the corridor, tracing steps across the carpet line. He turns the key and leaves the door ajar, letting soft amber light define the space between the shadow and the sound. Nobody speaks but everything is clear. They leave the busy city at the gate, finding all the answers right in here. Slow drums rolling through the quiet room, bass is deep beneath the wooden floor. He steps across the narrow strip of rug, closing up the distance to the door. She takes a breath and lets her shoulders drop, reading every movement in his stride. The midnight hour settles on the glass, keeping every secret safe inside. The hallway light burns out across the floor. He slides his keys onto the marble tray. She steps into the low frequency beat. The rest of the night melts away. A sudden memory cuts through stillness, right where the shadow touches the floorboards. The red LED on the stereo blinks once, casting long lines through the velvet shades. You lean against the mahogany counter, twirling a glass that you barely touched. Outside the window, the city hums low. Street lamps turn yellow against the cool dusk. Slow ambient light framing your profile. The room holds its breath as the beat drops in. 3 feet of distance feels like an ocean. Smoke from the balcony drifts down the hall. Nobody moves and nobody speaks up. We watch the reflection ripple on glass. This evening tension hangs in the air, heavy like bass floating through the floor. We keep our secrets under dim neon glow, counting the seconds till somebody yields. Dark purple hues painted on your collarbone, caught in a frame that I cannot erase. The camera zooms in on your folded fingers, tapping the rhythm against your leather coat. A street light flickers outside on the corner, throwing gold prisms across the gray rug. You glance at the screen sitting on the table, a notification illuminates your face. Still neither of us reaches for an answer. We let the quiet pull us down deep. Slow ambient light frame in your profile. The room holds its breath as the beat drops in. 3 feet of distance feels like an ocean. Smoke from the balcony drifts down the hall. Nobody moves and nobody speaks up. We watch the reflection ripple on glass. This evening tension hangs in the air, heavy like bass floating through the floor. We keep our secrets under dim neon glow, counting the seconds till somebody else. Dark purple hues painted on your collarbone, caught in a frame that I can't not erase. Slow motion sequence, ice cubes dissolving, sub bass humming low in the soundbar. You tilt your chin back, eyes dark as velvet, a silent standoff set in high definition. The clock on the microwave shifts to 8 and the atmosphere tightens another notch. Cinematic stillness taking over again. Shadows stretched long across the dark tile. Just two silhouettes in an unlit kitchen, waiting for the evening to break its hold. Fade out slowly on the quiet room. Where do we put all this leftover post? The subwoofer hums low while neon bleeds blue through the curtain seam. I was thinking about how your voice hit the hallway at 8. Cold tea on the counter, green notifications I ignore. The baseline is heavy, like velvet drenched in rain. We built a whole dynamic on silent glances across the sofa. Maybe the night knows something about patience that I forgot to learn. Amber light on the floorboards, amber glass in my hand. Static drifting off the final groove. My thoughts run off the edge of the table. Every second stretching out, long and dark. We are floating in the space before the jump. Evening tension pulling at the corners of the room. Heartbeat matching the low end in the stereo. Stream of thoughts washing over every word we never said. We keep leaning in without moving an inch. Caught inside this midnight drift. Nothing solved but everything alive. Did you hear the floorboard creak when the track switched? I keep rewinding that half-second smile you hid behind your glass. Shoes off near the entryway, key card sitting on the wood. It feels like midnight even though the clock says 9. We talk about rent, then we talk about dreams, then we stop talking at all. The city outside is a faint hum under our feet. Your shadow stretches across my knees and I forget what I was about to ask. Just thoughts floating through the low light without a destination. Static drifting off the final groove. My thoughts run off the edge of the table. Every second stretching out, long and dark. We are floating in the space before the jump. Even tension pulling at the corners of the room. Heartbeat matching the low end in the stereo. Stream of thoughts washing over every word we never said. We keep leaning in without moving an inch. Caught inside this midnight drift. Nothing solved but everything alive. Maybe there is no point in fixing what is not broken. Just let the bass sit right behind our ribs. You tilt your head and the ambient glow catches your eyes. A thought slips past. What if we never leave this room? What if the tension is the point? What if the silence is the song? Where do we put all this pulse? It stays right here in the air, low and lingering on the rug. Night leaning heavy on the glass. Unanswered, floating, still alive. The solid mahogany frame grabs my tired frame, sinking deep in the leather as the streetlights glow. I take a pen to paper while the bassline rolls, writing down a message to the kid I used to know. You were 19, sitting on a broken couch, counting every dollar just to keep the studio on, staring at the ceiling through the static haze, wondering if anybody hears you when the light is gone. Look at where we are tonight, glass of ice and dim red lights. All the sleepless ships you ran finally made us steady, man. Don't you worry about the rent next month. Don't you worry if the phone stays cold. Every sleepless track you bounced alone turns to heavy silver and solid gold. You were right to keep the rhythm tight. You were right to hold the faith inside. I am sitting in the quiet now, watching all your dreams collide. Remember when you thought you had to compromise, selling off your pedals just to buy some bread? You thought the city had no space for honest sound, with all those quiet doubts echoing inside your head. Now the room is warm, the evening tension settles slow, silk curtains draped across the skyline view. I wish that I could send this beat back through the years to take the heavy burden off of you. Look at where we are tonight, glass of ice and dim red lights. All the sleepless shifts you ran finally made us steady, man. Don't you worry about the rent next month. Don't you worry if the phone stays cold. Every sleepless track you bounced alone turns to heavy silver and solid gold. You were right to keep the rhythm tight. You were right to hold the faith inside. I am sitting in the quiet now, watching all your dreams collide. You paid the price in silent tears, sweating through the early years. Every door that closed on you was just a path to pull us through. Now the beat is slow, the evening breeze, and I am living what your heart believes. And rest your shoulders, kid, we made it through. This evening belongs to me and you. Fold the paper, let the record spin. This is where the quiet years begin. Yeah. Copper amber illumination spills across this velvet booth counter. You slide your lighter down the polished dark oak, asking if I need a flame. I look up, catch your eye, and say I left my pack at home tonight. You sit down without a word, pulling up a second stool. The bassline vibes through the floorboards, thick and low. You tell me you do not usually come to places like this alone. I tell you neither do I, but the walls at home were getting loud. There is a strange electricity when neither of us knows a name. We are just two outlines breathing in the dimmer room glow. You ask me what I do when the city finally turns off the noise. I tell you I just keep walking until my feet forget the day. Late hours got us talking to somebody new, sipping slow while the ice melts down to nothing. You say you feel the heavy pulse inside this room too. No promises made, just two shadows overlapping. We are trading secrets under velvet shade, finding tension in the space we never planned to make. You lean closer over the rim of your highball glass, mentioning how the air gets thick right around 10 o'clock. I laugh a quiet laugh, admitting I noticed the exact same change. Your ring taps, where's my neck against the crystal edge. You ask if I'm staying long or if I am heading out soon. I say that depends on whether this table stays this interesting. There is a strange electricity when neither of us knows a name. We are just two outlines breathing in the dimmer room glow. You ask me what I do when the city finally turns off the noise. I tell you I just keep walking until my feet forget the day. Late hours got us talking to somebody new, sipping slow while the ice melts down to nothing. You say you feel the heavy pulse inside this room too. No promises made, just two shadows overlapping. We are trading secrets under velvet shade, finding tension in this space we never planned to make. You push a drink an inch closer to mine, a simple gesture but the air gets tight between us. No past mistakes brought into this conversation, no expectations weighing on the words we trade. Just your low voice cutting through the heavy sub-bass, asking what I'm doing for the rest of this jar. The bar light shifts from amber down to deep plum. You stand up slow and offer me the rest of your matches. We still have not exchanged a single contact or name, just the memory of a flame held between two strangers. The tension stays behind as you walk toward the street. Yeah. Yesterday you mentioned that my posture relaxes after 8 in the evening. I never noticed how my spine lets go of the carpet. Wait until you pointed it out. Now I'm sitting on this low velvet stool watching you trace condensation on your glass. The bass from downstairs vibrates through the floorboards like a pulse we forgot to measure. A guy at the corner table swaps his reading glasses for dark frames. The bartender wipes the zinc counter in steady counterclockwise circles. Every small detail seems to gain weight as the last natural light disappears outside. The air thickens with citrus peel and burnt matches. You tilt your head, counting the neon flickers on the brick wall across the alley. There is a quiet friction in the room that nobody speaks about. Just small motions stacking up before the real night takes over. Notice how your silver chain rests against your collarbone right now. Notice how the ice clings 3 times whenever you get nervous. This evening tension is a list of things we refuse to say out loud. We just record every shadow, every shift in the room, holding our ground. Notice how the music drops an octave and your breathing slows down. Your phone screen lights up with the missed call. You choose to flip face down. A drop of amber liquor settles on the coaster like a quiet beat. The couple 3 seats over exchanges a glance that means they are leaving together. I catch my reflection in the mirror behind the bottles, adjusting my sleeve. Your thumb taps the beat of a song playing 2 blocks away from this lounge. Small observations layering up like dust on the vinyl sleeves behind the booth. We are both keeping score of movements that mean everything and nothing. The air thickens with citrus peel and burnt matches. You tilt your head, counting the neon flickers on the brick wall across the alley. There is a quiet friction in the room that nobody speaks about. Just small motions stacking up before the real night takes over. Notice how your silver chain rests against your collarbone right now. Notice how the ice clings 3 times whenever you get nervous. This evening tension is a list of things we refuse to say out loud. We just record every shadow, every shift in the room, holding our ground. Notice how the music drops an octave and your breathing slows down. A coat slides off a chair, hitting the hardwood with a soft thud. You lean 2 inches closer, crossing your ankles under the narrow table. The street outside hums with rideshare brakes and distant laughter. I count the freckles near your temple while you pretend to read the menu again. Every tiny action is a signal, a slow burning current under our quiet skin. Notice how your silver chain rests against your collarbone right now. Notice how the ice clings 3 times whenever you get nervous. This evening tension is a list of things we refuse to say out loud. We just record every shadow, every shift in the room, holding our ground. Notice how the music drops an octave and your breathing slows down. Yesterday you said I noticed too much. Tonight you are proving me right with every breath you catch. The clock hits 10. The zinc bar reflects your eyes. Still counting. Yeah. Chorus woven wool grazes my jaw. And suddenly I am back in that quiet hallway. 8 o'clock shadows stretch long across the floor, carrying the heavy scent of your jasmine oil. You pulled at the loose threads of my coat, avoiding my eyes while the city hummed below us. The evening air was thick with unspoken words, a delicate standoff right before the drop. Now the night settles in with the same cold as streetlights bleed through the tinted glass. I can still feel the exact weight of your breath, slowing down the room while the clock moves fast. This evening tension pulls me under again, rewinding the tape to where we left off. We were standing on the line between lovers and friends, wearing our defenses down until they turn soft. One touch of this fabric and I lose control, trapped in the flashback, taking over my soul. I sit in the back seat of a dark sedan, tracing the rough seam along my wrist. I remember the exact way you held my hand, demanding an honesty I could barely manage. You whispered that tomorrow would change everything, while the beat in the background kept us grounded. We pretended we did not care what the morning would bring, lost in the echo of the bass surrounding us. Intention pulls me under again, rewinding the tape to where we left off. We were standing on the line between lovers and friends, wearing our defenses down until they turn soft. One touch of this fabric and I lose control, trapped in the flashback, taking over my soul. Time is supposed to dilute the sharpness of the scene, but the texture brings it all back in full detail. The dim amber lightning, the static in between, the quiet realization that we were gonna fail. Yeah, I chase this electrical every single night, waiting for the darkness to make it feel right. Coarse woven wool resting on my skin, the evening arrives, letting the memory in. Static on the radio, city lights low, still holding on to what we used to know. "22 fording goes against the windshield glass. I close my eyes and let the future pass. I see us 7 winters down the line, stepping out of something streamlined and fine. You got the silk trench draped across your shoulder. We talk a little smoother now that we are older. The valet takes the keys without a word. Best kind of evening that we ever heard. Low bass vibrating through the heated floor. We never gotta check the price tag anymore. I feel the heavy pulse inside my chest, imagining the way you look dressed in your best. When we finally on the skyline, baby, no more lingering in maybe. I can see the glass reflections in your eyes, tension building up under those midnight skies. We ain't there yet, but the feeling is real, holding on to how this future's gonna feel. I visualize the corner booth reserved for two, them amber lights bringing out the rich tone in you. You laugh about the days we barely scraped a dime, while sipping something aged in, taking our time. Your fingers trace the rim of the crystal glass, watching all the city lights slowly drifting past. The quiet confidence between your skin and mine, a private universe that we took time to design. Low bass vibrating through the heated floor. We never gotta check the price tag anymore. I feel the heavy pulse inside my chest, imagining the way you look dressed in your bed. When we finally on the skyline, baby, no more lingering and maybe. I can see the glass reflections in your eyes, tension building up under those midnight skies. We ain't there yet, but the feeling is real, holding on to how this future's gonna feel. Right now I'm sitting in this quiet quiet park, staring at the dashboard, glowing in the dark. It has not happened yet, but I can taste the air, the velvet upholstery, your perfume everywhere. This late night tension, driving every move I make, building up the promise that I never mean to break. 2022, 2214 on the screen right now. We're gonna reach that somewhere, somehow. Just close your eyes and let the beat sink in. That is where our story is about to begin. Just hold the vision close tonight, underneath the city light. A spent matchbox sleeve lies flat on the lemonade. The city outside trays blue for a dusty purple. I watch my shadow stretch across the floorboards, wondering if I should hit the ignition or stay put. The clock ticks past 7 and my mind spins slow, catching every vibration off the window. So there is a quiet pull right before the streetlights spark. I taste the cold air trapped in my throat. My thumb flickers over a screen. I refuse to touch the stillness. Gets heavier by the minute, and I can feel the bass line in my chest before the song even starts. Waiting for the twilight tension to spill over, caught between the restraint and the sudden urgency. Every low frequency hums in my ribs tonight, telling me I am one decision away from leaving. I hold my breath while the shadows settle down, listening to the quiet rush of the evening. My keys rest an inch away from my palm. The floor lamp flickers once, then holds its ground. I trace the groove in the wooden chair arm, parsing out every reason why I should stay inside. Yet the air in this room feels too thick to breathe, charged with a hum that demands a destination. I taste the cold air trapped in my throat. My thumb flickers over a screen. I refuse to touch the stillness. Gets heavier by the minute, and I can feel the bass line in my chest before the song even starts. Waiting for the twilight tension to spill over, caught between the restraint and the sudden urgency. Every low frequency hums in my ribs tonight, telling me I am one decision away from leaving. I hold my breath while the shadows settle down, listening to the quiet rush of the evening. It is not fear keeping me seated right now. It is the momentum building in my blood. One step past that heavy front door, and the night takes whatever I have left to give. The matchbox stays still on the glass. The streetlights take over the dark. My shadow finally steps forward. The evening begins right here. A distant subwoofer vibrates through asphalt, rattling the glass right beside your elbow. Yeah. You have been staring at that unread text for an hour, wearing out the carpet in your worn out low tops. I brought the ice and the low tempo records, the kind of slow you post down to 60. Toss your jacket over the back of the sofa. We do not need to fix the world before midnight. The city outside is still screaming for attention. Neon washing over your tired face. Yeah. You carry the weight like it belongs to you only. but tonight you can leave it at the doorway. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. Let the groove settle down in your chest. We spent the whole week running on empty. Now we just ride out the quiet rest. You do not have to explain a single thing. The night is ours and the rhythm is heavy. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. We are holding the vibe steady. The baseline rolls through the floorboards like water, washing off the ground from your 12-hour shift. I see the tension sitting stiff on your shoulders. You always take the hit just to give them a lift. Pass me a glass, I will fill it up proper. No heavy talk about tomorrow's obligation. We are just two brothers sitting in the twilight, tuning out the noise of expectations. The city outside is still screaming for attention. Neon washing over your tired face. Yeah, you carry the weight like it belongs to you only. But tonight you can leave it at the doorway. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. Let the groove settle down in your chest. We spent the whole week running on empty. Now we just ride out the quiet rest. You do not have to explain a single thing. The night is ours and the rhythm is heavy. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. We are holding the vibe steady. When the clock hits 10 and the lights go low, we do not need to chase whatever is outside. There is peace in the room when you let it all go. No front to keep up, nowhere left to hide. Just listen to the snare hitting soft and clean. This is where we catch our breath between. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. Let the groove settle down in your chest. We spent the whole week running on empty. Now we just ride out the quiet rest. You do not have to explain a single thing. The night is ours and the rhythm is heavy. Kick off your shoes and lean back slowly. We are holding the vibe steady. The street sound fades out down below. Just relax, brother. Let the track spin. We have got all night. Burnt vanilla and exhaust fumes drifted through the open passenger window. She stood leaning against the warm brick of the corner shop, phone in hand. He pulled the sedan to the curb with the engine humming low in E minor. Neither one spoke as she opened the door and slid into the leather seat. The air inside was thick with lingering clove smoke and silent expectations. There was an electric static resting between their shoulders. Two young adults escaping the quiet rooms of their own heads. He shifted into drive without making direct eye contact. She turned the volume knob until the sub-bass rattled the console. The evening tension thickens as the streetlights bleed into deep amber. He keeps his left hand steady while the city grid turns cold. She rests her temple against the glass, taking in the slow momentum. Nothing is spoken aloud, but neither wants to reach the final turn. Just two people holding back the truth in the dark. He took the long detour past the silent warehouse district. She unzipped her jacket just enough to catch the cool draft from the vents. Every red light felt like a brief intermission they had not asked for. Her sweet scent mixed with the damp asphalt rising off the pavement. He saw her reflection in the side mirror and held his breath for 4 counts. The evening tension thickens as the streetlights bleed into deep amber. He keeps his left hand steady while the city grid turns cold. She rests her temple against the glass, taking in the slow momentum. Nothing is spoken aloud, but neither wants to reach the final turn. Just two people holding back the truth in the dark. They both know the city gets too complicated past midnight, so they stay suspended in this heavy hour before the shift happens. His fingers tap a syncopated rhythm against the leather wheel. She reaches across to redirect the airflow, her knuckle brushing his wrist. The engine idle vibrates in the empty overlook. Smell of rain and dark, cedar hanging in the dark. He cuts the dashboard illumination to black. She leans back and closes her eyes. The night takes over. And on a rain of realization shatters the room, still air. Right as the shadow from the floor lamp catches your dark hair. The bass line hums low through the floorboards below us. We let the ice melt in glasses, while time tries to show us where the boundary lies between patience and touch. You take a slow sip, never speaking too much. The city neon bleeds blue against your golden skin. Every unspoken question waiting to begin. The air gets heavy like rain about to break. We measure every breath for each other's sake. Dim amber light tracing the curve of the lounge. Two bodies remaining in the space we found. Evening tension pulling us closer by the inch. We don't flinch, we just ride out the slow burning sin. Soulful rhythm swinging soft while the sun drops down. We rule this quiet corner of an endless town. Low light, high heat, shadows on the wall, holding on to dusk. Right before we fall. The camera angles in my mind pan across the velvet couch. Your fingers rest on the cushion, subtle lean in the crowd. Your sudden urge to bridge the gap rises in my chest. No need for fast moves when the slow pace is best. Streetlights flicker through the high-rise glass blinds. Two young minds tangled up in complex designs. You shift your shoulders catching the red tail light glow. We keep the volume quiet but the pulse is running low. The air gets heavy like rain about to break. We measure every breath for each other's sake. Dim amber light tracing the curve of the lounge. Two bodies remaining in the space we found. Intention pulling us closer by the inch. We don't flinch, we just ride out the slow burning cinch. Soulful rhythm swinging soft while the sun drops down. We rule this quiet corner of an endless town. Low light, high heat, shadows on the wall, holding on to dusk. Right before we fall. Silence was peaceful until that thought entered in, asking how much longer till the real moves begin. A heartbeat drops beat synchronized with the subbeat. Don't need the crowd of noise inside the club, just a cinematic frame. Static turn to flame when you whisper my title and forget my name. Curtains swaying gently in the night sky breeze. Dusk turning midnight with a gentle ease. Still standing close in the dim blue light. Evening tension holding us all through the night. Does the city actually quiet down? Or do we just stop asking? I can feel the bass line crawling through the floorboards while the tea turns cold. Red tail lights bleeding into purple mist outside the kitchen window. Thought about texting you back 3 hours ago, but my thumb froze on the screen. Workday dissolved like salt and warm broth. Now the real hours take over. My pulse matches the halogen flicker across the street corner, quick and uneven. Is it pride or just exhaustion that keeps me sitting in this heavy denim jacket? The room swells up with whatever we left unsaid at 5 o'clock. Ice melts in a plastic cup on the amp, dripping down the black vinyl. Drifting from the hallway mirror straight to the basin on the desk. Every thought slips into the next without asking for permission. This evening tension holds us right above the waterline. Unsolved equations floating through the smoky air. We don't need to name the mood, just let the low end ride. Heavy static in the quiet, breathing in the atmosphere. Daylight surrenders to the cadence of our heavy chests. Where does the daylight go when the street lamps spark to life? I was counting my blessings, then I started counting my mistakes instead. Your voice on the speaker box sounds like velvet stretched over iron wire. Half-eaten takeout on the coffee table, chopsticks balancing on the edge. I wonder if you're standing in your kitchen doing the exact same thing, staring at the ceiling cracks, watching the shadows stretching to midnight. Rhythm becomes a second skin when the sun drops beneath the horizon. The room swells up with whatever we left unsaid at 5 o'clock. Ice melts in the plastic cup on the amp, dripping down the black vinyl, drifting from the hallway mirror straight to the basin on the desk. Every thought slips into the next without asking for permission. This evening tension holds us right above the waterline. Unsolved equations floating through the smoky air. We don't need to name the mood, just let the low end ride. Heavy static in the quiet, breathing in the atmosphere. Daylight surrenders to the cadence of our heavy chest. Thoughts overlapping like tracks on an old 8-channel tape. Did I leave the porch light on, or is that just the moon hitting the glass? Low sub-frequencies vibrating right behind my ribs. No resolution coming, no final answer needed tonight. We just ride the groove until the indigo turns into complete pitch darkness. Question lingering in the air like burnt sage, settling deep into the hardwood plank, slow and hums on. We don't need the answer anyway, just this moment holding still. Heavy velvet cushions press against my spine as twilight sinks in. I'm sitting in this oversized swivel seat, listening to the city hum. You were 17, broke, staring at empty recording meters on a cracked screen, panicking every time the dust dipped below the tree line. You thought the dark meant another day wasted in the shade. Look at me now, grounded in the solid frame, watching the evening fade. The leather yields to my shoulders while the streetlights start to glow. Everything you rush for simply needed room to grow. The city lights flick on like a slow electric wave. All those quiet doubts you used to carry to the grave, they turn to low frequencies in the room right here. I'm writing back to tell you there was never cause for fear. So put down the pen, kid, stop stressing the quiet hours. The sunset always yields to our kind of power. This evening tension is just momentum taking form. You survived the winter, now we ride the warm. Look at where this heavy chair is settled now. We made it through the static anyhow. Remember when 6 p.m. felt like a closing door? You would count your loose change on the studio floor, worried that your voice would get swallowed by the noise. Now the evening bass booms through speakers of our choice. I sink back deep, feeling the density of where I stay. Every doubt you whisper got washed into the gray. You worried about the rent, you worried about the craft. If you could see this corner lounge, man, you would laugh. The street lights hum outside the tinted glass. Everything you prayed for came to pass. It takes time to fill the seat. You build every void you worried about is finally filled. Feel the electric pulse under the skin. This is where your future begins. So put down the pen, kid, stop stressing the quiet hours. The sunset always yields to our kind of power. This evening tension is just momentum taking form. You survived the winter, now we ride the warm. Look at where this heavy chair is settled now. We made it through the static anyhow. Sit back, young brother, let the evening ride. The weight of this chair is just proof we survive. Twilight belongs to us now. rest your shoulders. We made it. Low magenta neon beige, your collar, casting warmth across the zinc bar edge. You leaning slightly, asking if I'm on the noise, setting down a glass beside my sleeve. I tell you I came here to lose my thoughts, and you smile slow, saying you came for the same. The bass pulse is low under our boots, stretching out the quiet between our words. You ask me what my real name is, I say it depends on who is asking tonight. You tilt your head and trace a ring of condensation, promising to keep my secrets if I hold yours. So talk to me like we never have to meet again under this bruised violet light on the wall. There is a low tension humming in the room right now. Two strangers trading truths before the last call. No promises made, no reasons to stay, just your voice sinking deep into the dark. You telling me about a train you missed last year, and how you ended up living in the zip code. I mentioned the bridge I cross every midnight, wondering if we ever walk past each other. You say maybe in another life we were friends, or maybe we just like the way this tempo feels. The magenta shifts into a heavy shade of blue, pulling us closer without a single touch. You ask me where I go when the bar shuts down. I say I usually walk until my mind clears out. You're not slow, watching the last ice cube melt, asking if you can walk 3 blocks with me. So talk to me like we never have to meet again under this bruised violet light on the wall. There is a low tension humming in the room right now. Two strangers trading truths before the last call. No promises made, no reasons to stay, just your voice sinking deep into the dark. We do not need history to feel this pull. We do not need names to share a silence. The evening is heavy, smooth like smoke velvet, and every sentence you speak lands like a confession. The low magenta light slowly fades out. You leave your glass on the counter. Are you coming? You whisper as you turn, and I step out with you into the cool night. Yeah, yesterday your voice dropped low to say I overthink the quiet hours. Now the sun retreats behind the brick and leaves behind a golden shadow. Your left sneaker rests against the leg of the old kitchen chair. A tiny thread of blue cotton hangs loose from your oversized sweater. Ice melts down the side of a tall tumbler sitting on the counter. The quiet hum of the refrigerator ticks every 40 seconds. You tap your thumb twice against your knee before you change the song. I write down every single motion inside my head like a transcript. 6 o'clock turns the living room into a dim velvet purple. Street lamps flicker on outside, casting grid lines across the floor. We haven't said a full sentence since the bass track started looping. The space between us fills up with everything we noticed. The way your ring clicks against the ceramic mug, the slight shift in your shoulders when the beat hits low. A faint scent of bergamot lingering by the hallway mirror. The silver bracelet slipping 3 inches down your wrist. That statement from yesterday still spinning in the room. Evening tension pulled tight between every tiny detail. Your phone screen illuminates a soft blue square against your thigh. You ignore the vibration and lean back into the sectional corner. A single drop of rain hits the glass window pane and stays there. The radiator gives one sharp clink as the heat starts rising. You cross your ankles, revealing socks with mismatched heel stripes. I catch you biting your lower lip right when the chorus drops out. You said I analyze too much, but you haven't moved an inch either. The room gets smaller while the street noise slowly fades away. 6 o'clock turns the living room into a dim velvet purple. Street lamps flicker on outside, casting grid lines across the floor. We haven't said a full sentence since the bass track started looping. The space between us fills up with everything we notice. The way your ring clicks against the ceramic mug. The slight shift in your shoulders when the beat hits low. A faint scent of bergamot lingering by the hallway mirror. The silver bracelet slipping 3 inches down your wrist. That statement from yesterday still spinning in the room. Evening tension pulled tight between every tiny detail. You count the beat with your pointer finger on your lap. I track the amber glow reflecting in your dark iris. The city bus pulls away 4 floors below our window. A forgotten receipt flutters on the glass coffee table. Every small piece of this room is holding its breath, waiting to see who breaks the silence first tonight. Yesterday you said I noticed too much. Tonight your ring clicks against the mug again. The room settles into complete deep indigo. I still haven't looked away. Rough waffle weave cotton catches my thumb as the shadows stretch long across the hardwood. 7 o'clock pulls the light from the room, leaving amber streaks where the blinds once stood. I run my fingers down the frayed cuff edge, and suddenly I am not standing here alone. The friction on my skin snaps a hidden trigger, pulling me backward through the years we've grown. The apartment cools down while the city hums low. Street lamps flicker on in the golden road. One simple touch and the current starts to flow. I can feel that October evening start to show. You were sitting on the edge of my unmade bed, pulling this oversized thermal over your wrist. We had an unsaid heavy tension hanging in the room, a sudden silence that we couldn't resist. Now the evening air thickens with the weight of then, tracing back to where the broken stories begin. I hold the fabric close, feeling every thread, rewinding every single word you said. You pulled the sleeves past your knuckles back then, blowing hot breath on your chilled fingertips. The bass from the downstairs neighbor hit the floor, while an apology hovered right behind your lips. You crossed your arms, hugging the rib cloth tight, afraid to tell me what you planned for the morning light. I remember the exact texture against my palm when I reached out to keep you calm. Cools down while the city hums low. Street lamps flicker on in the golden row. One simple touch and the current starts to flow. I can feel that October evening start to show. You were sitting on the edge of my unmade bed, pulling this oversized thermal over your wrist. We had an unsaid heavy tension hanging in the room, a sudden silence that we couldn't resist. Now the evening air thickens with the weight of then, tracing back to where the broken stories begin. I hold the fabric close, feeling every thread, rewinding every single word you said. Years pass by, but the cotton never changed. The weave stays stubborn through every wash. Some memories stay soft, some cut like glass, counting up the years that we managed to lose. The evening tension locks me in a tight embrace, staring at the shadow where you left your trace. Rough cotton under my fingertips tonight. City lights buzzing in the dimming light. Just a sleeve full of memories left behind. Rewinding your voice inside my mind. Yeah. Yeah. 2015 goes against the floating shelf in the hot rise room we haven't rented yet. I project the scene to keep my sanity. 2 glasses leaning where the shadow hits. You'll be standing by the floor to ceiling glass. I'm buttoning the collar of a long silk shirt. No back and forth about the time that passed. Just quiet friction pulling down the hurt. We aren't there today, but I can taste the air. Cool velvet sheets and a heavy ambient beat. The way your eyes catch the city lights outside, making every promise feel complete. In that future dusk, the tension stays defined. Baseline thumping soft behind your spine. We don't talk about the struggle or the speed, just the quiet pull of everything we need. When 2015 turns to midnight blue, I'll still be leaning, riding close to you. I see the record spinning on a custom deck, a dusty vintage groove we bought in 26. You pour ice into a crystal tumbler slow, watching how the lighting and the amber mix. You walk across the polished concrete floor, the same magnetic weight you carry now. We don't need a crowd or an open door, just this heavy silence taking its own vow. We aren't there today, but I can taste the air. Cool velvet sheets and the heavy ambient beat. The way your eyes catch the city lights outside, making every promise feel complete. In that future dusk, the tension stays defined. Baseline thumping soft behind your spine. We don't talk about the struggle or the speed, just the quiet pull of everything we need. When 2015 turns to midnight blue, I'll still be leaning, riding close to you. Right now we grind through the subway noise and rain, counting up the dollars, trading off the pain. But I hold this picture like a loaded spark, knowing how we're gonna own the dark. 2015, 2015, 2015, 2015 on a wall we haven't painted yet. Same heavy pull, same future silhouette. Just wait for the evening to arrive. Just wait until we bring this room alive. A brass key ring clicks against the table, laminate. I watch it settle, feeling every second wait. 8:30 p.m., the room is turning slate. My pulse is tapping out a tempo I can't translate. I count the scratches on the metal, 6 or 7 lines. Thinking about the quiet words you left behind. I should just pick up my jacket, run across the street. Instead I sit here breathing where the dark and shadows meet. The air in here is heavy like a bass line in the floor. I can hear the city humming through the patio door. My mind is running circles round the things I didn't say. If I don't move right now, I'll let this evening slip away. There's a slow burn running through my veins tonight, staring at the dimming edge of hallway light. I wanna call, I wanna pull you into view. Just the quiet tension hanging in the room. Every single thought I keep is leading back to you. My phone screen flashes once and then it goes back cold. I'm holding stories that I never really told. The bass outside is throbbing like a heartbeat in the dark. One simple conversation could ignite a whole new spark. I roll the brass ring slowly on the polished wood. I clear the space between us if I only could. There's a slow burn running through my veins tonight, staring at the dimming edge of hallway light. I wanna call, I wanna pull you into view. Just the quiet tension hanging in the room. Every single silent minute pass. The keyring stops its spin. I reach across the wood. I take a breath and step out to the night for good. Just the evening tension breaking now. A hydraulic brake, his exhales against the curb, right below the fifth floor window where we stand. You haven't spoken since you crossed the porch threshold, just staring down at the city in your hand. I see the tight line around your mouth tonight, the way your shoulders brace against the air. Whatever heavy weight you brought up those stairs, you do not have to carry alone up here. The streetlights hum a low silk groove. The dusk is settling heavy and slow. You do not need to hide the damage, just let the tension finally let go. Leave the keys on the counter tonight. Unwind the coil inside your chest. We got the bass dropping soft through the floor. Give all those restless thoughts a rest. You've been fighting fights nobody sees, running on empty at 7 p.m. Just take a seat and pour another glass. We will fix the world tomorrow again. A delivery scooter revs down the avenue, cutting through the twilight like a spark. You loosen up your jacket and lean back, watching shadows stretch across the dark. I know that silent look you always wear when pride refuses to admit the strain. We grew up in the same bruised neighborhood. I know the exact contour of your pain. The streetlights hum a low silk groove. The dusk is settling heavy and slow. You do not need to hide the damage, just let the tension finally let go. Leave the keys on the counter tonight. Unwind the coil inside your chest. We got the bass dropping soft through the floor. Give all those restless thoughts a rest. You've been fighting fights nobody sees, running on empty at 7 p.m. Just take a seat and pour another glass. We will fix the world tomorrow again. You spent all week pretending you were fine, holding every wall up on your own. But friendship ain't a performance piece. You do not have to stand here like stone. Let the bassline soak into the plaster. Let the midnight wash away the grit. You are safe behind this heavy door, so sit down and exist in it. Leave the keys on the counter tonight. Unwind the coil inside your chest. We got the bass dropping soft through the floor. Give all those restless thoughts a rest. You've been fighting fights nobody sees, running on empty at 7 p.m. Just take a seat and pour another glass. We will fix the world tomorrow again. The city rumble fades into the background. Your breathing slows down in the ambient blue. Nothing to prove between these four walls, just the evening and me and you. That bergamot and burnt sweet tobacco drifts through the narrow entryway. He leans against the dark walnut bar while she turns her glass around. The city outside lowers its volume as the streetlights flicker on. Neither of them speaks a full sentence, but the silence feels deliberate. He traces the rim of his bourbon with a slow index finger. She pulls her dark coat tighter, keeping her gaze pinned to the floor. The bass from the lower level vibrates through the velvet booth. Every small gesture carries weight under the amber bulbs. Two people waiting for someone to drop their guard first. The air grows heavier with every breath they say. This is the quiet tension of 7 in the evening. Shadows stretch long across the polished hardwood floor. He pulls back his chair just half an inch closer. She smiles at the ice melting down into the rye. They are caught in the current of an unspoken night. A waiter clears 2 empty plates from the table behind them. He folds his hands together, resting elbows on the leather edge. She adjusts the thin silver chain resting against her collarbone. The unspoken history between them fills every single corner. Streetcars rumble past the front window, blurring yellow headlights. Neither one moves to check the time on their phones. The bass from the lower level vibrates through the velvet booths. Every small gesture carries weight under the amber bulbs. 2 people waiting for someone to drop their guard first. The air grows heavier with every breath they say. This is the quiet tension of 7 in the evening. Shadows stretch long across the polished hardwood floor. He pulls back his chair just half an inch closer. She smiles at the ice melting down into the rye. They are caught in the current of an unspoken night. The candle between them burns down to a pale flicker. He reaches across the dark grain and leaves his hand resting open. She looks at his palm for 3 long seconds before matching the grip. No speech is required when the room already understands the mood. Damp bergamot still lingers by the exit door. They step out into the cool city wind side by side. The evening holds them in a gentle, heavy spell. 2 shadows blending into the avenue lights. One intrusion notion fractures the hallways quiet like a sharp cut on an unedited reel. The projector hums in the corner of the loft, tracing every shadow that we refuse to heal. Low sodium light leaks through the horizontal blinds, striping the dark hardwood in amber and gray. You lean against the kitchen island with a half-drained glass, measuring the distance that we built today. The city outside is a backdrop of blurred taillights, shifting focus from the glass to your frame. Every breath in this room carries weight now. A quiet tension calling us by name. We are caught in a wide shot before the bass drops, holding our positions in the heavy low light. No script for the way your eyes hold mine, just raw electricity cutting through the night. Frame by frame, the gravity pulls us closer in this high contrast scene where the silence stops. The ice drops into your bourbon with a hollow chime, a cinematic detail amplified 10 times over. I take 2 steps forward across the Persian rug, watching the cool veneer begin to spill over. Bass from the unit downstairs vibrates through the floorboards, a slow 90 BPM pulse beneath our feet. Your shoulders dropping in as the light hits your collar, and the dark room folds where our shadows meet. The city outside is a backdrop of blurred taillights, shifting focus from the glass to your frame. Every breath in this room carries weight now. A quiet tension calling us by name. We are caught in the wide shot before the bass drops, holding our positions in the heavy low light. No script for the way your eyes hold mine, just raw electricity cutting through the night. Frame by frame, the gravity pulls us closer in this high contrast scene where the silence stops. Slow zoom on the space between your wrist and mine, a split second frozen in 3.5mm grain. No dialogue necessary to set the scene when the atmosphere carries all the subtle pain. You set the glass down on the marble edge, and the quiet shatters for the final time. Lens flares fade into the deep midnight indigo. Two silhouettes aligned on the balcony rail. The tension dissolves into the dark below. Fade to black as the lower frequencies swell. Just you and me in the final frame, in the quiet left behind. Why does a room feel heavy before anyone speaks? I watch the ice cube melt inside my second drink. The ice drops down, liquid shifts sideways on glass. You haven't moved your left arm from the table edge. My mind runs off to 3 hours ago. Walking past the corner store where the fluorescent light flickered. Now the low sub-frequency is rattling my teeth, and I wonder if you hear the exact same pitch. Or if I'm just spinning stories out of quiet air. The cooling vent hums a flat minor chord. Your breath comes out slow, steady, deliberate. I count 4 seconds between your shoulder movements. Thoughts drifting out the open balcony screen. Streetlights glowing like amber drops in water. There's a pull right here, pulling tight beneath the skin. I don't know if we're jumping or holding back. This evening, tension got a mind of its own, floating through the room while the phone screen glows. We don't need a word to know what's underneath, just the pulse and the bass and the rhythm in our teeth. Stream of thoughts winding around the corner of the couch. Everything unsaid is loud enough right now. Did I forget to turn off the hallway light? No, it doesn't matter. Your fingers brush the leather seat. My brain is jumping from old memories in Atlanta to the way your coat smells like rain and sweet tobacco. You shift your posture, glass clinks against glass. Is it weird that I know your next movement before it happens? We're caught in this late hour gravity. Nothing is moving fast, everything is moving deep. The bassline loops 4 bars over and over. I keep thinking about the highway lights on the way over here. How they blur into gold ribbons when you go 80. How your hand rested on the console, cool and steady. Thoughts drifting out the open balcony screen. Street lights glowing like amber drops in water. There's a pull right here, pulling tight beneath the skin. I don't know if we're jumping or holding back. This evening, tension got a mind of its own, floating through the room while the phone screen glows. We don't need a word to know what's underneath, just the pulse and the bass and the rhythm in our teeth. Stream of thoughts winding around the corner of the couch. Everything unsaid is loud enough right now. Unfiltered thoughts running like water off a roof. Why do we wait for dust to finally tell the truth? 100 tiny feelings stacking up against the door. Your eyes catch mine, I don't think about it anymore. The inner monologue fades into the groove when the room holds its breath and we make our move. Still wondering why the silence carries so much weight. 8 o'clock became 11 and the night won't wait. The bassline keeps riding steady and low, just us in the current, letting it go. No answer needed, just the evening air, right here, right now. Cold steel legs, anchor my seat against the polished pine floorboards. 18 pounds of dense oak, resting heavy beneath my shoulders. The apartment stays quiet while the city hums low beneath the skyline. I am holding a fountain pen, tracing back through the timeline. You were 19 years old, stressing over unpaid tuition rent, counting every copper coin, wondering where the fast years went. Look at me sitting here in a room that we finally paid for, feeling the solid density of everything you prayed for. The Even tension tightens like a tune bass string. Shadows stretch wide while the streetlights sing. I know you were scared of what the darkness brings. Now I sit with the quiet power of grown-up things. This is my note to the boy in the oversized coat. When you felt like you were drowning with a stone in your throat. Stop holding your breath through the long midnight drive. The future is heavy, but we made it out alive. Sit back in the dark and let the bass frequency pull you through. Tonight I am pouring out a drink for the younger version of you. Remember those sleepless nights in that cramped basement studio, playing back rough demos on a broken stereo radio. You thought the struggle was a sentence that would never end. You thought you had to fight every battle without a friend. Now the cushion below me sinks deep under mature ambition. I turned every panic attack into a calculated decision. The room carries weight, a steady gravity that holds me down. You do not have to run anymore to prove yourself in this town. The evening tension tightens like a tune bass string. Shadows stretch wide while the streetlights sing. I know you were scared of what the darkness brings. Now I sit with the quiet power of grown-up things. This is my note to the boy in the oversized coat. When you felt like you were drowning with a stone in your throat. Stop holding your breath through the long midnight drive. The future is heavy, but we made it out alive. Sit back in the dark and let the bass frequency pull you through. Tonight I am pouring out a drink for the younger version of you. I forgive you for the promises you could not keep back then. I forgive the desperate letters that you never got to send. The weight of this chair is the anchor you were looking for. We do not sleep on the carpet behind a locked door anymore. Rest your tired hands, let the midnight tension diffuse. You gave me the story that I finally get to use. Go. Yeah. Cold steel legs anchor my seat against the pine. 19-year-old shadow, everything turned out fine. The bass settles low in the evening air, just resting my weight in this heavy chair. Tungsten gold spills over the bar, casting deep amber onto your glass. You have not touched the straw in 20 minutes, watching condensation pass. I slide my stool an inch to the right and ask if the music is too loud. You turn eyes heavy with dusk, looking right through the gathering crowd. It is not the volume, you say, voice low like a velvet bass line. It is just the way the evening pulls everything out of line. The air gets thick when 7 hits the street. 2 lost hours and 2 pairs of tired feet. We do not know names, but the charge is real. Saying out loud what we usually conceal. Tension in the quiet space between your wrist and mine. Trading stories with a stranger while we are running out of time. Shadows stretch long as the street lights ignite. We are just holding on to something in the heavy evening light. No promises spoken, no reason to stay. Just 2 cold drinks washing the daylight away. You lean against mahogany, tracing the groove in the dark wood. I came out to forget my phone, you whisper, instantly understood. I nod, signaling the bartender for another pour of dark rye. We do not need to lie about why we are staring at the sky. You tell me about a city you left 5 years ago. Tonight I tell you about a promise I broke under a different light. No pretense, no armor, just a hum of bass through the floor. Every word carries weight like a key turning soft in a door. Tension in the quiet space between your wrist in mine, trading stories with a stranger while we are running out of time. Shadows stretch long as the street lights ignite. We are just holding on to something in the heavy evening light. No promises spoken, no reason to stay. Just two cold drinks, washing the daylight. The city swells outside, the window pane. Headlights cut like diamonds through the light drizzle rain. You look at me and say I usually do not talk like this. I laugh softly, caught in the sudden synthesis. Neither do I, but the hour demands the truth. Suspended right here in late evening proof. Tungsten gold fading to a darker shade of gray. You leave a folded bill and slowly walk away. No numbers exchanged, no backward glance. Just an evening tension left entirely to chance. Tungsten gold fading down, a stranger lost in the town. Yeah, you casually said yesterday that my hands never sit still. Now I watch them trace the rim of this cold glass fill. The yellow street light cuts through the blinds in each straight bars. Outside a delivery bike rattles past parked cars. A grease spot spreads on the cardboard pizza lid. I count for unread text under your contact ID. The ice drops half an inch inside the bourbon tumbler. The baseline from the third floor grows a little rumble. I notice how the hallway carpet holds your boot imprint. Every tiny detail gives this evening tension, shape and tint. It is 8:15 and the quiet gets heavy. I'm cataloging every single thing you left me. The hum of the fridge, the flicker on the screen, the spaces in between what you said and what you mean. Evening tension pulling at the corners of the rug, holding on to shadows in a half-remembered hug. Your leather jacket hangs heavy on the kitchen chair. A faint trail of coconut oil lingers in the air. The ice cube cracks with a sharp sudden split. I stare at the unlit candle where the wick got bit. The radiator clinks twice, then releases a sigh. Another sedan where bright beams roll slowly by. The ice drops half an inch inside the bourbon tumbler. The baseline from the third floor grows a little rumbler. I notice how the hallway carpet holds your boot imprint. Every tiny detail gives this evening tension, shape and tint. It is 8:15 and the quiet gets heavy. I am cataloging every single thing you left me. The hum of the fridge, the flicker on the screen, the spaces in between what you said and what you mean. Evening tension pulling at the corners of the rug, holding on to shadows in a half-remembered hug. You said I notice too much when the sun goes down. Maybe that is how I stay anchored in this town. The ring of water drying on the lemonade tile. The way the clock tick marks every silent mile. Tension thick enough to slice with the butter knife. Just a collection of small moments making up a life. Red light on the cable box blinking twice. Melting glass, lukewarm ice, hands still fidgeting just like you said yesterday. Watching the evening tension slowly drift away. Face outlining brushes my knuckles as I pull this old bomber off the hook. The evening air thickens with bass in the distance, and one touch pulls me right into that look. You gave me 3 Novembers ago in the booth, when the speakers rattle low and we hid from the truth. The room cools down, the dim light sways, every thread carries static from those better days. I can feel the hum of the city outside, matching the exact rhythm where we used to hide. This evening tension brings you back around. Satin stitches holding midnight in the sound. I press my thumb along the worn out seam, trapped in a quiet, heavy, hidden dream. We were fire in the shadow, smooth and slow, and the fabric still remembers what we used to know. Soft brush, twill against my shoulder blade, recalls the corner table where the promises were made. You ran your fingernail along the zipper track, leaning in so close there was no turning back. Now the clock hits 8 and the bass notes drop, a sudden wave of memory that I cannot stop. We thought time would wash the edges clean, but the weave keeps the warmth in between. Every fiber holds the weight of your skin, just as the night comes closing in. This evening tension brings you back around. Satin stitches holding midnight in the sound. I press my thumb along the worn out seam, trapped in a quiet, heavy, hidden dream. We were fire in the shadow, smooth and slow, and the fabric still remembers what we used to know. Smooth weave under fingertips now. The bass goes low through the room. I hang the jacket back up in the dark. The memory stays in the bloom. Yeah. Yeah. 21 and 4 Porsche or imaginary bedroom ceiling. I am looking at a version of us 5 years from tonight. Standing in a high-rise kitchen with custom dark marble, pouring red wine while the rain streaks against the glass. Yeah, you take off your heavy blazer and loosen the collar. The city below is just a blanket of glowing orange dots. We do not speak a word because the tension already fills every corner. An unspoken contract signed in the quiet of our future home. I can see the posture you will hold when you get tired, the way you will lean back against the island counter. No loud arguments, no young desperate rushing, just a slow burn that takes over the whole room. In that future evening, we will own the silence completely. Bassline rolling soft from speakers built into the wall. Your hand finding my waist without a single hesitation. That is the tension I am building for us right now. A mature kind of slow heat, waiting for the years to catch up. A midnight promise carved in marble and low light. I picture the velvet sofa we haven't bought yet, the expensive cologne that becomes your permanent signature scent. You will pour 2 fingers of bourbon and pass me the glass, fingertips brushing with a heat that makes time slow down. The world outside will demand everything from my daytime selves, but once the clock hits 9, the door locks automatically. We won't need to chase the thrill like we used to at 23. The pull between us will be constant, heavy and serene. It is not a dream if I am planning every detail. I can feel the exact weight of your rings against my back, the smooth cadence of your voice when the lights go down low. We are growing into the people who belong in that frame, stretches of quiet intimacy that nobody else will ever witness. In that future evening, we will own the silence completely. Bassline rolling soft from speakers built into the wall. Your hand finds dimension I am building for us right now. A mature kind of slow heat, fighting for the years to catch up. A midnight promise carved in marble and low light. We step into the quiet heat together. No rush in the years, just waiting for that evening to arrive.